Trumpism is McCarthyism with a Twitter account.
I lay all of this out to underscore how close we were all to seeing the fall of American democracy.
And we will make America great again. As long as we are led by politicians who will not put America first, then we can be assured that other nations will not treat America with respect, the respect that we deserve.
The people in this part of Ohio have watched as the political establishment killed their towns, shipped their jobs overseas, murdered their kids with opioids, destroyed their families, and entirely abandoned them. They elected Donald Trump because he vowed to burn that system to the ground.
He is a globalist, and we are nationalists. He believes in some Pax Universalis. We believe in the old republic. He would put America's wealth and power at the service of some vague new world order. We will put America first.
We will not be tyrannized. We will not be demeaned, and we will not be intimidated by bad, evil people.
We fear God and God alone, and that's why they're so scared of politically engaged Christians.
The fastest growing religious group in the country is the non-religious. That progress is heartening, but the religious pushback is fierce, and the forces of Christian nationalism are well organized.
It's about attacking Christianity, because Christianity stands in their way.
There really is no return in this country without the return of the faith that made it all possible. If the left seeks to tear down the foundations of American civilization, then it's incumbent on conservatives to conserve the foundations of our civilization. And that means that we must conserve the moral influence that Christianity historically has had on our politics.
There is a religious war going on in this country. It is a cultural war, for this war is for the soul of America.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
My friends, we must take back our cities and take back our culture and take back our country. God bless you and God bless America.
All right, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone. To the election night stream of 2022. As I posted yesterday on my community tab, I am actually quite sick right now, okay? I came back from Louisiana with, I don't know if it's a cold, I don't know if it's a flu, it could be COVID for all I know, but as I promised, we are still going to do this stream regardless, no matter what, but my voice will not be the best tonight. If I look disheveled, it's because I am. We've literally just been trying to sleep the whole last 48 hours in order to just like have any degree of energy to do this stream. And so we'll see how long we last tonight. But I don't know. Listen. All those who trust the plan will be vindicated, okay? Like Jackson, who will be joining us momentarily, all day has been like, are you going to be able to do this? Are you going to be able to do this? Because I've literally just been like sleeping and like just my voice is sucked all day. The answer is yes. Okay, the answer is yes. We will be doing that, okay? And so we are here. They tried to shut us down. They tried to stop us. Some random virus in the middle of Louisiana tried to stop us. It's not going to happen. Just like they're not going to stop the red wave. This is true. This is so true, folks. All right, well, it is just 6:06 p.m. right now. We have the first polls closed in Kentucky and Louisiana. In Indiana, sorry. To my knowledge, there are not any super serious races there. But at 7 p.m., folks, we will have polls closing in Georgia, Florida, which we will be watching both closely, South Carolina, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Vermont. Okay, which actually, as a matter of fact, I'm wrong about that. I actually believe that the governor's election in Kentucky is pretty contested. So let's take a look there. Okay, governor's race, Kentucky. Let me know how you guys are doing. All right, let me know how you guys are doing tonight, because I'm not doing great. All right, but we will do this. We will do this. Well, it would be nice if I could actually get the results here. Wasn't it in 2018 that special election happened? Am I wrong about that? That's next year. Okay, my bad. That is next year. Okay, so I was right. No major polls closing yet. Again, 7 p.m. But we take a look. So in Georgia, let's go through these while we still have the time and preview some of these races over the next hour. I want to talk a little bit about the Trump-DeSantis drama, because that's going to be very relevant when we take a look at what the results are in Florida, and then it should be about 7 p.m. So we'll get started there. Brian Kemp is looking like he's going to win pretty big. Stacey Abrams has essentially so far been, it's very interesting, right? The big name gubernatorial candidates that the Democrats had in 2018, who were like the two big ones, the ones that nearly upset people in red states. It was Beto O'Rourke, although Senate candidate, my bad, but it was Beto and it was Stacey Abrams. They were something of juggernauts in 2018. They came incredibly close in 2018. We look at them now; they're trailing massively. I think some polls have Stacey losing by like close to 10 points or something. That's not going to be close. What is looking like it'll be decently close is the Senate election between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. We have talked about this extensively. We have addressed the scandals extensively. All of the polls seem to show Herschel Walker with a slight lead, although, to be fair, that is within the margin of error. We'll see what happens in that Herschel Walker race. But if I were to guess, it's looking more likely than not like that's going to go to a runoff because, we'll see. We'll see if Herschel Walker reaches 50% tonight. But if I were to predict that race, I would say Herschel probably gets like 49 point something as compared to like a 48% point something on Warnock, and that will go to a runoff. In which case, considering where the energy is and where the energy still will be like a month or two from now, I think we could fully predict that Herschel Walker would be favored in that runoff. But we'll see. We'll take a look. Okay. Now, I will address this because, we've had a lot of Herschel Walker haters. Okay. So as we know, there's a big scandal with Herschel Walker in which he allegedly paid for an abortion. Okay. Now, the big question, I guess, is to what extent is that going to impact this race? Okay. Because Herschel was almost universally leading by a little bit, but leading not extensively, but leading a little bit in all the polls. And then, that Daily Beast story dropped. Christian Walker came out disavowed. Warnock actually started to take a slight lead in the RCP average. And now Herschel Walker is back in the lead. Okay. Here's what I will say about that, though. How much is that really going to make an impact in this election? Don't get me wrong. There are some people who may be swayed by that. I don't know. Anytime you have a scandal, it obviously weakens you as a candidate. You have to assume there's going to be some loss of votes there. But I'm going to be honest, guys. I think Herschel Walker will still be fine. Okay? And part of the reason I say that is because every time I've talked about Herschel Walker, okay, who are the people that are really coming after, like, oh, he's a hypocrite for an abortion, blah, 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 this. It's literally just the bad faith actors. It is unanimously liberals and anti-Walker people to begin with who are just piling on. Okay, and that's essentially universally true. Recently, when I posted a video on the second channel, be sure to subscribe to VinceDao Clips, by the way, posted a video on the second channel called Why I Still Support Herschel Walker as a Christian. And I went through it all. I said the abortion story, totally unsubstantiated, right? We're talking about a Daily Beast hit piece. Okay, so number one is from the Daily Beast, citing an anonymous source, just some random anonymous woman claiming that Herschel paid for an abortion in 2009. I've said many times, I don't see any evidence that that's true, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe it is true. But why, if I'm going to approach this in good faith, right, which I am, why in good faith would I trust a Daily Beast hit piece? The Daily Beast. Okay, we're not exactly talking about, I mean, not that there's any respectable media outlets anymore, but we're not even really talking about a super big, like kind of mainstream outlet that, again, don't get me wrong, I don't think their threshold of evidence is very high either. Like, I'm not exactly coming out here and saying the New York Times or the Washington Post, we can trust any anonymously sourced story from them, because I don't think that's true. But you have to imagine that at least those kind of mainstream newspapers might have a little bit more of a threshold of evidence. I'm not saying it's major. I'm not saying we should still trust those even. We're talking about the Daily Beast, folks. Daily Beast is literally just left-wing tabloid journalism. And so I came out and said openly, I don't believe that it is true. Or better yet, really the proper thing to say is I really don't see evidence that it is true. Okay? And, I'm standing by that. I really am. The second aspect of this is the redemption story of Herschel Walker, okay? Because while it's very interesting though too, right? He wrote a whole book. I talked about this in the video. He went out and wrote a whole book about how, he had a big problem with mental health. He nearly killed a person. Okay, so keep this in mind, right? Herschel Walker wrote a whole book about how he tried to kill people, or he was about to kill people until he saw a Jesus Loves You sticker on the back of their car, and decided at that moment to turn to Christ and to seek mental help. Okay, so he's willing to talk openly about that. There's a very public record of things that he's done in his past that he's not denied. But it took this one anonymously sourced Daily Beast document to find the evidence of this supposed abortion. So that's why I said I really don't believe that. Noah Boyd for the $10. Thank you very much. He says, you, Rep, and Yankee Perspective streaming at the same time. Gonna have to do 3 devices to watch you all. Why do you guys not just do one stream? Because everyone's got to do their own stream. It's all, we have our own coverage. We have our own takes. I would recommend, okay, if you want to stream hop, just hop in each stream for 10 minutes and then go back and forth. Or you can do that. Just, put on 3 devices and try your best to listen to all 3 of us talking over each other. Okay. So anyways, regarding the rest of the Herschel Walker story, going through it, and I said this before, and I will maintain this, going through it and actually learning about it. Cause I when I first heard all this stuff dropping, I was like, it's kind of a little bit of just this conundrum where it's like, okay, well, this is not a good candidate. Okay, this is not ideal, but we're not going to vote for a radical abortionist in Raphael Warnock, right? Like that just cannot happen, right? We got to consider the common good or whatever here, right? It is kind of this sociopathic Machiavellian approach to politics. But admittedly, I mean, that's kind of the situation we're in America here now, are we not? But that was the initial approach. But then when I actually learn about his story, learn about his path to redemption, learn about his, coming to Christ moment and his walk with God and his slow path to redemption, I actually found it highly inspiring, and I will maintain that. And I will say that if Herschel Walker wins tonight, or if he wins in the runoff, which, we still think he's the favorite, I'm going to actually, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to celebrate it extra hard. Because number one, all of the people who came after me and all the people who are, piling on with regards to the fake abortion story and with regards to, basically saying that he's not a changed man. He's literally still the man he was in the early 2000s, who was a very violent person or whatever. And he has not tried at all to change who he is or redeem himself. I mean, just look at the guy for 2 seconds. Okay, you look at what he's been doing the past few years. That's obviously nonsense. Okay, obviously he is a changed man. Obviously he, is a guy who has, he's not the same person he was in 2005. Okay? Say what you will about him. You don't have to like the guy. You don't have to view him as the ideal candidate. To sit there and pretend that Herschel Walker is like literally just the same guy he was in the early 2000s. That's just nonsense. Okay, anyone with eyes can see that that's nonsense. And on top of that, what I will say is that the people who are most opposed to Herschel Walker, on both sides, by the way, let me say that on both sides, because, yeah, obviously it's mostly liberals. I think most conservatives, most Republicans understand, no, we're still with Herschel, whatever. But the very small minority of people who are indeed anti-Herschel Walker, who have said things like Herschel Walker should not win, I stand with Christian Walker, whatever. Literally, you go through them, you read their responses. It's all legitimately just the most bad faith nonsense you'd ever see. Okay? And I want to actually prove that really quickly, and then we'll go on to talk about some other races here. All right? So give me a second. We've got a lot of comments on the kind of like last thing I had posted regarding Herschel. Here you go. So I posted on the second channel, right? It's a live stream clip titled, Why I Still Support Herschel Walker as a Christian. Let me just say this right now. The dislike ratio, which I can't see because YouTube sucks and, it just censors the dislikes now. The dislike ratio was pretty bad on this. As you can see, 97 comments. But, let's take a look. Let's basically analyze. Okay, let's basically analyze some argument of the anti-Herschel Walker crowd. So obviously, in that video, I talked a lot about repentance. I talked a lot about humility, right? Before you judge Herschel Walker, understand you're basically standing from a moral glass house yourself, right, etc. But this comment right here says it all. Behold, big bad divas, by the way. I'm sure this is a truly great theologian. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoers. Job 820 KJV. The conservative party today are a bunch of hypocrites. Okay. And I responded here. I think it's very obvious this person really has no understanding of the Bible or Christianity. But if you kind of knew the first thing about Christianity, right? If you knew the first thing about the central premise of the gospel, even if you don't fully understand it, you would know how wrong this is, okay? Or not how wrong it is, but how out of context this is. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man. Yeah, don't you get it? There's no such thing as a perfect man, okay? Neither will he help the evildoers. True. By our own merit, by our own works, all of us, as I said here, quoting from Romans, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God and are justified by his grace as a gift through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. That's the very point of the gospel. That's why mankind needs a savior, okay? Is because there's no such thing as a perfect man. There's no such thing. That's why mankind needs Jesus Christ. That's why mankind needs a savior, okay? But this basically sums up the central argument behind the anti-Herschel Walker crowd, the people who say, oh, he's still the same guy he was in 2005, blah, 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 this and that, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary. That basically sums it up. It's this this throwing stones from this moral glass house, right? It's this idea that, according to Big Bad Divas thinks that I assume it's a she, is the perfect person. Herschel Walker is not, okay? But what does the Bible say? Does it say for Republicans have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God? Does it say Herschel Walker? Does it say Herschel Walker, Donald Trump, and the conservative Christians have fallen short of the glory of God? Or does it say all have fallen short of the glory of God? Okay? Anyways, point being, for these reasons and for the all the nonsense I've seen in this comment section, I just have to say that if and when Herschel Walker wins, It's going to be very satisfying, and it's going to be a cause of real celebration. Okay? So this is true. So you beat me to it. I was just about to say her name is Big Bad Divas. Well, yeah, I'm sure that Big Bad Divas is a very devout Christian there, okay? But anyways, Walker is an adult football player with a brain injury and a nasty past. Okay, well we've addressed a nasty past a million times. Okay, the point is that I'm a Christian. I believe in repentance. I believe in redemption. I'm more inclined to be motivated by a redemption story than turned off by one. At least if I think it's genuine, which all evidence to me seems to be is true. Okay. So people like Fetterman recover from stroke, but not this kind of injury. Really? Well, where's the evidence? Past several years. Where's any evidence that he's been violent or had any problems or whatever? I just don't think that's accurate. Okay. Does Walker talk like Fetterman? No, enough said. Yeah, so true. So true. So true. And, even if, I always center this around the redemption, repentance story because I do believe it. And, actually hearing it, it's not that I'm just saying I believe it. Actually hearing it makes me say I believe it. Okay, maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe he's going to have a severe mental breakdown when he's in the Senate or whatever. But regardless, even if you don't want to really make it about that, here's the central argument. Here's their central argument. Herschel Walker allegedly, unprovenly, Herschel Walker allegedly had an abortion in 2009. Therefore, he's a hypocrite. Therefore, you have to vote for the radical abortionist. The radical abortionist who is going to vote for the mass legalization of abortion, who's going to legislate abortions for millions of people, who is not just a hypocrite, right? Because, maybe like even if Herschel was a hypocrite in his personal life or whatever, when I vote, I'm voting for what I think people are going to do for the country, do for the society. Okay? So the idea that, Herschel Walker is a hypocrite, therefore you as a pro-lifer should vote for the radical abortionist who we know is going to vote for all the abortions in the world, the argument doesn't even make sense. It's all bad faith. They're all ridiculous, quite frankly. So, but that is true. We have been seeing some craziness in Maricopa County. I guess they, according to the New York Times, I guess they there's too many people or something, or they can't process the ballots. Interesting, right? Yeah, very, 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 very interesting. But of course, we disavow all YouTube. We disavow all, you know what? Okay. So, secondly, I'd rather vote for a non-hypocrite, as much as you like to call him redeemed. Really? So explain to me how it's better for the pro-life movement to vote for. Well, first of all, I'm gonna make an assumption. I'll make a really bold assumption. I think you're just a liberal. I don't think you're some type of Republican here, just saying this in good faith in your chat. But regardless, okay, you explain to me how it is better to vote for an alleged hypocrite, okay? Which, again, by the way, excuse me, I don't believe anonymously sourced daily hit pieces. I don't. The Daily Beast is literally left-wing tabloid journalism. Okay, and again, not to say that the New York Times or Washington Post or whatever are any better, but we're talking about the Daily Beast. Literally, again, tabloid news, tabloid journalism, okay? So first of all, excuse me for not believing it. And second of all, even if it were true, which I don't think it is, but it were true, how is it better as a pro-lifer to vote for the radical abortionist? the person who's not going to vote for any pro-life policy whatsoever, and is very open about that. Very open about that. But again, I'm approaching you like you're some type of good faith actor, which I don't. I think you're literally just a libtard. Like I literally think you're just a liberal. Again, just trying to come in and be like, I'm not a hypocrite. Oh, I'm morally consistent. Again, moral glass house. Okay, glass house stones. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. So, anyways, let's move on from the Herschel Walker race. Again, we will be watching that. The polls in Georgia will close at 7 p.m., so in about half an hour there. Let's talk about Florida a little bit. As we know, Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio are both up for re-election. We estimate they're not going to have any problems. We estimate pretty sizably, pretty big. The real story around specifically the Ron DeSantis gubernatorial campaign has to do with this sort of allegedly new kind of shots back and forth with Trump. Okay. If you missed it on, I believe it was Saturdays. It was Saturdays or Sundays rally. He made some, Donald Trump made some comments about Ron DeSantis. They were fairly like lighthearted, but it was a little bit of a dig. It was a little bit of a shot. He called him Ron DeSanctimonious. Okay. Took a minor shot at Ron DeSantis. Everyone's freaking out over this. Everyone's like, Trump's ego, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can't believe he would do this and that. Okay. Here's my thing. I mean, you can say what you will about the timing of it. I don't really think it's going to make a difference, if I'm being honest. Is there a single vote that's going to be swayed because Trump made some off-color comment mildly mocking Ron DeSantis and then said after that, go vote for Ron DeSantis, right? Endorse Ron DeSantis, said to go vote for Ron DeSantis. I don't know. But here's the thing about that, right? There's so many people, they're basically under the perception that Trump just took this shot out of nowhere, okay? And that's why they're saying Trump's ego, this and that. That's why they're going out here saying, I can't believe Trump would do this and that, blah, 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 blah. I think the important thing to understand, though, okay, and, again, say what you will about it, but to pretend like this was totally unprovoked, I think that's the fundamental flaw, right? Like, I know people assume, they think that Donald Trump just went out here for no reason and took a mild shot at Ron DeSantis. You want to know the real reason he did that? It's not for no reason, okay? It is because Ron DeSantis, over the past few months, him and his team have been plotting and making serious moves to challenge Trump for the primary in 2024, okay? Now, allegedly, there's a story saying, like, he's not going to do it or whatever, but I will say this, okay? I will say this. I for the longest time, was really kind of the thinking, he's not actually going to do it. There's no way. But, I live in Florida, obviously. I've heard these rumblings from virtually everyone. Okay, virtually everyone who works in Republican politics right here is like, yeah, Ron DeSantis is going to run. There have been many stories published, again, true or not, okay? There have been many stories published outright saying Ron DeSantis is plotting a run against Trump in the primary in 2024. Okay. Again, say what you will about the comments. But just, I want people to understand they didn't come from nowhere. Because everyone thinks they just came from totally left field. Okay? If Ron DeSantis didn't want to retract those comments, him and his team should not be spreading around the rumors that, hey, we're going to run against Trump. Okay? And again, I know there's a lot of people who will not believe this until it happens. And, you don't have to take my word for it. I'm just telling you what Trump is thinking. Okay. You don't have to believe me, really. Because I know my sources aren't great. People I've talked to in Florida politics, right? I get it. But just understand that's what Trump is thinking. Okay. And again, say what you will. Say what you will. Well, days before the midterm election, is that really the best time to say it? I don't know. I also know Ron DeSantis is going to be just fine, right? I also know that he's still going to win. It's not going to really weaken the GOP. Like, who out there is going to vote Democrat tonight because of that. I don't know. I feel like the only people who even care about it are the hardcore locked-in Republicans who are going to run anyway. Because a lot of independents have been hearing for a long time already. DeSantis wants to run for president. Trump wants to run for president. Is it really going to make a big difference? I don't know. It's obvious, to be honest. Well, yeah, again, when you look at the moves that Ron DeSantis has been making, how can you say it's not at least a possibility, a strong possibility, right? Because he's going around campaigning for all the same candidates Trump is campaigning for. He's going out here doing these rallies for candidates in the same format Trump does, which, you know, you might say, oh, he's just trying to help the party. Do you really think it's that simple, right? Why isn't Greg Abbott doing that? Why aren't other people doing that? You know, that's commonly known that that's a way to set yourself up for 2024, right? That, like, everyone knows that as you go around in the midterm cycle before, campaign for candidates like that, right? Notice who else is doing that? Mike Pence, okay? There are three major figures that have been doing it. Donald Trump, obviously, Ron DeSantis, and Mike Pence. Is anyone really, are there people who don't think Mike Pence isn't at least looking at maybe running against Trump, right? Like, if I told you I think Mike Pence is going to challenge Trump, everyone would be like, yeah, I could see that, right? But when Ron DeSantis is doing the exact same thing as Pence and the exact same thing as Trump, you don't think that's true, right? Notice, too, also the fact that Ron DeSantis virtually does not ever utter the words Donald Trump in the past year or two, right? You point to me one time he's said the words out loud, Donald Trump. Has not put the guy's name in his mouth at all whatsoever, okay? Even during the Mar-a-Lago raid, even then, he would not say the words Donald Trump. He just released some kind of generic statement saying there's another escalation in the persecution of political opponents of the Biden regime. That's all he would say about it. You don't think there's something going on there? Of course there's something going on there, you know. And so just understand that. Again, like, I understand why people might say, well, that it doesn't matter. That wasn't appropriate timing. Like, I get the argument. But let's not pretend like it came from nowhere, okay? The truth of the matter is that, you know, I obviously support Ron as a governor and whatnot, right? Obviously. But you can't just, like, behind the scenes be subverting the Trump 2024 campaign for such a long time and then turn around and be shocked when Trump takes a shot back, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, okay? And that's the truth. Regardless, though, in about half an hour, a little less than half an hour, the polls will be closing in Florida. Again, we project that Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio will get elected by pretty huge margins. Some are saying Ron might win by like 10, right? Which also understand this too, right? If Ron DeSantis outperforms Donald Trump's margins in the state of Florida of 2020, which it seems like he will, right? Now let me nuance that. Let me kind of you know, flush that out a little bit by saying it's not all because of Trump or DeSantis, right? There's a lot of factors that are contributing to that, as we know, right? It won't be 100% proof that Ron DeSantis is a better electoral machine than Donald Trump, okay? Because different years, the 2020 election in Florida arguably is a big reason why the state has shifted so far to the right. Red wave year, changing demographics of the state, etc. But understand this, right? When Ron DeSantis wins by like 10, which I think he will, okay, you know what people are going to say. They're going to say Ron DeSantis outperformed Trump in Florida, which is kind of dishonest, again, because different years, right? There's a lot of factors that go into it. But still, regardless, understand this. When that happens, all the DeSantis 2024 people, all of the, you know, GOP donors and whatnot who are, you know, behind DeSantis and don't want Trump in 24 and all that stuff, they're going to wave that around like a big, you know, proof vindicating them, okay? That's probably going to be their single case for 2024, DeSantis 2024. They're like, well, look how much more electable Ron DeSantis is than Donald Trump. which again, you know, maybe that is actually true to some degree. I don't really know. But I know that the difference between 3.5 or however much Trump won in 2020 and the 10 or so that Ron DeSantis is going to win by tonight, I'm going to just say this right now. That's not just because of DeSantis and Trump. Okay, there's a lot of other factors going into it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're going to see this. So watch that, right? Pay attention. Ron is going to win. We fully expect that. We don't have any reason to believe the contrary. Charlie Crist is a joke. But pay attention to the margins that DeSantis wins by in a few minutes, because that's really going to tell you a lot, I think. Now, if DeSantis underperforms what people expect, well, honestly, even if here's the thing though, even if he underperforms, he's still going to outperform. Like, that's basically inevitable, I think. So I don't know. They're going to say the same thing regardless. Let's be honest about that. Do you think Lee Zeldin is going to win New York? I think it's possible, but I think this might be one of those races we're just getting our hopes up too much. And, I think it's going to be close. I wouldn't get your hopes up on that front. Main reason, it's New York. Okay. Now, I hope I'm wrong, but it's New York. Okay. I'm still not fully sold on the idea that a Republican can win New York. Let me also say, partially due to the electoral nature of the state, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Here's the thing too. Okay, let me say this. I support Lee Zeldin. I hope he wins. But to me, it seems a little bit odd, right? I've not been happy about the fact that of all of the big races around the country over the last month, it's been Lee Zeldin, the underdog in New York, that's been getting all of the praise. When just, pretty much a state or two over, you have a guy, Doug Mastriano, who is being criminally underfunded. Okay. Now let's see. Maybe tonight he pulls off some type of miracle. He's definitely the underdog there. And here's a guy, right, who people are going to, he was never electable. The GOP is throwing his race. They refuse to fund him. Fox News refuses to platform him. And why? Why? Because he's a real human being? Because he's like an authentic patriot, right? That's the only reason. Okay. And to me, I will say this about Lee Zeldin. It's not his fault, okay, because I'm not saying that he should go out there. I'm not saying that he should go out there and just I'm not saying he should just go out there and say, I don't want to be on Fox News. I don't want to get any airtime or whatever. But you have to ask a little bit of a question about the system, right? The Republican establishment, why it is that Lee Zeldin, who again, I hope he wins. But here's a guy in New York, okay, who is getting all the attention when you have a guy in Doug Mastriano, who number one is a better candidate, and number two is in a state that's more consequential over the long term, right? Because New York, yeah, it'll be great if we have the governorship there. Is it really ever going to fundamentally change New York? Is it ever even going to make New York like a center of the road state, right? Meanwhile, Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano being a good governor there could solidify Pennsylvania for the GOP for generations, for the Senate, for the governorship, for the presidency, right? You could see Doug Mastriano do to Pennsylvania what Ron DeSantis has done to New York. And they're throwing that away. You got to ask the question, why are they throwing that away? It's not because he's unelectable, okay? Because if they just gave him the resources, he campaigns very hard. If they just funded him a little bit, he would not be unelectable, okay? It's like this self-defeating feedback loop. They tell him, you're not electable at the same time while they give him no resources. Like, you see what's happening there. So, I don't know, okay? But we're going to go to break really quick, and when we come back, our co-host Jackson will be in here. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, folks.
Here, hold on.
All right, we are back. All right. Jackson is imminent. Let's go. Vince, let Jackson take over. It's important night, but you sound like you need rest, big guy. I'm literally fine. How dare you question my health? Okay. Do I look like John Fetterman to you? Do I look like Mr. Biden to you? I've never been healthier in my life. Okay, let me say that. This is true. But no, unironically, I feel fine. Okay, I'm doing fine. My voice is just not there. Okay, but like again, what can you do about that? But besides that, I feel just fine. Okay, an energy drink at this hour, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Well, first of all, I'm not actually drinking it at this moment. It's just there. Second of all, we'll be fine. Okay, we'll be fine. Do you forget I have like a cold? Like it's gonna make me tired anyway. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. I literally have Theraflu in this thing right here. Okay, you can stop being so concerned now. Okay. But let's see. Vince Dow didn't catch any illness. The Brandon virus caught Vince, and Vince will come out on top. This is so true. This is so true. I mean, ask yourself this question, okay? Yeah, I know my voice has sucked. Have we been off kilter tonight? Or has it been fine besides the voice? Don't question my health. I'm a very stable genius, okay? I've never felt health. I'm a vibrant young man. Okay. So you can stop the doubting. Okay. You can stop the doubting and the planned distrusting. Okay. Because we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine. Vince Dow looks in rougher shape than Fetterman. This is just not true. Okay. This is just not true. We are just fine. Okay. We are just fine. But all right, folks. Let's welcome to the stream my co-host Jackson Rowell. How you doing? People are probably going to be on your side tonight because they're like, "Oh, we don't want to listen to this voice." Okay, but what's up?
Well, it's great to be here. It's blood red moon tonight. Hopefully that means the same thing for the election results, but barring anything nefarious, but we'll see. I've been, looking at Twitter all day, perpetually online, as that some may say, but it's looking good. The early vote's looking good so far, and ready to get into it.
Jennifer says, VinceDao, wanting you to rest is not plan, not trusting. It is plan, not trusting. It is 100% plan, not trusting.
Sleeps.
Because first of all, it assumes that like I actually am like really, really sick when I just don't have a voice. Okay. So yes, questioning my health is calling into question, is distrusting the plan. Are we truly on air if the on-air sign is off? Well, I told him to plug it in, but he forgot to do that. So, yes, real. All right, it's just gonna be there. It's just gonna be there. Maybe we'll turn it on the next break or something.
Yes.
But yeah, what a legend, streaming while on his deathbed. It's so true. It's so true. Okay. Rain or shine, we will do it. We will do it. Okay, this is true. This is true. But anyways, it is 6:48, folks. We are awaiting the poll closures in Georgia, Florida, New Hampshire. Those are the major ones. I guess Vermont. Is there a major race in Vermont? No, like governor's race or whatever.
Nothing like that's been nothing real. Nothing possible.
Yeah. All right. But there's some big races in New Hampshire, right? That's the one state I've not been paying any attention to.
Don Bolduc, who is like, kind of like he talks about the election. That's kind of like a big litmus test. Like, is somebody talk about 2020? Is somebody
okay? How many times are you gonna get us? Just
this is a political topic. I'm
YouTube doesn't see it that way. Okay, you got in trouble for this last time. Okay. He's taught. Okay, so we're gonna cut it off there. We're gonna cut it off there. Okay, but. Anyways, continue.
So Don Bolduc is cool. If I say it, you guys gotta trust me. Okay? I say it's cool. It's cool. Don Bolduc is cool. I can pull up the New Hampshire Senate, the RCP aggregate right now, which is an average of all the polls. Hassan is only up by 1.4% in New Hampshire. Hassan is the Democratic incumbent nominee. Right now, she's polling at 48.7 to Bolduc's 47.3. She's under 50%. It's going to be one to look out for.
We need a code word. The code word is fracking. They discuss fracking. This is true. New Hampshire always votes for the non-incumbent, I've heard. It's just one of those weird states. I don't know. But I remember people in 2020 thought they had a chance. And it ended up not really being that close.
It was very close in 2016.
Yeah, it was close. It was close, much closer in 2016. But all right, let's see here. So we got that. So we got that. We got Georgia and we got Florida. All right. That's coming up in 10 minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get the first poll closures. Are you able to share your screen on there? Is there like a share thing on the bottom?
Present.
Yeah. I think. Should be good. But anyways, we await, folks. And then at 7:30, we'll have the polls closing in North Carolina, big Senate race there, right? And Ohio. We expect Republicans seem like they're going to be in pretty solid shape there. For some reason, people were acting like Ohio was in play. Mitch McConnell saw something there that made him scared. I think it's really that he wanted to send money somewhere stupid so that way, it wouldn't go to other candidates. We'll be looking at the Vance race in Ohio. Mike DeWine will probably win by like 20, which is just strange. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I understand like a Brian Kemp or a Greg Abbott or something. Mike DeWine is terrible. Yet somehow he's just like an electoral juggernaut. Like this dude locked down Ohio on like the levels of like a blue state. Like it was terrible.
Yeah, and I don't know how he has the base. Doesn't
It's just strange because you have who's the guy before DeWine, the one that like is the anti-Trumper, Kasich, right? That's his name, right? Yeah. I don't know how Ohio like on one hand produces like Trump +8, the JD Vances and whatnot. Like it's a Rust Belt state. It's like a populous state, and on the other hand, somehow it also pumps out Kasich and DeWine
well,
and
it's still infected by the establishment, like just like anywhere, like they're everywhere. They can get in Ohio, they'll get in Florida, they're big down south, everywhere.
But you'd expect the thing is you'd expect that in the Midwest because Ohio was more like swing for a while. You'd expect that the GOP is not as entrenched as it is in the South.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's like trying to take out a political machine for the Republicans in the South is very hard because it's been in power for decades or whatever. It's like Ohio is like a realignment state. It's a little bit of an older realignment state, but still, it's very strange how someone like a DeWine is able to operate a machine there.
Yeah,
it's confusing to me.
Money always wins.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where it is.
Real. Vince, did you watch the newest John Doyle video posted yesterday? No, I've literally just been sleeping and I've not watched it yet. No, it's like 2 hours, so I will watch it at some point probably, but I've not watched it yet. Okay, I've not sat down for the 2 hour video yet, but real. Let's see. John Doyle doesn't want Ron DeSantis to run against Trump since elitist GOP will use DeSantis as a weapon against Trump, which will either lead to DeSantis ruining his career or stopping Trump. I mean, the thing is that first of all, I don't think DeSantis, unless Trump totally like just screws up like massively, like I don't even know what he could do. I don't really think that Ron DeSantis has. I mean, Trump would have to campaign. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Ron DeSantis would be exactly much of a favorite to win there. That's number one. But yeah, I mean, it is absolutely true that that Ron is something of a pivot vehicle, by the establishment away from Trump, right? And we've said that for a very long time. In fact, I saw an article from Fox just the other day talking about how like GOP mega donors want DeSantis over Trump. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the point. You know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be some type of like royal slight at Trump or whatever. It's like, okay, and that's what I will say, because I think there's a lot of people who, there's a lot of like normal Republican voters. I don't think they're the majority, but I think there is a sizable minority that's like, well, I like Trump, but I want DeSantis because he's more electable or whatever, and this and that.
You hear that?
It's like
just from like the boomer population or like really Gen Xers too. Like
like
football games or anywhere, like you'll have some like great Republican, like probably he'll barbecue up with you. He's a cool guy, but then he's like, yeah, I mean. He's Trump.
Yeah, we got in an argument with this boomer at the Georgia Florida game the last few weeks ago over this question because like Ron was the special captain or whatever, and
honorary coin flipper.
Yeah, honorary coin flipper, and he's like, "Yeah, that's president." Yeah, and I was 2024, and I was like, "No, dude." It was very fun. It was very funny. Two Republicans. Arguing at a football game over Trump versus DeSantis. That was quite a sight.
Yeah, I think you said too. You're like, why are we arguing? We're on the same side.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't about to make an enemy of this guy, but no, I didn't say why are we arguing. I said it was funny that we were arguing.
Yeah,
like you watching like two Republicans argue with each
other.
other.
There is a reason.
Yeah. But that's I think that's the question that people should ask themselves. The people who subscribe to these talking points. Why is it, right? Why is it that the GOP establishment, the Never Trump group, which I don't think you guys like particularly all that much either, right? Because you got most of the ordinary DeSantis 24 person like, don't get me wrong, in the establishment, it's, you know, where like that's getting pushed from. But a lot of like the ordinary DeSantis 24 people who don't hate Trump, they're just like more electable, whatever. I would like to you guys to ask yourselves, like, why is that? Why is that the GOP mega donors and the establishment and all the people that you don't like are clamoring for a DeSantis presidency, and they're so anti-Trump? You know what I mean? Like, you know, what's going on there? Because even if you think that, oh, well, Ron is a great governor, which I agree he is, you got to ask yourself, why is he being used as a pivot vehicle, right? And I think that's the question that needs to be asked. GOP Josh says, Vince, are you sick? Yes. Okay. GOP Josh has been doing a lot of trolling the last few streams. This is true.
I have some data from Nevada.
You're sharing the wrong tab, by the way.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm just reading off my phone.
Okay. Well, turn that off and then share the other. You got to click on which browser tab to share.
No, I'm just reading this off my phone. This isn't.
No, but I'm saying for like when I share your screen, you're sharing the wrong screen.
Okay.
But anyways,
I don't even have. Okay, so yeah, this is relevant. But Nevada, this is from John Ralston, who is like the big. I don't know, he has a liberal bias, but he's like everybody literally takes his word as fact when it comes from anything Nevada politics, election related. And you know, he's the reason a lot of people actually switch their Senate predictions for Nevada. If you've seen that lately, for the longest time, it was always, oh, Laxalt's the best. Laxalt's this great candidate. This guy hates Laxalt, puts out this lengthy document talking about all the early vote results from the past few days and how, oh, this isn't too good for Democrats. Here's like 6 scenarios and 5 of them Republicans are winning big. And he goes on to predict, his final prediction was that Lombardo would win the governor, running for governor, Republican running for governor, and Laxalt would lose. And it just makes no sense, but his word was just taken as like the utmost supreme fact. So that was kind of funny if you guys have been paying attention to that. But he just tweeted out, Democratic turnout in Clark, which is Las Vegas, is now 45%. GOP turnout is 56%. And he's saying, oh, this makes no logical sense.
Whoa, how could this be?
How could that happen? It's almost like we have a terrible incumbent president, and not even just like, oh, he's, you know, Democrat, like terrible Democrat. Like, this is the worst president we've ever seen in our lives. Like in the history of the United States, this is the worst president ever. Like I'll say that. That's pretty factual, I think. Not even just an opinion. Like, it's too clear to be an opinion.
That guy just sounds like I don't know. Nate Silver. I don't know. There's the Rep has always called them the election mafia.
Yes,
literally just like the nerds who think they know everything, which it doesn't even make sense. Adam Laxalt's like the big candidate. How does the GOP lose the governorship? Win the governorship of Nevada, but lose the Senate race? Like, doesn't make any sense.
I think Lombardo used to be sheriff. So that's like the only thing is, though, like Laxalt is one of those guys that's like liked by everybody, you know, like he's the establishment doesn't really see too much of a threat in him because he's not crazy. Like, he's not like and when I say crazy is a good thing, you know, for me personally, but he could be a little more crazier, but he's all right. He's not like a liberal. He's not gonna, he has a backbone. Like, he's liked by pretty much every wing of the party.
Yeah.
Like, he has that support of the base and the independent draw too. So it just doesn't make sense why somebody could say that.
All right, folks, it is 7 p.m. We just got poll closures in Georgia. No results yet. Let's see. Let's see if we got anything from Florida yet.
Remember, the Panhandle doesn't close until 8.
Yeah.
Different time.
True. All right. No reporting yet. We'll see. All right. But anyways, Tater Putin for $5 says DeSantis seems great, but never lose sight of the goalposts. Trump is the man. If DeSantis is legit, then that's 4 more years plus 8 for DeSantis. So true. So true. All right. We will wait. I don't actually know exactly when the numbers are going to pour in here, but we'll see. There aren't that many countries in the world that have strong leaders like Trump, Bolsonaro, Zelensky, Orban, etc. Thank you, Representative Dan Crenshaw. Yes, so true, so true.
Manlet leader.
Finstow, how are you going to decorate the Georgia governor's mansion? Okay, I'm not gonna. I disavow vandalism against the Georgia governor's mansion. Okay, would never do such a thing. I saw Jennifer asked earlier. Isn't Jackson from Georgia? Ask him how Georgia can be dumb enough to vote for Stacey. Well, they're not gonna be though.
Yeah, they're not.
You see, Kemp is destined to win pretty big this time. Stacey hasn't been running much of a campaign anyway. You know what I mean?
It's just the same old spiel, like, oh, you gotta, we need to come together and kill a bunch of babies, and we need democracy. That's the Democratic campaign. They can't campaign on actually anything because they have done nothing. Like they have nothing to actually say. Like, here's what we've done. Like, remember in 2020, like, it's crazy how this wasn't enough. Like, I remember in 2020, Trump had like a list, like he had like 4 pages worth of like accomplishments that like him and Kayleigh McEnany would like read out, like in all these interviews and stuff like that. And it's just like literally like 4 pages worth of like different accomplishments and things that like are like like logistical data points. Like, is there anything they've done like other than just rhetoric? Like rhetoric? It's crazy.
Yeah, the thing about Georgia is that, I know the common take or whatever is that it's done. You know what I mean? Like next few years, those are the last Republican years of Georgia. I think if the suburban realignment holds, because you saw like the suburbs have come over to like the Republicans by like 17 points and whatnot. I think if the suburban realignment holds, you could see Georgia stay red, right? Now it won't be like the epic, the greatest state ever in terms of politics, but I don't know if we see like just suburban trends in general, move more and more to the right and kind of stay that way. I don't know. You could see the state kind of hold on to itself. Who knows? We'll see.
You also need, if some candidates could engage, obviously Trump is great at engaging the rurals. It's the suburbs that hurt him. But look at like the Senate races. Like the turnout difference between in 2020 between like the actual race and the general and the runoff, it's crazy. Like 300,000 less Republicans voted. A lot of that came from the rurals. Like they did not go out and vote the second time. That's key. You got to get those country boys down south to vote. South Georgia, all the like Charlton County, Camden, all those guys. You need everybody to go out and vote.
Lots of Georgians want more money for dem programs, and Abrams would deliver on that. Well, in inner city Atlanta, absolutely, but that's not the only reason that like Georgia is turning. It's really because of the Atlanta suburbs, right? And like I said, the thing is, if we continue to see like the suburban shift back to the GOP, that would imply that like Georgia's going to hold on. Again, we'll see. But that's what's really been churning Atlanta is not inner city Atlanta, because that's always been blue. It's the growth of the suburbs and the shift of the suburbs, right? They didn't like Trump, suburbanites and suburban women didn't like Trump, whatever. Well, now you're seeing them come back, right? And I think judging by this election, you'll probably see some pretty decent coming back of suburban voters to the GOP. And if you can keep all those like Atlanta suburbs Republican again, who knows, right? I think the math there actually doesn't add up for the Democrats, but we'll see. Never forget, we don't make it here without Trump. So true. Real. But
think about your average suburban woman, though. Is she really that like keen on and just really lusting for like all of like abortion, for the total like destruction of like school integrity and morality? Like, no, there's no way. Like, these people have kids. Like, that's the turning point right there. Like, they actually, and I know it's like a boomer thing to say like, oh, like the Dems went too far this time. They don't piss too many people off. But like, it's actually true. Like that's real. Like they really did go too far. I think they would be smarter than that. But
all right, first results in out of the governor's race. This is they count like mail-in votes first, but this doesn't mean anything. But with 4% in, again, this is mostly actually. Let's see. This is Broward County. That's the only county that's reported so far. But if we have, let's see, if like the early mail-in votes in Broward are only that margin, that's pretty good.
Where are they at?
It's like 62-37. I think Florida counts all like their mail-in and early stuff first. So the election day,
Florida has much a great, like we do it right down here.
Yeah, real.
It should be the standard.
So that's 67% of Broward. All right. Oops, my bad. Let's see if the Senate's reporting anything yet. Nothing out of the Senate race. There's not really any contentious congressional races in the state, which is interesting.
There could be though, just because like if the numbers are, I mean, you look at the early vote numbers, like not just including. So that was, I'm pretty sure that's just mail-in what we saw, like not the actual like in-person early vote.
Well, 67%, so it's probably like mail-in and early, like some early, yeah. But it's Broward County. I mean, Broward County's a
thing is
county.
like looking at Broward, like Republicans were leading in the early vote. So
yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
If maybe that is just mail-in, like really swinging it. That's probably what it is. But like,
oh no, Charlie Crist won. So true, so true. DeSantis 24 is so over, bros. So over. If conservatives control big tech, I would censor people, then mutter democracy and install fact checkers that would say the U.S. is a republic. Yeah, no, we should honestly use like the fact checking things. That's what I want Elon to do with Twitter. Well, first I want him to actually reinstate my Twitter account, and then it would be quite good to actually have real fact checking. Vince, are you still sick? Yes. Although I feel much better than did yesterday. Yesterday I could not function or think. Right now I just have no voice. Like that's literally it. Gotta vote like your kids' lives depend on it because it does. So true, Joy Thomas.
Real.
So true. All right, let's see if we got anything in Georgia. Dang it. Why would you make another tab? All right, hold on. Technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. All right. All right, 1% in Georgia. Raphael Warnock has a 55 to 44-ish lead. Do you know how Georgia counts? Do they count? Well, in 2020, they just counted all over the place. But
yeah, I'm actually not sure if they have like a set system.
I don't think they do. From memory, I don't think they do. But let's see. Margin R plus 40 for this Carter dude. I assume that's pretty red. Williams, 61. Wow. All right, but there's your first results out of our future kids. Lol. Yeah, so true, so true. They are imminent. Okay. All right, we got a super chat from Disciple of Tiznek. By God, his name, Yeshua, please let Josh Hawley and Thomas Massey become the leader of the GOP. I don't know if I can read the second part of your super chat, Disciple, but it's so true. It's so true. Yes. Wow. Yeah. Yes. Let's see if we got any new.
So looking at looking at Georgia, the Richmond County, which is Augusta, it's one of the, not the biggest population center, obviously, because you got Atlanta to the west, but Augusta on the east side of Georgia, Warnock's at 75% in Richmond County. Kemp was able to win in 2018 with Abrams at like 67. So there's only 37% of the votes in there. We want to see that come down a little, though, which obviously, if this is early, that was a big batch. It's probably all early voting. It should
zoom in a little bit. Can you? Yeah.
So, obviously we want Herschel Walker's numbers to go up. We think they're going to. And there's some new results there as well. Herschel's going to sweep South Georgia, except Savannah, obviously. But all these counties are red. Atlanta, that's probably all the early vote.
The infamous Fulton County, yes. Greatest county on earth.
Obviously, we have DeKalb too, which is not too good, but it's a home of Vernon Jones.
Real. South Carolina called for Tim Scott. Yes.
Did he run unopposed? Or did he have a? Oh no, he had a.
Yeah, that was an obvious one. But yeah,
unopposed. He was unopposed in the primary. That's what it was.
Well, he had that guy Tim Swain, but I think Tim Swain dropped out.
No, he ran for state senate.
Did he he changed?
Senate.
Oh,
I don't think so.
No, I thought he might have changed his candidacy. I thought he was originally running against Tim Scott, from what I remember.
Battle of the Tims,
but I don't know. But let's see. Is that so? Brian Kemp's already in the lead here. Is that what I'm seeing? What's like the net margin right now?
Let me go to New York Times is killing me right now. They don't have like a governor's tab, so you just have to like
just search it. I usually just search it up. That's like better. Okay, let me see. I could probably
I haven't. It's Kemp is losing with 7% of the vote in. Obviously, a lot of that. You have 57% of the vote from Fulton, which is like one of the largest counties.
Zoom
he's
in there.
Losing 71-28 in Fulton. Abrams has got about 200,000 votes. If we look at 2018's numbers, though, Fulton about the same, 72. Kemp ended up with 26.7 in that, though, whereas now he's at 28. If that holds, that's good for Kemp. I mean, he's going to beat Abrams by more than in 2018. We know that. I mean, 2018 was a blue wave year, too.
Yeah.
And he mogged her. Let's see what happens now. It's going to be very, very good. 7% of the vote in.
How's the turnout looking in the red counties compared to 2018?
So Pierce has 57% in.
Yeah.
At Kemp's at 89 with around 4350 votes. There was just another vote dump I saw too. Look at Pierce here.
I'm kind of black-pilled on this, to be honest. Dude, is 7% reporting, okay?
What are you, red line?
Bro, Charlie Crist is leading Ron right now. It's so over. It's
never
over.
Been more over.
Okay, calm down, guys. You don't need to do it because
so
it's 7%.
Kemp ended up with 89 in 2018 in Pierce, but with only 6,000 votes. If they're saying that's 57% turnout, they're expecting even more here in Pierce, because he's only got 4,300 now, if that turnout's accurate. So
Zoom in
see,
there.
89%. So it's all, I mean, it's looking very similar so far. I haven't really is there any ticket splitting with the earliest? So Abrams has 73% of the vote in Richmond County. What's Walker doing? Let's check that. Excuse me, Warnock. Warnock has 75 in the same county. So there is a little bit of ticket splitting there.
So you said the other one's 72?
Abrams has 73.
That's not really anything
So,
consequential.
I mean, just in one county.
I mean, Kemp was always going to outrun Walker by a little bit, so that's not.
I mean, if it's 2%, that's probably pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
If that holds.
All right, we're looking all right, decent.
Floyd,
Everyone's now going to doom because 7%'s in, and
Kemp is ahead in
losing.
Floyd. It's tight right now. It's 4% of vote in. So there is some ticket splitting going on though. That's interesting.
All right, well, Ron DeSantis is taking the lead in Florida. Let me share my screen here.
Wow.
Oh wait, I hate that. Hold on. Wrong screen. Okay, well, you're on Georgia right now. Hold on.
Here, I can get to Ron.
Dude, literally, like, this is so annoying. Every time I try to, like, go back to the previous page, it has to, it insists on opening a new tab. This is terrible. It's
well, how about you?
Annoying.
How about you call him out and I'll get to him and then I can just share the screen.
That's fine. Okay.
Technical difficulties, folks.
All right.
36%
in. Ron is now in the lead. Let's see where we're reporting on it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I hate Miami-Dade County for the record, but let's go. Let's go.
This is,
they don't even know how to speak English, but we're voting Republican now.
Yes.
Wow.
This is
dude. That's 54 to 46.
Dude, it's only gonna get worse.
Wow.
It's only gonna get worse. This is 66%.
Dude, Miami-Dade is like ruby red.
Let's look at Pinellas as well. Pinellas, Charlie, this is his home district.
Yeah.
In Tampa. He's leading by 0.2%. that county went by, if I'm not wrong, like 7% to Biden. It was Biden plus 7. Let me pull up the.
Wow. That's incredible. Let's see. Orange County, 56-43. Yeah, of course. But
yeah, Pinellas County. Okay, never mind. Pinellas was it actually went 0.2 to Biden. So it is the same.
Yeah, so chat can stop dooming now, okay?
Hillsborough.
Look at those Miami-Dade numbers. Look at that.
Miami-Dade, the spread was pretty much reversed. It went by Biden by about plus 9. It was 53.4 Biden to 46.1 Trump.
Brandon Allen says, what about the polls haven't closed yet in Arizona? They close here. Let me see. I got the list. They close at 9 p.m. Eastern, so that's in less than 2 hours.
We'll get there. Very excited to.
That's. It's funny. The only like deep blue counties left in Florida besides Broward are like the college town counties, like Alachua. I think Leon is where Florida State is. That's kind of funny.
And Tallahassee is just a.
That's true. Tallahassee in general, yeah.
Duval should go red. Never mind. Actually, this is 100%. Never mind. Take that back. Duval went to Biden by plus 4. Right now, it is red. It is to DeSantis by plus 4. He's flipping. He's like flipping every county. Like,
and remember, Florida counts all their like early and mail and stuff first. So all these, it is the way it should be
everywhere.
All these numbers are only going to go up. Let's see. Look at this. DeSantis is now taking the lead in Pinellas County, Tampa. Again, this is Charlie Crist's home district. Ron's taking the lead there.
It's so over for Chris bros.
Yeah, it is.
I went to a Charlie Crist rally. I had to film him speaking, actually working with the RGA.
Yeah.
It was very cool. It was terrible though. I hated it. This guy compared himself to Christ. Like he said, I'm not even playing. He said that senior citizens that can't read very well will see my name and it looks like Christ. So they're going to vote me because they see DeSantis' name and it looks like Satan. He's to Satan. That's what I like the Satan stuff started like after that. Like, oh, run to Satan.
I don't know if I'm seeing that.
I don't know.
You have all the old people live in like the villages and stuff.
Yeah,
over here.
It's so
wow.
This is so over, dude. It's so good. It's
yeah, let's see. Them. I don't see senile people over in Naples voting for. All right, real. Hillsborough.
What's the numbers on that?
DeSantis leads by 0.8 right now.
In 2020, just 2 years ago, Biden won Hillsborough by 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can we stop dooming in the chat now? Okay.
This is Florida.
We tried
We
tried to
knew
tell
Florida.
you.
Let's
tried
get
to tell
back
you.
to.
All right.
Actually, it's New Hampshire. What are we doing there? Okay.
Real, vote for me if you don't read too good. Yes, this is the central argument of the Charlie Crist, candidacy, which tells you a lot. Look at this, college town. What are we teaching our children, man? Real.
Teaching them how to charge their phone.
Yeah, we're teaching them how to charge their phone.
2% of the vote in New Hampshire. I'm not sure how they do voting, if it's early or.
The New York Times might have a thing on the bottom, like they have their commentary. All right, let's check it back in on Georgia. I don't know what to make of this. 9%. It's probably a lot of let's see what counties are reporting so far. Look how much slower Georgia counts compared to Florida. Florida's already like 37% reporting or something. Georgia's only 9%.
We got to do better, Georgia. Come
on. What are y'all doing, man? But yeah, let's see. All right. Jackson, take over the stream for a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, looking at Georgia, I don't know. We got to wait. There's a lot of time to go. Warnock's still at 75 in Richmond. It's looking good. Let's get over to. Let's look at the House races. I don't know if anything's been called yet. Still a lot of stuff to go on. It's normally easier to look at the statewide races just by the way things count. This map is confusing. Let's go ahead. Virginia. Let's check out Virginia. So District 2, I believe, was the one. 2 was pretty good for Republicans. If we win that, it's pretty good for us. We expected to win that. Luria, the Democrat, is the incumbent, so that's a pickup for us. We should be picking that up. 6% of the vote in. Kiggins, the Republican, is winning by about 3,000 votes, which is 16%. It's looking good. District 7, Yesley Vega, 1% of the vote, and can't really say anything. She's up 71-29. It's great. By 1,500 votes. District 10, where's Hung Cao? It's our guy. This district it's in Nova, which is basically DC.
Yeah.
Hung Cao, less than 1% of the vote in, 77-23. It's probably
Hung Cao.
Obviously, election day. If we win VA 10, it's over. It's done. We did it. We won. We won everything.
What are the chances of that?
The bottom dropped out. I don't even think Youngkin lost here.
F democracy, long live the republic. So true. Noah Boyd says, if you guys get hungry, I'll order you some Chick-fil-A or whatever you want. Just need your apartment number / letter. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah. I appreciate that. Hung Cao is a name. Yes, he's Hung Cao. Hung Cao. I run for Congress in Nova. What's the Democrat bring great shame to? My honor. So true. What's crazy in Florida is that. Wait, let me go back to here. Orange County could be red by the end of the night. Let me see. Because it's light blue right now. Let me see.
This is such a white pill for Florida.
Dude, the whole state's
Florida
red.
Democrats, dude. They're terrible. They're just in disarray. it's like the worst thing. Like they're like in a constant state of black pill. Like they've taken the black pill. They haven't even taken the blue pill.
Well, yeah,
Like
because
they
usually
they OD'd on black pills.
Most states have watched themselves become more Democrat, but this is like a rare case of like Republicans or Democrats literally just watching like a state they used to have decent power and literally just like slip away.
So the numbers right now.
Let me see.
We haven't talked about Rubio. Rubio is up by 7.
I mean, they're both going to win.
Yeah. Is there any ticket splitting there? I wonder.
I'm sure there's going to be a little bit, but I don't. Let's see.
It'd be funny if DeSantis wins by more than Rubio.
No, he is.
He actually is. Yeah.
Let's see. It's 58-41 in Orlando for the.
That's great. That's great
for Rubio. Let's see what it is for DeSantis. See, DeSantis is actually winning Osceola County right now. 56-43. Let's see how much is reporting. 65 in. It'll be close. But I wouldn't be shocked if Orange County is red by the end of the night. Literally Orlando.
Check
65 in, early voting. I mean, we'll see. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be close. Tampa's extremely close. Was close right now.
Okay.
But again.
Florida, District 13, House. This was, pretty sure this was Chris' home. That's where Anna Paulina Luna is running. I think that's Charlie Chris' district. Like his home district where he runs. Yeah. It's District 13. Paulina Luna is down by 2 points with 71% of the vote in. That's winnable. That's,
yeah, it's totally winnable.
She's got 29% left. It's probably all election day. We're so up. That's a gain right there.
Real.
I was like,
yeah, let this be a message to all the libtards in this state. You can leave now, okay?
Get out.
Yeah,
go to California.
It's not your state no more. Real. Like literally all the people writing all these articles and stuff about, DeSantis COVID. Oh. Yeah.
People like it.
Real. People do like it.
People enjoy freedom.
Get out.
People enjoy some freedom.
So true. Yeah. Be sure to like this stream, guys. Real. Yeah. Real.
Let me check Twitter.
Yeah, no, this is crazy though. The Miami-Dade margins I think are crazy.
Okay, Ralston, the Nevada guy. He says, I had thought that the statewide R's, or some of them, would probably win rural Nevada by 50,000 votes. That would be in line with 2018.
Yeah.
But every rural county I have seen shows eye-popping numbers for the GOP, the latest one being Nye, which is the county. It could be much higher than 50,000. Of course.
So true.
Of course.
So true. Hey, look, guys, okay? Listen, on all the doomers in chat, it's not looking too bad, okay? Really, it's not looking too bad. But no, these Miami-Dade numbers is really what's blowing me away.
Okay.
Because he's up by 8 with like only the early and mail-in stuff counted. Didn't Trump like narrowly lost Miami-Dade, right? By like point something or whatever, like 1 point.
I believe Trump lost Miami-Dade by 7.
Oh, really?
He lost Miami-Dade by about 80,000 votes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Ron leads by 8 points now. Wow, that's crazy.
He flipped it. Like he like completely reversed it.
Yeah, true. Wow.
He's doing that. Hillsborough is actually, oh wait, this is okay, so Demings is up against Rubio 50-49 in Hillsborough right now. DeSantis
leads in Hillsborough.
Florida.
I think both of them will end up winning Hillsborough, though.
Yeah, DeSantis is up by about 0.8.
Wow.
In Hillsborough. That's very good that DeSantis is outrunning Rubio, not the other way around. Because like we get so caught up in like the war, right? Like Trump v. DeSantis, and like it's like, oh, Trump or DeSantis is like establishment. He's really like on a rhetorical level, like to the voters, to the average voter, he is like very right wing.
Yeah.
Like to the average dude who's just, going to, he's got his libertarian flag up or the Gadsden flag, I guess.
I don't think it's surprising, though, because, just look at the funding and look at the name recognition popularity. It's like when you have a war chest as big as
over 100 million.
Yeah, and Val Demings has more money than freaking Charlie Chris does. I don't know.
Charlie Chris too is just so unelectable. Like let's talk about electability here. Like, this guy is frail, he's weak, he has been in the game for so long and got nothing done. Like, he's done nothing. A lot of his like Supreme Court appointments over the years, like in his term, like he's been the governor of Florida before, and he did nothing. Like, nothing. He was just like a centrist, like nobody.
Yeah.
Why would anybody vote for that when you have somebody giving you like actual results, like in terms of like fighting for things, like it's just a recent thing too, like banning the trans like surgeries for minors. Like we expect that, like that should be normal, but that's not really happening anywhere. You don't really have a lot of governors. Like, we should be fighting for that more, obviously. Like, this isn't a crazy thing. Like, governors should be speaking out against trans surgeries for minors, gender affirming care. But DeSantis went ahead and did that, and that's a good thing. Like, I've only seen that like twice, like us in like Tennessee. I don't know how, like actually banning it for minors. Maybe I'm wrong. There could be more.
We take a look at polls just closed in Ohio and North Carolina. We'll be monitoring the Senate races there specifically. Mike DeWine, people are telling me they already called it there. Yeah, not surprising. We will call that too. 11%
of the vote isn't in Georgia. That's crazy.
Why are they so slow?
Florida has over 51%.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that like Brian Kemp claimed that he fixed the election process. Remember, like he passed all that stuff saying we're gonna make it more transparent. And well, that clearly it's not working so well because
DeKalb County,
you've got 9%, okay, 11% now. When the state down south already has like 51%. Average Brian Kemp policy.
DeKalb County has 0% reported, which is like the center of Atlanta.
What are they doing?
Charging their phone.
Yeah, charging their
phone.
Eating their hot chip.
Lying.
Breaking
their water pipe.
Yep, real.
Abrams in 2018 won DeKalb by over 200,000 votes.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be very similar.
And Warnock's going to reap there. So that's not good. You still have a lot of votes to come in for Warnock. But obviously none of these counties.
There's a lot to come in. Let me share the other screen here. There's a lot to come in for Walker too, though, no? Because look at all these like rural counties.
Oh, yeah. They're untouched.
Yeah. I don't know if we can really say much about this at all right now. Change your okay. All right, I'll change the banner. All right. So again, we just got poll closures in Ohio, and North Carolina and West Virginia. Although I don't think there's anything major happening in West Virginia. At 8 p.m., we will have poll closures in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. So I have a lot of results to look at very shortly here. But let's see. His name is Hung Kao. Real. That's the hype.
And his name
there is no other
Hung
hype.
Kao.
The hype is his name is Hung Kao.
He is winning with 2% of the vote in.
Yes.
By 20%. 60-40. Hung Kao. Yes.
Hung Kao. I think Virginia does the opposite. I think they count election day first. Because I remember in 2020, Trump was like winning for the first like 40%.
He needs to,
we need to trust the plan. Hung Kao. Let's go, Hung Kao. Real. Can we get 07s for Hung Kao in the chat? So true. Let me look back here. Nothing out of Ohio yet. Anything out of North Carolina yet? Let's see. No, nothing there yet either. Both of these seem like pretty safe races for Republicans. But we wanna make sure, obviously. Hung Cal endorsed by VinceDao. So true. So true. His name sounds like mine. Therefore, he's based.
Yes.
I don't know what he stands for, but his name sounds like mine. Real. How do you have 47% in for the governor, but 46? I don't know. That's weird.
Fracking.
Real.
Kat Kamak is up in District 3, 54 to 45.
Well, our favorite person, the
It's R. Stacy.
the pro, yeah, the pro gay marriage congresswoman. She's one of the 57. She's one of the infamous 57.
Yep.
And she went so far. She compared. Didn't she compare the people who voted against gay marriage to like slavery or something like that?
Yeah, she had like a pro civil rights argument. She's like not it's not like a marriage was created by God or anything. Like that doesn't matter. Yeah.
And what's funny is she claimed it was a principled stand for the Constitution.
Yeah, she was like, "This is conservatism."
What in the Constitution federalizes gay marriage? Like that doesn't make any sense.
I'm sure that our founding fathers wouldn't take one look at like the most chill gay couple and not just puke everywhere.
Well,
like that.
Here's the thing though, right? Is that like, how is it? Because like even if you want to take her stupid argument in good faith, which is not, how is it small government? How is it federalist to federalize gay marriage? Like that's an issue that's way out the realm of the Commerce Clause. Like there's nothing like constitutionally principled about it. It's like a totally activist liberal, ruling. And she went out and said that she was defending the Constitution by voting for gay marriage. Real.
The utter state.
The utter state. She's also just cringe.
Yeah. Yeah, candidate.
Yeah, real. But anyways, Dow Cal ticket 2032. Yeah, so true. So true. Vince Dow and Hung Cal are inevitable. I need to try to get an interview with Hung Cal. Yes.
I wonder how he sounds.
Can you imagine the meme?
He's like a veteran. Like he's like a strongman type, I'm pretty sure. But he's obviously
who the heck is Cow? His name is Hung Cow. What do you mean, Mr. Easy?
And his name was Hung Cow.
His name is Hung Cow. That's who he is. The ballad of Hung Cow. It is inevitable. It is truly inevitable. Leave my girl Cat alone. No, she's cringe and voted for gay marriage. She will not be left alone. Also, your girl. Oh, that's what you're into. I don't know. I can't say I relate. Okay. Let's see. Nothing moving out of Georgia. I don't think we're gonna be able to call Georgia tonight. It's probably gonna be a morning call as usual. Always look at blue states and we're like, oh, well, what do they do this? But Georgia has literally had Republican governorship forever, and this is what they do to themselves. 9 to 11%. Oh, 9 to 11% in. What did they mean by this? Actually, 9. Wasn't it 11 earlier?
In Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it go down? I guess they're back to 9%.
Oh wow.
Why did he hang a cow? That's so mean. He's a savage. He's a real epic based and red-pilled savage. Hung Cow is Vietnamese too, LMAO. I'm telling you, Hung Cow. He's the GOAT. He's the legend. He's the greatest. Okay. And his name alone may get him a surprise victory. Who knows? His name is Hung Cow. How can he lose? How can you lose when his name is Hung Cow?
Ohio Senate, guys, it's time to doom.
Wow.
Tim Ryan is up 74 to 26 on JD Vance. His that video of him shooting a pistol the other day, that did it.
Mail ballots must be post. What is this nonsense? Must be postmarked before the election and have 10 days to arrive. Yeah, that's how elections work, right? You can send in the ballot after election day. Yeah, that's fantastic. This stream will be up for 2 weeks if you're trying to call any meaningful elections. Hey, listen, we'll go as long as it takes. we have to stream for a straight month, we will stream for a straight month. No, if you are ready for this. Let me see though. So this is okay. So they've reported out of Columbus, which is Columbus is very blue. I know that. So that's where most of these results are coming in from so far. This sort of like eastern part of Ohio is kind of like the Trump country region. And look at those margins. Look at that. 231 to 50 votes. Incredible.
Columbiana.
But yeah, I mean, Columbus being blue, that's not a surprise. But that's all that's reporting out of Ohio so far.
If that's all early, or at least all mail, does Ohio do mail? You know that?
I don't know the order they count. Let me see if they have a.
I mean, one would assume if that's all mail, that'll shrink good. It's fun.
Franklin County is pretty blue anyway, though.
Yeah, I mean it's Columbus.
Yeah. Is there any red college town besides Lynchburg? I want to study on that. Does anyone know? Do you guys know of a single red college town besides Lynchburg, Virginia? I feel like they're all. Columbus is the capital where OSU. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Okay, so we got new votes in. Madison County, Vance with a pretty big lead. Putnam County, Vance again with a pretty big lead. Let's see what we got. Stark County.
When does Rhode Island close? I'm trying to check out the hung cow of the north, Mr. Fung.
I don't even know if I wrote Rhode Island on here.
They close at 8.
Okay, they close at 8.
Yeah, Mr. F.
Mr. F. Real.
It's
College Station. Okay, all right.
Man, too bad their football team's so. Really?
Too bad they're just so cringe, but they're also very right wing.
I feel like Texas is like complacent about how cool they are to the point where they're like not cool.
True.
Like if you live in Texas, like sorry about it. Like you guys just like claim to be so cool because like oh yeah Texas and like then you have like I don't know you guys are just you find a lot of cringe in Texas. It's getting better though. I think there's been a turn. I saw like that article that was like liberals are leaving Austin. In mass. Like they just can't put up with it anymore. Maybe they'll actually go to California.
Fung isn't as based as Cal, but he's good for his district. I don't know anything about Fung. I just saw him campaigning at like an Italian parade, and I was like, that's literally me. That's literally me.
So true. He goes to a lot of like high school football games, which I don't know like the reasoning for that because like I don't think most of those kids can vote. But
he likes football.
That's true. Yeah,
he's part of the football caucus. Voted red in California. Friday. Walked in with a job. Do you mean the other thing with JB? But thank you for the 5 Tater Putin. Appreciate it. And
1% of the
are
vote
you?
Oh wait.
Tater Putin. I don't know if you're in LA, but that LA's mayor's race is actually pretty interesting. It hasn't been talked about a lot, but I'm aware of it because it's where I'm from and all. You got basically this like Republican, Rick Caruso is like this really rich guy. He's running as a Democrat, but he's basically a Republican. Well, he is a Republican. He just is running as a Democrat for the purpose of it. But he's running on this totally like, common sense campaign. Oh, we're going to clean up the city, stop the crime, all that stuff. And then he's running against Karen Bass, who we all know Karen Bass, the just radical communist, who was actually a communist. She was literally part of like the Mao Zedong. Like she was part of some like Maoist thing when she was younger or whatever. But she's just radical, whatever. It's an interesting race. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. Karen Bass she won the plurality, I should say, in the primary, and she leads in these polls by about 4. But we'll see what happens. And it is LA, so San Luis Obispo, very red everywhere, but college town, gerrymandering works. Yeah, so true. So true. California is probably one of the most gerrymandered states in the country. But Republicans and their voter suppression, right? All right, let's see. More reporting out. Let's see where it reported. Lorain County. I don't know where that is. It looks like it's outside Cleveland, but it also looks, well, I don't know. We'll see. See Summit County, Stark. I mean, these are the biggest margins.
Very early.
Yeah. We'll just keep an eye on it.
14% in Putnam County. JD Vance is up 67-33. I'll check the it's the baseline for that.
Brian E says I'm in the Inland Empire. Real. Look at all these Californians in chat. Wow. They called Kentucky. Yes, they've called Kentucky for Rand Paul. Apparently,
Charles Booker lost. No way. That's
Who?
crazy. Charles Booker, the Democrat running for that. Have you heard of him? He's just been like campaigning like it's like a winnable race. Like Kentucky is a winnable race for a resist lib Democrat. He made that ad of him like hanging in the noose. Like, have you seen that?
Did
like,
he really?
Yeah, he made an ad of like he was like, "This is the Republic. This is what Republicans want," and like he had like a
We need
noose
to
around
watch
his
this.
neck.
We need to watch this. Hold on.
Just look up Charles Booker noose ad.
Right. Come up. Wow. Near the lakes are more Dem. Yeah, I know. Northeast Ohio often goes Dem, Blue Dog Dems. All right, let's see. Kentucky. Charles Booker. Guys, I think it's called Pain of Our Past. All right, let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Content warning. This contains strong imagery. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay. This is the guy, again, for those of you just joining us, this is the guy running against Rand Paul.
Persists to this day. In Kentucky, like many states throughout the South, lynching was a tool of terror. It was used to kill hopes for freedom. It was used to kill my ancestors. Now, in a historic victory for our Commonwealth, I have become the first Black Kentuckian to receive the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. My opponent, the very person who compared expanded health care to slavery. The person who said he would have opposed the Civil Rights Act. The person who single-handedly blocked an anti-lynching act from being federal law.
Yes,
the choice
Rand Paul is a hugest racist.
Do we move forward together? Or do we let politicians like Rand Paul forever hold us back and drive us apart? In November, we will choose healing. We will choose Kentucky.
I can't believe this guy lost. Wow.
That's like the lamest thing to do, though. Like when politicians like say, like, "Oh, like."
I know it's not a revolutionary take, but he unironically put the noose on himself. Like, it's like, yeah.
He
Goes to show he has never. Oh wait, no. Look, it's just, his comments are all like Republicans like making fun of this. Bubba Wallace called. He wants.
Yeah. I was about to say it's a Bubba Wallace moment.
The first thing came to my mind was how. Let's see. Jussie Smollett must be the campaign manager. Lol. So true. Okay, these see, I was hoping to read some comments from like libtards who were like, "Wow, so true. This stuff happens all the time." But unfortunately, but unfortunately for the purposes of content, it's all Republicans in the comments. This message was sponsored by Subway sandwiches, now serving to 2 a.m. So true.
I don't know if a lot of like inner city subway locations can go past 2 a.m. or can get up there. They probably have to close early.
Wow, best advert for democracy I have seen. You find their comment has no likes. That's hilarious. All right, let's get back to some of the results here. But I really can't believe that guy lost. It must be because of voter suppression. That must be the reason.
Let's get some more Florida white pilling.
Yeah.
Let's see where we are with that.
I remember that being debunked, like his ancestors hadn't been or something. Well, he probably said his ancestors as in just like black people. Like, oh, I'm black. Those are my ancestors. But yes. Yes, no, Kentucky, unironically, is MAGA country. It's so true. In 100 years of recorded lynchings, there were less than 2,000 lynchings, and 1/3 of those were whites. P.S. Lots of the lynched were also guilty as sin. Well, I definitely think the whole phenomenon of lynching. I mean, I don't deny that it happened, but I definitely think it's
lynching different from like hanging? Like, is it the same thing? Is that?
Well, lynching is like when like a mob does it instead. Like they just
So it's not like.
But yeah, you're right. It is like statistically speaking very overblown. Like people act like it was just happening all the time on a regular basis. Like, let's be real. Coastlines and waterfronts are always blue. Is there an obvious war map yet? Whoa!
What?
Disavow. But thank you for the super chat. Can't read that on YouTube.
Okay, DeSantis right now in
Minecraft,
County,
of course.
Pinellas County. Biden won this by 0.3.
Zoom in.
DeSantis right now is 54-45, winning Pinellas, which is Chris' home district. Yeah, it's a swing to the right of.
Have they called it yet?
9 points.
Has New York Times called it yet?
It'll probably.
Why is it not called yet?
It's not 8 p.m. I bet once it hits 8 p.m. because like they can't really call it if like all the precincts haven't reported yet. I guess they should definitely call it. Watch like the entire panhandle just be like straight blue, like 100%. That'd be I don't even think that'd be enough though with a red Miami-Dade.
Yeah, real.
It's insane.
What's the margin now in Miami-Dade?
It is 54-45. DeSantis plus 50,000 votes.
Wow. The based non-English Minecraft. Yeah, I know it was in Minecraft. I know. The based non-English speaking Miamians.
Right now, total Florida. DeSantis is ahead. 68% of the vote in, according to New York Times. 56.7 to 42.7. Plus 14.
Well, but we can't call the race yet because
this is outrageous. This is Florida. This is purple. It's supposed to be purple.
All right, I don't care. We're gonna call the race. Okay, we're gonna call the race. I made a few graphics. Okay, wait.
Yes.
Oh wait, I forgot to put it on loop. Hold on.
DeSantis is winning Jacksonville by 11 points. Duval County, which is like the entirety of Jacksonville.
Real. Okay, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the VinceDao decision desk is now calling the state of Florida for Governor Ron DeSantis. So true. And you know what? Why not? We will also call the Senate race, which I don't know if I made a graphic for that. Oh, I did. Yes. And we will be calling the Senate race for Marco Rubio. So true. I don't know why the New York Times won't do it. Stupid panhandle, whatever. We're going to do it. Okay. We're calling the state of Florida. No surprise to anyone. But yeah, rare non-English speaking people living in America W. Yeah, I know. Miami-Dade, the exception, not the rule. But I still can't say I particularly like being there. Like I know when people are in a place, they're like, oh, it must be Republican, so I'm gonna like have this confirmation bias to like it. Dude, nobody speaks English. It reminds me a lot of LA. Actually, I'll tell you something. They have more people speak fluent English in LA than Miami-Dade. I stand by that. Like from my experience, like that
South
has to be
Florida
true.
is North Cuba. That's
It is. And North
the
Haiti.
epitome of
Yeah,
it.
North Haiti.
Besides
Cuba
the
and
Keys,
Haiti.
the Keys is like, I don't know. It's tourist. It's a tourist trap. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a real place. But
Miami does not feel like it is America.
Monroe
if I'm
County,
gonna be
which
honest.
includes the Keys, 59-41 DeSantis. In 2020, Monroe was 53-45. So that's 18. It's plus 18 now. It was plus 8. So that's a swing of 10 points.
DeSantis winning is
everywhere.
almost a certainty. Oh, almost? Really? Almost? We call the race, okay?
Yeah, it's over.
We've called it.
It's
We've
over.
called it. But yeah, let's check back in on Ohio. Let's see. Let me see where we at there.
6%.
Vince loses his voice at LSU game. I didn't lose it from the game. I got sick. I came back super sick. 6% in. No estimates yet. Hung Kao wins the presidency. So true. So true. We're calling the emperorship for Hung Kao. Real.
Emperor Cal.
Yes.
Very northwest Georgia, Dade County, home of Trenton, which whatever you do, not look up their flag. Flag of Trenton, Georgia. It's crazy. 56-42%. 2% of the vote in.
We got to run up those margins. That's not enough.
We'll get there. 2%. It's probably like the less than 200 people who decided to do mail in there.
Yeah. How can you be a liberal and live in Dade County?
Yeah. It's Georgia's Dade County, not Florida's.
Yeah.
It's like the complete opposite. It's like literally like that's so funny too. Florida's, which it's Miami-Dade, but Florida's Dade County is the very like southernmost county.
Yeah.
It's normally supposed to be like the Democratic stronghold. Very foreign. And then you have Dade County, Georgia, which is all the way north. It's like almost 100% white. Very Republican.
Isn't it what Hazard County is based on?
Pretty much.
In the Dukes of Hazzard?
Pretty much.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Hazard County was actually like because they used to, in like season 1, I was looking up, got to know your Dukes of Hazzard fun facts, right? I'm sorry, Dukes of Hazzard. I was talking to Presley about that, and she said, it's Dukes of Hazzard. It's not Dukes of Hazzard. It's not like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I felt like hurt. I was like, dang, I'm not even really Southern. They actually filmed it south of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Then they moved to LA for like bigger sets and stuff once it took off. But it's like, hills of Georgia. That's like all they really say. It's kind of like Springfield.
Well, hills of Georgia's got to be the north.
Yeah. Well, Atlanta, it's kind of hilly too. But they don't really say, like, like in The Simpsons, like they like Springfield could be like anywhere. It's kind of like what Hazard County is. It's just wherever a bunch of rednecks are. Open. Good old Georgia.
Yeah, Dade County did not rejoin the Union until 1945.
They had a big celebration.
Yeah, real.
Documentary incoming, possibly.
Real. Let's see. Ohio taking forever. Wow, average Ohio moment.
I wonder. Alabama has just been called by New York Times for Katie Britt right at 8:00. Okay, so we should have some panhandle.
Are they going to call Florida yet?
Let's see. So let's go to Florida. It's not been called. It's still 0% in. I'm kind of confused. Why not? Like, you wouldn't just call it right at 8?
It's so obvious, dude. Like
he's up by like 1 million votes.
Yeah, and this all election day turnout.
Like, he's literally up by 900,000 votes right now. Over 14%. And like West Florida is It's South Alabama. You know.
Well, yeah, that's all gonna come in like super red. Like, what are they waiting on? This is a psyop. They just don't want to admit that Ron Death Satan has just destroyed them. Like
Yes.
Fox called Rubio, so they called Rubio, but not Ron. That's leading more. How does that make any
Has
sense?
Fox not called Ron?
That doesn't make okay. Is this we love the media?
Okay. Yeah, everybody's making their calls now for DeSantis, though.
Yeah,
Vince Dow called DeSantis first.
I called DeSantis first. We're so vindicated. Final super chat of the night. Bless you both. Rain in California. I'm taking the opportunity to make soup. Bless you both. I should make some soup.
Yeah, Vince needs some soup.
Yeah, I need some soup. Is the Florida Panhandle predominantly black?
No.
The
Panhandle.
I've been there.
Like,
I was there this weekend. I did not get that perception.
No, outside of Tallahassee, it is the most redneck central area of Florida. Like it's actually like when you think of Florida man, like that's more like what like that's like actually because it's like Louisiana. Like that. We were just talking about this. Like the actual Florida man stereotype could be said of more like Louisianans, you know.
Well, Louisiana. So we were talking about this the other day.
Go
Louisiana is like what people think the South is, like what they think the stereotype of the South, and kind of the stereotype of Florida, like crazy rednecks,
swamp country,
terrible roads and infrastructure. Swamp people, craziness, like just cultural, like just this kind of like anarchist, like redneck culture, sort of. People drive like maniacs and they trucks. Any such cases, but yeah.
Old Huey.
Yeah, old Huey.
We love.
No, we love Louisiana. Louisiana is literally like a time capsule. Like I swear, most of that state still thinks Huey's governor. I don't think the roads have been paved since Huey has been governor.
Yeah, he was the only one.
He was the only one who fixed the roads.
The only
road paver in Louisiana history, Huey Long. A lot of people on the bayou still do their like small town, family run fishing company that they've done for like generations, and they live kind of off the grid.
They have the fan boats.
Yeah.
Like in like the Water Boy. Like it's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
The northern
New York Times is called DeSantis.
Okay, fine.
He's up by 15.
Oh wow.
Still no results from the Panhandle at all. He's up by 15 points.
15 points.
He's up 57 to 42. Could he get over 20?
That's crazy.
Could he get to 20? Like at least maybe 18.
He could. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like 10.
Yeah, I expected 10. I expected 10.
This is insane.
I think 12 was like a reasonable number. But he is over 15, or he is nearing 15. He's up 14.9 right now.
They're reporting on all the blue areas in Ohio. Everywhere else is deep red. Yeah, I'm not worried, folks. I'm not worried.
No, Vance is going to crush it.
15 points.
Oklahoma has been called already, even with like the weird poll. You seen the polls from Oklahoma?
What have they been saying?
It's they've been like very close for some reason. Like a couple polls have been done. They're like very, very close. It's weird. Obviously they're fake, but there's no way. But we'll see. This is where the fun begins, folks. Fetterman is up 84 to 15 on Mehmet, with only Pittsburgh being called. 27 to vote in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Philadelphia. Well, we need to watch Philadelphia County. If Oz can get 20% in Philadelphia, it's very good.
Yeah, I actually missed it, but just 5 minutes ago, we got poll closures in Texas, Oklahoma, obviously, which they've called, Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Anything out of Michigan yet?
Let me check results. Okay, just 2%. Looks like early vote. Detroit, Oakland County. Whitmer's up 81 to 17 with 2% of the vote and nothing. I mean, nothing to really go off of.
How is it that the blue counties in the north are reporting first? That just seems so backwards to me. Like they have the more competent vote counting process than the Republican counties.
Yeah, true. I mean, maybe it's just more money.
Everything is just backwards up there.
Damn Yanks.
Yeah, dang Yanks. How's the moon looking? I don't know. I can't go outside right now. We're on stream.
No, we don't go outside.
North
Carolina, 44% of the vote in. That was my high school football number. Fun fact. Ted Budd is down 44 to 54. That's all. New York Times says it is leaning R. So we're still waiting on a lot of county, a lot of stuff in the rurals. Over 54. Looks like in some of the more metro areas, more of the vote is in and there's a lot of rurals that haven't even reported yet. So North Carolina's looking good as we expected. Georgia right now, Warnock is up 56 to 43 with only 26% of the vote in.
Dude, they're so slow.
That's abysmal. Come on, man. Come on, man. Georgia.
My government teacher today said taking many days to count votes is normal.
Your government teacher is a dumb person.
Real.
Mentally ill individual.
Real. All right, we're looking back at Florida now.
I just want to say certain words. Florida's just so white pilling. Like you look everywhere else and you're just like waiting around for a result. Let's just look at Florida.
Yeah,
let's look at Florida again.
I will say that if Ron is winning by 15, I mean that's got to tell you something about the way everything else is going to go. Because Ron winning big, that's not a surprise.
Ron is now winning by over 15.
But over 15.
15.1. Rubio is only winning by 12.3.
They're still both over 10, which that's got to tell you something about the wave you're going to see of the rest of the country, right?
Let's look at
don't get me because everyone was saying, oh, it's going to be 10. Now it's like 15, and it's about to reach close to 20.
Okay, right now let's look at the live house forecast from the New York Times.
Yeah,
they are predicting 232 seats for Republicans. I think we get more of that. I think we get over 240. It's yet to be seen, but obviously there's a lot of votes to come in.
They called I called Florida first, but yes, they have called Florida.
Anna Paulina Luna in Charlie Crist's home district, the 13th in Florida, is up by 8 points. 95% of the vote in.
Wow, she's gonna win.
That's a flip.
Oh wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
She's like the young woman too, like all like the weird simps on the internet. Like they like talk about her. That's so weird.
Yeah, they're gonna call for her to be like vice president or something. Like unironically, they're probably gonna say that now. Trump's vice president. Yes. It's coming. It's coming with Anna Paulina. All right, let's take a look here. So going back. Why didn't I have a governor's thing? That's stupid.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, 17% of the votes in her district, Northwest Georgia, 57 to 43. It's probably all early vote.
Winning or losing?
Winning. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
No, I thought Marcus Flowers was gonna win.
But Marcus wears a cowboy hat.
Yeah, he wears a cowboy hat.
Let's check in on the Florida 7th. 88%. Rhino Corey Mills is ahead. I saw a couple people were writing in Sabatini today.
Based.
That's what I would have done. I couldn't like in conscience. I couldn't vote for Corey Mills.
Yeah.
Like in good conscience. Did not.
Shoot.
It's one house seat. like literally like
he's gonna win anyway.
Like yeah.
It's a protest. We don't want a pro-Iraq war neocon in office. I mean,
no, but he's a Trump Republican.
Yeah, don't you guys know?
He photoshopped the picture.
He photoshopped a picture of him with Trump.
He made himself taller in that picture. Okay, all right, Florida District 4. That was Republican.
This thing will not let me click.
Florida District 5. Wow, that was uncontested. Rutherford. Kamak is winning in District 3, 58 to 40. District 2, Neil Dunn is ahead of Al Lawson, Al Lawson was he used to represent. Al Lawson had that like very terribly gerrymandered district that went from like Jacksonville to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Like it was just like a line, like all the way, like literally racial gerrymander, like 100%. And he was that guy. I went to DC with a few guys like back in like last January, and we were like going through the congressional office and their office building and stuff. You see like the people that don't show up to work, they have stacks of mail and newspapers and stuff like that, like at their doorstep, like at their office doorstep. Al Lawson was one of those people. He had like a 3 foot high stack of mail.
Yeah.
He just doesn't go to work. He proxy votes.
All right. Well, we got
4%
4% in Pennsylvania. It's all out of Pittsburgh. So not really surprising, but here's what's interesting. So Dr. Oz has got 12.1%. Doug Mastriano has 8.7. So that's about a little bit less than 4-point difference. It's like what, 3.4, right? So the thing to watch here is that if Oz ends up winning by like, 4 to 5, assuming this margin holds, which we have no idea, but if Mastriano is only running that much behind Oz, then he actually has a legitimate shot, right? Because Oz, it would not be surprising for him to win by 4 to 5 ish, maybe that's being a little bit aggressive, but it's possible, right? And so that's what you're really going to take a look at in terms of, does Mastriano have a real chance? Because as we know, he has no money, very bad. But if he's only this much behind the Oz margins, that's not bad for what he wants to be. So we'll see. I mean, ideally, you'd want him to run neck and neck with Oz, basically, but we all knew that was never going to happen. So 4-point difference is kind of disgusting. We need maximum carryover. Well, I mean, keep in mind, the polls were showing like a 10-point difference, okay, which is, that's the polls, obviously. But let's see now, 10.2. Oz is at
3 point. Oz is at 13.8.
Yeah.
We're getting Perry County in. That's swinging.
Because then Oz only has to win by like 4 to get Doug in there, right? Which, that's not ideal. Yeah. But it's not.
It's weird how they count the votes.
It's not impossible,
Shouldn't they be counting like the same ballots? Like wouldn't like for each candidate? You know what I'm talking about? Like it's weird how in the governor's race in Pennsylvania, 9% is in Perry County. In the Senate race, 10% is in. Like how does that work?
Well, they're pretty close. I think it's just reporting or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see what the margin is in Philadelphia. Wow. Incredible. So 92-6 for Oz.
That should correct itself.
95-4 for Mastriano. So he's running like 2 behind Oz there so far.
Philadelphia's big.
Perry County. I assume that must be a red county or something.
Yeah.
But let's see. Mastriano has 71 there. Oz has 78. Interesting.
Different percentages though.
Yeah.
Check Pennsylvania 2020. Biden in Philadelphia County, he won at 81 to 17 or to 18, 81.4 to 18. Trump got 18% in Philadelphia. So if Oz can get over 20, we want Oz to get over 20 in Philadelphia County. That's huge. Trump only got 74% of the vote in Perry County, which Oz ended up with. Or not ended up with, but he has 78, which is good. Allegheny County, 59.6 to 39.2 for Trump in 2020. Biden won it with 59.6% of the vote. Right now, what is Fetterman at in Allegheny? 84. So yeah, that's going to change. It's 27% of the vote, and it's probably all.
I think like a few months ago, we were really ready for the possibility that like Mastriano would actually outperform Oz in the rural Pennsylvania.
There was a lot of talk about that on Twitter.
But they've screwed over his funding so bad that who knows now.
I don't think that, I mean, for the rurals though, does that matter as much? Like Because those guys are those like think of all like the older people that are gonna get out there and vote for Mastriano. Like do they really are they that susceptible to like ads and stuff anyway to like see them? I guess maybe on TV.
It's not that he's not going to win. It's just that all the rurals is just that all the money and ads and stuff. No one knows who he is. You know what I mean?
Thing is though, like just think about like the turnout, like the nationwide turnout right now. Like you're seeing GOP outperform Dems everywhere. Like if that just holds up in Pennsylvania too. I know like you look at it like on a candidate basis, it could be different, but I mean, we just got to pray on it.
Yeah, real.
Yeah, pray that it's the same Pennsylvania.
Funding matters for the suburban vote. Funding matters in general. I mean, you just can't have you can't run a campaign without money. Like it's just not how it works.
Walker is now only down by 12 with 33% of the vote in. So his margin has been getting better and better as the night goes on. Still 33% in though. That's pathetic. DeKalb has finally started counting.
No, they stopped charging their phone.
They finally, I guess their phone was charged. They finished their hot chip. And now they are at 7%, 88-11.
Zoom in.
Let's see. Did I have Georgia? Georgia in 2018. This was the governor's election. Stacey ended up with 83.5. So early vote. Let's hope this is the early vote. I like that. I like the federalism aspect that states get to control their own voting stuff. Like that should be a good thing. But when certain states really suck at it, and makes you, it makes you want to fix it. But you just have to count on the right people. Like it's really crazy. Like the divide from Florida. Florida has 80% in.
Yeah, real.
They started at the same time. Florida even had to wait.
It's funny how Georgians like culturally made fun of us for so many decades, and then now it's flipped.
Yeah,
like
Florida
we get to make fun of them.
Florida was the southern state that has never really been seen as southern. Like it's still, like you look at like the different colleges, even from Florida to Georgia, Alabama. Like the University of Florida is not as based as the University of Georgia. And they're not, and the scale is very low. Like the bar is very low for like a college to show any glimmer of right wing, like this.
All right, let's check in on the Texas governor's race here. With 17% in, Beto has the lead. Let's see what's the reporting here. Officials expect the pace of the vote to be similar to the pace in 2020, with 91% and 99% on Wednesday. Counties are required to finish reporting the unofficial vote count within 24 hours, although they may seek an extension. Well, that's the way to do it. But taking a look here, let's see where it's reporting. Yeah, well, that's the explanation for these numbers is that none of the basically rural parts are reporting. But let's see, Clay County, kind of the Oklahoma border. Greg has huge leads there. Fort Worth, Greg is winning, which is good. Tarrant County, it was a traditionally very red county. Now it's kind of up for grabs. But if Republicans still end up winning Fort Worth, then I think we'll get the margins we expected. Kaufman County, yeah, and then Dallas is just being Dallas as usual. But let's see down here. Nueces County. Greg has the lead there. Victoria, Greg has the lead there. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Texas right now. It's just Austin and Dallas. Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, where's Austin? I don't see anything reporting on Austin, but Travis County. Where is Travis County? I've heard of that, but yeah. Once you see all these like rural parts reporting, I think we'll be fine there. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, take a look. I swear, if Beto wins in Texas, I will lose my mind. I'm not worried.
No,
The fact that Greg is winning Fort Worth tells me it's probably fine, because
Abbott should win by 10.
Yeah,
that's my prediction.
Because Fort Worth is kind of almost like a bellwether in Texas at this point, so I think we'll be fine. Let's see.
Going to the Virginia House elections.
What is that with Hung Cow?
Yeah, Hung Cow. Hung Cow is down by 4%.
Stop the count.
With 48.
Shut it down.
Well, no, don't. He's down by 4.
Oh.
Don't shut it down yet. Start the count. 48% of the vote in. New York Times has this as likely D. District 7, 49% of the vote in. Yesley Vega, the Republican, up by 10%.
Travis County is Austin. Oh, it is. Well, I was like, they weren't even showing the city of Austin. I was like, what? Okay, well then, yeah. If they're reporting only Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin, basically, then
Virginia District 2. Jen Kiggins, the Republican, is up on Elaine Luria, the incumbent, by 16 points, 38%. So we really hope that holds. It's still listed as a toss-up. The 7th and the 2nd are listed as a toss-up. If we can get, a lot of people have been saying, so like Virginia District 2 it's like a ripple. Like it's very good if we pick that. It's a pickup. Like you love to see it. That means we're doing something. If we can get the 7th, it's like we're breaching even further into enemy lines because that's even further left. And if by God we get the 10th, if Hung Cow can win, it's a possibility. It's likely D, but it's you never know. If Hung Cow can win, it's
so Mastriano is now running 3.6 behind Oz. So we'll keep an eye on that.
See, polling the RCP. The RCP had, I believe, Oz by like point. It's very close. It has Oz up. I think it had him by like 0.1 or 2.
Yeah.
But if we look at the error, like there's normally a couple points error in Pennsylvania. In 2020, I think the polls had underestimated Trump by a lot, by about like 3 or 4 points. We just gotta hope. We gotta hope that it's the same thing that the polling firms did not get their crap together the past 2 years.
Well, rural Pennsylvania always gets like underrepresented in basically everything. Yeah. So Beto will lose, I believe. Yeah, I'm not worried about Texas right now. They're literally only reporting Austin and DFW of major areas. So I mean, just look at that map. I don't think it'll be much of an issue. Can you check Maryland real quick? Let's see. Maryland election results.
There's less than 1% of the vote in.
Why did it show me the comp? What is a comptroller? What even is that? I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that. What is a comptroller?
Probably comptroll or something.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to Georgia. Let's take a look there.
36 in. Herschel is now down 10 points.
What was he before?
The lead is 12. It just 3% added to the state. The lead is narrowing. We love that.
Kemp is running, what is that? Like over 4 points ahead of Walker. That's crazy. Yeah. Kemp is within 2 now. Walker still has a lot of ground to go. Let's see in Florida what the margins are at now. Let's take a look. Again, we already called this race quite a while ago, but it's crazy how fast they can call Florida now.
It's beautiful.
Usually used to go a lot. Even in 2020, I remember like it took some time to call it.
Yeah, it was late at night.
Yeah. It is now at almost 17, like 16 something. Wow. That's crazy. You could very well see it get to close to 20 or even at 20.
You said it's at 17?
16.6 to be exact.
DeSantis has taken the lead in Palm Beach County.
Wow.
With 83% reporting.
Wow.
That went to Biden by almost 13 points. And now DeSantis
that is
up
insane.
0.3.
Palm Beach County now red. I never
Palm
thought
Beach.
I'd see the day.
Jeez.
Wow. Broward is still being Broward, though. That's funny.
Broward gonna Broward.
Yeah, Broward gonna Broward. Orange County. Okay, it's staying blue.
Broward's probably fracking. Like to be like, because, and I'm not even saying this is like they a lady got arrested like in 2018 for like doing like, this is just factual things. Like a woman it was funny because she did it to Rick Scott. Like there was a lot of like crap going on in Broward, if you guys remember that. Just like changing numbers and stuff like that. Like it was like one woman who was like the head of the elections in Broward County, and Rick Scott like led the like charge to like arrest that woman. It was so cool. Like he won anyway. He was able to overcome it.
Comptroller is a Compton controller. Basic is AP Gov knowledge. What the heck is a Compton? You're trolling me. What is a Compton controller? I got a 5 in AP Gov. I never heard of a comptroller. What is a comptroller? What is a comptroller? It is a management level position responsible for supervising the quality of accounting and financial reporting of an organization. Why is that a democratically elected position? That doesn't make a lot of sense or sound all that necessary. I guess they deal with the treasury. Yeah, I guess. Why can't they just say treasurer or whatever? It just sounds way too fancy. I don't know. But let's see. Hillsborough, DeSantis leads by 9. Pinella, again, that's Charlie Crist home district. He's losing by 11. Wow. That's insane.
So this is a little fun fact about the Young Turks.
What about
they can't do an election night stream because there's a power outage in LA.
Of course there is.
They haven't been able to start yet because there's a power outage
of course
in their studio. Apparently, the Daily Wire is doing one now. This is from a tweet by David Carlson, by the way. Thank you, David. Daily Wire has 60,000 views on YouTube. They're not even like based in LA anymore.
Yeah.
So they got out. That's just the other state of Los Angeles, your hometown.
Real. So in Palm Beach County, Val Demings leads by 0.1. So you might see that flip for Rubio as well. And Rubio leads by 9 in Miami-Dade. DeSantis leads by 11. It's kind of crazy. You'd expect all the Cubans to be like, "Oh, Viva Rubio," but they're Viva DeSantis. Wow.
DeSantis.
But all right, let's go back and look at Pennsylvania here.
Nothing out of Michigan.
Didn't polls in Michigan close like half an hour ago? What are they doing?
It's Michigan.
True.
It's Detroit.
No movement really in Pennsylvania. The Mastrianos seems to continue to hold these margins as compared to Oz, which is like between 3 to 4 points behind Oz. So again, we're gonna need a really big Oz wave, and we're gonna get Mastriano in there.
Oz wave,
but we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens there. DeSantis is still a Latino name. No, it's Italian. He's Italian. But I don't know.
Herschel is now down by 9 with 37 in. So just that. So 1% was added, and he rose 1%.
It isn't over until Stacey Abrams sings. So true, probably nerdy. So true.
I saw Saw some news earlier breaking the chair under Stacey Abrams.
All right, it is 8:30. We got the polls closing in Arkansas. Wow.
Whooping.
Wow.
John
Huge stuff.
Boozman is
But at
predicting.
9 o'clock, we'll have polls closing in Arizona, New Mexico, New York, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
Here we
So
go.
we got a big poll closing in about half an hour here. But let me change the banner before people
Anything
freak out
from-
again.
Alan Fung is leading in Rhode Island District 2.
Yes.
57-41 with 11% in. Very good. Long way to go, though. Nothing's changed out of Virginia.
Is Hung Cow still losing?
Same thing, down by 4, 48% in.
Dang it.
Florida, it's looking houses. Nothing's really been called too much yet. We've definitely seen some flips already in Florida.
Zoom in when you're zooming in on, like, people can never see your screen.
You got to let me know when people are viewing my screen. I'm just reading. Oh, wait. I think it gives me a notification, actually. I'm blind. But yeah, Anna Paulina Luna. This is a big one. And people expected this. This is Charlie Crist's seat. Like, this is his seat, 100%. Like, he won here.
Wow. Hey,
And now
Charlie
he's
Chris, you love diversity so much. How do you feel that your district got replaced by a Hispanic woman? Get owned, libtard. Oh my gosh. Incredible.
Neil Dunn. This is a incumbent v. incumbent matchup due to the redistricting. 57-43. Neil Dunn is winning. It's so over for Lawson Bros. Matt Gaetz is up big. True MAGA warrior, Matt Gaetz. Rebecca Jones, she's the one, she like lied about some COVID stuff and like cost people, like, there was a scandal about, she had a big scandal about because she was in control of, I don't know if she was media or like if she actually had like a position before this.
Yeah.
But she like just like assisted in like lying about like deaths happening in Florida. Like she like said like a lot of deaths like were happening that weren't actually attributed to COVID, and like a lot of that like happened, obviously, like in COVID, like it was like every day like you have to like research what deaths actually happened because of COVID. She was one of the people that were lying.
No, she was protecting democracy by lying about COVID deaths.
Very true.
Real. Looking back to Pennsylvania here, Oz is beginning to pull away from Mastriano's numbers a little bit. He's now up by 4 as compared to what Mastriano is, which is not very good, but we still got 6%. That's just the main thing I'm watching in this race, though, is the difference between Oz and Mastriano. That'll really tell you if
Georgia District 2
he has any chance.
Back to the House. Georgia District 2 is now a 6-point race with 35% of the vote in.
Wow. So likely DC, huh?
Yeah. So we'll have to watch that one too. It's a possible flip. I think people aren't really expecting it to flip. Well, if that district flips, that's great for the statewide candidates as well, because that's a lot of votes. But we'll see. District, these are all Republican. District 4, Hank Johnson. It's he's gonna win that one. Hank Johnson is the guy that said that Guam was gonna flip over. It was gonna do you remember that?
No.
Okay, you might want to look this up.
He said Guam is gonna flip over.
Yeah. So he said that Guam was going to tilt because of like a population increase. And it would capsize, and then he was like talking to like.
Oh no,
like
I remember what you're talking. I remember what you're talking about. Yeah,
that is typical Democrat.
Yeah, real
thinks that islands can flip
because there's too many people on them.
He's an elected official, federally elected official, Hank Johnson.
All right, let's look back at Georgia here. Lionos is Kemp just took the lead in Georgia, so let's take a look here. He said the military base was going to make Guam flip over. Yes. Yes, this is how it works. What a fool. Yeah, Kemp now has the lead in Georgia.
So Kemp has the lead.
Yeah.
What's the vote percentage?
36 in, and it's on the screen. Kemp now has 50.1 to Abrams 49.3.
That's kind of wow.
Didn't Guam congressional election go Republican? Guam doesn't have congressmen. What are you talking about?
It was something. It did go Republican though. Like Guam flipped GOP. I don't know if they
For
actually
what?
have a congressman.
I think that's no, they don't have a congressman. They get to vote in the primary, I think, for the presidency, but that's it. Hung Kao losing by 5,000 votes with 90. No! All right, we're gonna make it, bros. All right, trust the plan. Hung Kao is inevitable. All right. It is Kaunan. Okay, Kaunan.
Wait, it is a Congress. It is a congressional seat.
Since when? They're not even a state.
I think the territories get. This is what
Who
it
gave him a
says.
congressman? That's not what.
Hey,
They have a
man.
non-voting congressman. Okay. Well,
We
Okay.
need to brush up on our civics.
yes, it's so true. Hung Kao is inevitable.
What's the point of a non-voting delegate? Like just to complain?
Oh, we're American too, guys. Yeah.
So in Georgia right now, according to New York Times, Herschel is down by 7. Possibly like the counting is just a little different right now. I don't know, but for Kemp to be ahead, that's kind of.
Well, Kemp's going to win pretty big. I mean, this Herschel race is always going to be pretty close. So,
But like a 7-point swing. Okay, there has been.
They're not even reporting the same vote totals though, so I don't know.
Yeah,
what's going on
it's different. That is weird though. Like, why not just? Like, I guess they just have different teams, probably. Like the website probably has different teams, like contacting the precinct people. That's probably what it is. But I don't know. It's like intuitive. You think that they just count like the same ballot, like all at once, so it'd be the same numbers. But yeah, that's not the case because Kemp is up. Kemp is up by a point with 37% in his race. Look at the Senate. Yeah, Herschel's down by 6, so it is.
Herschel's climbing up there now. He's down by now he just got a vote up plus 0.2 in his favor. So
52.4 to 46. Herschel's down.
There's seriously that many Kemp and Warlock supporters. A lot of suburbanites, yeah, a lot of like weird suburbanites. They're gonna vote. They're unironically gonna vote Kemp and Warnock. Because keep in mind, Kemp is liked by like the moderate independents because Trump doesn't like him, So he's
even though Trump just endorsed Kemp like the day before the election.
Yeah,
I'm not really. Maybe he was just trying to get his numbers up.
They still haven't counted the rural counties. Yeah, I mean, well, this is gonna be much closer in the end. We'll just have to see.
A lot of
you'll probably see a runoff in
North Carolina. North Carolina, 51%. Sherry Beasley against Ted Budd, 56% of the vote, and a lot of rurals haven't counted at all. So Ted Budd is still predicted to win.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Ohio, 30%, and Tim Ryan's lead is down to 12. So yeah, there's a lot of red vote. We're still waiting on. Check anything out of Michigan. 5% of the vote in. Whitmer's 58.3 to Dixon's 40.4. So,
how much I like Detroit and stuff is
Detroit. Let's go. Wayne County is less than 1%. Oakland County is 28%. But Wayne looks like the lion's share of Detroit. Get it? Lions.
Real. New York doesn't close until 9 p.m., folks. If that's, am I right there? Yeah, no, it doesn't close till 9 p.m.
71% of the vote in Rhode Island District 2. Alan Fung leads Seth Magaziner by 0.9%.
Yes. Mr. F.
It's still do it. It's a toss-up race.
Mr. Fung.
It is still possible. It's still possible. Okay, 78% of the vote in Virginia District 10. Hung Kao is down by 2 now. He's gaining.
Yes.
District
Very
2,
good.
61% of the vote in. Jen Kiggins is up by 12, Republican. 76% of the vote in District 7, Virginia. Yesli Vega is up by 6 points. This is a district. Let's check the House map.
It's crazy how much Youngkin, even though he's kind of a pushover, just him being there can like change the state. I've said this.
It's just the Republican governor effect. Like,
yeah,
people just view it like it actively demoralizes the other party so much.
Yeah.
Like, you just start thinking, like, oh, this is
and this is why elections actually matter. Okay, people always like, oh, what does a midterm matter? Oh, they're all rhinos anyway. I mean, like, there is this domino effect. Like, elections impact culture. Like, that's what happens. Politics impacts culture just as much culture impacts politics. And that's why elections matter, you know. Many people ask that question. Well, that's why elections matter.
How did Spanberger do in the 2020 election?
Spanberger, that's an unfortunate name.
She's the
What are we at?
Okay. In the 7th district, I'm not sure if they like switch this up. This could be. I'm not too updated on the like every state's redistricting.
Yeah.
But the 7th district of Virginia, it's the one that Spanberger won last time in 2020. She won it by close to 2 points against a guy named Nick J. Freitas. Wow. That's a funny name. Nicholas J. Freitas.
Very interesting. Where are the betting odds at right now? Is that, or are you looking at RCP? Never mind.
Yeah. I don't really pay attention too much to the betting odds because they swing so hard. Like, for no, it's worth looking at, but.
No, I agree with you, actually. I just thought you were looking at them. People always look at that, and for me, it's like, it's not like a Vegas sports book, you know? Yeah. So they're just random people betting impulsively, and they have no clue what they're doing, and they're
like
just trying to make money.
With like the sports things, you have like certain like big money donors that like put, or not donors, but like bettors that put money in.
Well, it's ran by the casinos, you know, they have
the people that know what they're talking about.
Right.
Like, that's the.
All right, we got massive narrowing here in Georgia. It's now 50.5 to Herschel's 47.8.
Oh boy.
He's only 0.6 away or whatever from a runoff. So, and you know that's only 46 in. So we'll see. Let's see what's reporting here.
If Herschel can get past the runoff, if there is no runoff, I'm gonna be scared if there's a runoff. I'm really scared because turnout decreases a lot. I think that it could be favorable to us still. Like, I think Herschel will still win that runoff. Give even more time to campaign. It's not like things are. Think about 2020, the runoffs too. Like, put aside any like structural issue that you could think of. It was a massive COVID was going on. Things where there wasn't a lot of excitement on the right compared to now. It's crazy. Like, and you're telling me the people aren't going to go out a second time to Herschel Walker, probably the most loved man in Georgia.
Yeah.
Like the king of Georgia, Herschel Walker.
Well, runoff in general would favor Herschel mainly because of inner city Atlanta. You know, how are you going to get them to turn out in a.
And it's going to be, look at Georgia's probably going to win another national championship around that same time. So, like. the Georgia football to Herschel Walker connection is still real.
Real.
They won against Tennessee the other day. That's like at least 2 percentage points for Herschel right
So
there.
true. Kemp now has about a 5-point lead, 5.2 lead over Stacy.
Okay.
That's pretty
If
big.
that holds for Kemp, then I think Herschel gets past the runoff.
Well, yeah, we'll see about that.
DeKalb, 7% of the vote. There is 62% in Fulton County though, which is terrible for, that's Fulton County is really bad for us. You don't want to see a lot of turnout there now. There was just another vote dump. I don't think anything changed. Clark County, Warnock's winning that big. Athens, former hometown of Herschel Walker, Athens, Georgia.
Can you guys hear us again? Put one in the chat if you can hear us again. I unplugged the mic. Okay. Are we good, chat? Yeah, okay, we're good. All right. Here's the thing is that, so we definitely know DeKalb is going to put some big margins up there for both Stacy and Warnock. But you got a lot of these rurals too that are, let's see, like Marion, 87. It's really going to be a question of how much rural is still left, which there's some totally unreported so far, 41%. Because DeKalb's going to be big for Warnock and Stacy. If it's only at 7%, like that's definitely going to be huge.
The
So we'll have to
rurals
see.
are looking deep red though.
Yeah.
The ones that have actually reported. Pierce County, 88-11. That's good. It's good for Herschel.
DeKalb's what I'm worried about. That's still just sitting there, obviously.
So DeKalb, Warnock's got another. So he has 20,000 votes now. In 2018, the governor's election, that's the biggest election in Georgia at the time. Relative midterm year. Stacey Abrams got 261,000 votes in DeKalb. So she only got 83.5%. But just looking at raw vote totals, that means Warnock's got another 240K, another 200K in the bag right there. So that's, we just hope that the rural surge is enough.
Yeah.
And there's another Emmanuel County. Is that a new dump? One of these just turned red. 90% of the vote in Candler County. Herschel's winning big. These rural, the rural counties, they're small. You get like a couple thousand votes, but they add up. There's so many of them. This is real America, That's what we need. A lot of these are white. They haven't been filled in yet at all. Dade County, Herschel Walker is winning 79% to 18. The county that seceded from the Union before Georgia even did, because they couldn't make up their mind. That was quote. They couldn't make up their dang mind.
Let's take a look back in Texas. Abbott now has the lead. Let's see well, as I expected, once all these rurals started reporting, it was all going to flood in there. Dallas County's at 52%. Let's see, Travis County. Where's Travis County? 61%. Okay, so most of Beto's key areas have already reported quite a bit because it's really like Dallas and Austin, and they're already at like 61%, and a lot of these rural areas are totally unreported. We assume he'll probably get some totals in Harris County. Who knows if Beto will even win like Harris County, like the Houston area, I think that'll be close if anything. But if we assume he gets some votes there, if we just assume he gets some from San Antonio, but he's already gotten quite a bit from Travis and quite a bit from Dallas, and a lot of Greg's rural turnout's not even reported yet. Yeah, it's not looking good for Beto already, in my opinion. We'll take a look here. Fort Worth is still holding red. Tarrant County. I like I said, I think that's going to be something of a bellwether for Texas in general. Collin County, Denton County, yeah. So we'll have to see. Raphael Warnock only has 50% of the vote. We could see a flip. Oh yeah, we definitely could. I think it's too early to really take a look at that race. The only thing that worries me is the fact that the Cobb County is barely reported, and that's Atlanta. So, and we'll really have to see just later on in the night what that looks like. It's too early to tell right now, honestly. I need to see RGV and how much it shifts. Yeah, real. Well, down here, Hidalgo County, Beto's up by 19 with half the vote in Webb County. So the Tejanos are not doing too good so far, but I don't know if that's early vote or what's going on there.
DeKalb is still at 7%. We're at 50 to 48 in Georgia.
Okay, we got the confirmation from New York Times. Most of the vote reporting so far are early votes. So here's what the New York Times thinks remains.
In what state?
In Georgia and in Ohio. They're saying it for both of them.
Okay. That's great news. Nothing out of Pennsylvania. I do have back to the Virginia House races. Just some bellwethers to keep an eye on. 81% of the vote in District 10, Hunkow is still down by just 2%. 2 points. This is a district that Youngkin did not win.
Hunkow is coming.
Hunkow is outrunning Glenn
You are ready for Hunkow.
Hunkow is outrunning Glenn Youngkin.
Real.
I believe by a couple points. I'm not sure totally on that. District 7, Vega is still up by 6 with almost 80% in. District 2, 65% of the vote in. Kiggins is up by 12. If Vega holds on, that's a huge W. If Hunkow loses by a little bit, we're all going to be very sad. I shouldn't even be saying that because he's going to win.
So true. But, you can't mouth the cow. So true.
You can't mouth the cow. Yes, very good. But Vega winning is huge. Is very huge. If Hunkow wins, I'm going to flip this table over.
Real.
That's not true. I don't want to mess up the carpet in here, but with the energy drink. But okay. I was going to say earlier, I looked. New York Times has normally it has like the things on the top right of when you look at the voter thing. It'll say like their predictions like toss up or likely D, likely Republican. District 10 was likely Republican or likely Democrat. I mean,
yeah.
They actually changed it when it started to get closer to leans D.
Yeah. And
now I don't know if this could just be like a malfunction on my part, but I don't see it's like they took it off. Like there is nothing. It's not saying toss up. Same thing with the other races too.
They don't know how to process Hunkow.
They can't. They don't know cow.
He's such an anomaly. He's such like an insane factor of a candidate. They can't even tabulate him. They can't even like conceptualize him in numerical format. He's that powerful. It's going to take weeks for the results. Average ABC article. So true. I mean, I definitely think a lot of these Senate races are not going to be called tonight. I will say that. Arizona, we might be able to call the governorship tonight. Maybe. I would definitely say I don't think the Senate race will be called tonight. I don't think the Georgia Senate race will be called tonight.
It's possible, but
I don't think so.
We have many hours. When are we going to stop this stream? 2 a.m.
We'll see.
Herschel Walker is now down by 1.3%, 49% of the vote in. DeKalb County, though, still 7%.
Yeah, that's just sitting there ominously.
Yeah, it's so we just gotta. We need Herschel to be up by over 250,000 votes to feel safe there.
Yeah.
Definitely, we're feeling it. The dim turnout is low. We've seen that all over the country so far with just the vote totals and stuff from the analyzers and stuff like that. So we just got to hope he's over. If he can get a lead of like 250K raw votes, we're sitting pretty. I think we're sitting pretty. We need to be more than that. There's other areas too that haven't been counted. Macon County, I believe, hasn't been touched. Let me find Macon. Where's Macon County? There we go. Yeah, I was looking for the blue one. Okay, never mind. Macon County is now reporting 65 in. It is 55-44. Warnock. Let's look at Georgia 2018. Macon County was 62-36. Abrams. So Herschel is doing much better in Macon than Kemp did.
What is in Macon County? Why is there a rural blue Georgia? Like what is that?
It's it's Macon. Macon is a city.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like a large city. It's pretty. It's still.
Any news that New York doesn't close till 9:00. But one last time, let's go back and look at what the
Herschel
final
is now
margins
down.
in Florida.
Herschel is now down by 8 points.
8?
Warnock is under 50. Chase Oliver
by 0.8 points.
Yeah, 0.8.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Out of Virginia.
Wait, Herschel's gonna. Well, like I said, we'll see. It's too early to call.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has been called by New York Times.
Wow,
shocker. 66% of the vote in. She is up by almost 30%. 64-36. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We love Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Ron is winning now by. Let's see. That's 18.5 points. Wow. 85% in. Yeah, you could definitely see it reach 20. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Miami-Dade, 55-41. Broward County, for some reason, still being Broward County. Palm Beach County, that's crazy. Let's see if it flipped for Rubio. It's still slightly blue, but wow. That's crazy. Orange County, it's going to stay blue. So only blue places left in Florida. Look at this. Look at that.
How's Florida?
Here, look on the screen. Look on the screen here. Look at this map. That's crazy. Look at how much red there is on that map.
It's beautiful.
The only blue places left in Florida are Orlando, Alachua County, Leon County, and Gadsden County, which that name is a little bit misleading. In Broward County, that's it. There are literally like 4 blue counties left in Florida.
I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like much of a ripple to me. It looks like a wave. It looks like a tsunami, actually.
Yeah, real.
That is a red tsunami in Florida.
You could very well see Rubio flip Palm Beach too. I mean, look at the Rubio. You want to say, "Oh, that's just DeSantis." Well, look at the Rubio margins.
Which
it's basically the exact same, except
coattails are a thing too.
Except Palm Beach, that means leads by 0.1 in Palm Beach, which you could see still flip at the end of the night. Like, look at that. That's crazy. That is a ruby red state now. Oh my gosh. We went into this night thinking it'd be like 10.
Yeah.
It's close to 20. That's impressive. I think that county next to Tallahassee is a black county. It must be. How many red states do you see where you have urban areas that are red? Like Miami, red. Tampa, red. Jacksonville, red.
Jacksonville is
well, Jacksonville, yeah, that's
it's
not surprising, but
because Duval is very large. Like
yeah,
it's one of like the largest like metropolitan areas in the country. So that helped. There's like rural vote in Duval, but to be swinging right by 13 points. Trump, by the way, lost Duval County by 4%.
Yeah.
That's a 17-point swing. That is a 17-point swing.
Miami-Dade's very impressive too. All right.
Okay, here's some bad news from Nevada. It's been confirmed whatever mail has been dropped off today will not be tabulated tonight in Clark County, which is Nevada, Las Vegas.
Yeah, typical Nevada.
It may take until Thursday.
I didn't even make graphics for the Nevada races because I knew they were not going to be called. Like,
Smart.
It takes forever.
What will be tallied tonight are Election Day in person and all the early/mail votes already in the system. So hopefully it's not that big of a difference. Hopefully there's not that many mail-in votes that were just turned in today.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a travesty by itself.
Wait, the county with Miami in it is red? Yes, yes. Miami-Dade County and the Tampa counties are both pretty solidly red, too.
Miami-Dade
It's
is
not
red
even
by
like,
11 points.
yeah.
That's safe red.
Hillsborough by 9, Pinellas by 11. Yeah.
This is crazy. Pinellas being that far. That is, I mean, that's where Chris is from. That's his hometown.
Yeah.
Great.
Tampa used to be like a Democrat stronghold in the state too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
At least the inner part of it. The suburbs like Brandon,
You know what
Florida.
happened to Tampa?
What?
American Virtue Conference.
Real.
That did it.
So true.
That did it. DeSantis is up by 19. He could break 20.
He's probably going to break
85% in. He's going to break.
I think
DeSantis.
he's going to break 20.
We're calling it now. DeSantis will win by over 20 points.
All right. Warnock has now, Walker is taking the lead in Georgia. Let's see what DeKalb. DeKalb is still at 7%.
Okay, so we need that. We need that margin. Right now, Walker is up by around 110,000.
Let's see. The New York Times projects Herschel Walker winning by 0.1%. That's going to be a runoff regardless.
Unless it's 50 to 49.9. That'd be beautiful. Oliver, the Libertarian, has 1.8%, which I guess could be worse.
Let's go look back at Pennsylvania, and then we'll look at some of the 9 o'clock poll closures. Gosar is uncontested, I'm pretty sure. No real changes, 11% in. This is going to take forever. I don't know how long they're going to take there, but
hopefully not longer than 2020.
Doug has narrowed his trailing of Oz a little bit, so we'll see what happens there. All right. We got poll closures out of Arizona. Arizona voting machine problems fuel right-wing fracking claims. Oh.
That fracking. 7% of the vote in Whitmer, the lead to about 9 points. Or Dixon's narrowed the lead, I mean.
All right, we just got a poll. Why is Mark Victor still here? He dropped out.
People voted early.
Yeah, that's stupid.
He didn't drop out fast enough.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Common man-child.
Manlet.
Literally.
Manlet Victor.
Let's take a look at Ohio. White pill boys. Yeah, it's looking... the only real solid results we've seen so far are out of Florida, but look at that. If that translates at all to any of the rest of the country,
Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta do something. For the mother. The mother is getting mad.
The mother is getting mad.
Mom's watching the stream right now. She's calling me out. Gotta fix the sign.
Herschel's losing right now. Let's see. Like I said, it all comes down to that DeKalb vote dump that is inevitable. And all right. So now Warnock has a pretty sizable lead again. Let's hope that that's a bunch out of DeKalb County. If that's the case, then that's actually good news because we're starting to get the inevitable there out of the way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, DeKalb's not 68%. So that's where it seems like that's where most of it came from. Yeah,
Wow.
it's really all going to be a matter of whether
Okay.
these rural counties end up outdoing Atlanta. We'll see.
68% of that. So what was? Let's look at the Georgia. In 2018, there were about 315,000 ballots cast in the Cobb. Warnock won, or Abrams won 261,000 of those. Different candidate. This is the best thing we got to go off of, though. Right now, 68% of the vote in. Just crunching those numbers up real quick. There's been, okay, so they're going off of that, it seems. If that holds,
Ohio is always a blue mirage at the beginning. That's true. That's true. They do count all their early stuff, much like Florida. Vance is 2.5 away. Yeah, he's gonna win, guys. I wouldn't be too worried.
yeah, not even. Bud has pulled ahead in North Carolina.
Very
66% of the vote, and a lot of rurals are still getting started counting. Seems he's showing he's up by about 10,000 votes. Not too worried about Bud either. 0% in Wilson County. Some of these counties are very light blue. Charlotte, 54% in. That should be all early vote, so we're good there. A lot of Republican votes to come from that.
Herschel just got a minor vote dump in his favor. It's like 0.3 or something. Let's see. Well, now we know at least like most of the Atlanta areas in like, okay, Clayton 74, Henry 71, DeKalb 68, Fulton 65. Okay.
Cobb County was at 56. Abrams won that by 10. So let's check out. She got. So right now, Warnock's ahead by 20 in Cobb. There's a lot of Republican votes still left. But that's only. I don't know if that number can normalize. That'll be about 30,000 for Warnock. So that's only. I mean, we'll see. Just gotta wait. It's a waiting game.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at a lot of these like rural counties, let's see. It's like
0% in Appling.
Yeah, you got some like 0%. A lot of the ones that are already filled in though, they're mostly about like 40 to 60% in, which is about the same in what Atlanta's reporting. But I don't know. We'll just have to see.
Ironic, Early County, Georgia has yet to do anything.
Wasn't it like that in 2020 as well? I think I remember that.
Should change their name to Lake County.
Yeah,
but that was Kemp won Early County by about 10%. It's small, but it's necessary.
All right, let's take a look. Let's see if we got anything out of the recent poll closures. So Arizona just closed. Let's see if we got anything. I doubt we do, but okay, nothing out of Arizona. If there's nothing out of Arizona, I doubt there's anything out of New York, but let's take a look.
When does Nevada close?
They close at 10 p.m.
Okay. If we can get a Republican sweep in Arizona, that's another big thing. Everybody, like from Secretary of State, get Fincham in there. That guy, if he can win, they can win. Fincham's like.
I think he's slated to win pretty decently, right? Because the Democrats don't really have
close.
a candidate.
The polling's been close. It's just typical like 2022 leftist like campaigning, like, oh, this guy's too extreme for Arizona.
All right, we do have results in New York. So Chuck Schumer They've already called it for Mr. Chuck. Let's see, with 8% in, Hochul has a pretty big lead. I don't know how New York counts. I don't think they know how they count. I think they just count everything at once. But let's see. We're reporting out of some New York City, Dutchess County, and Ulster. So there's not really anything into the rural counties yet. So keep that in mind. Let's see. How much do we have out of Queens? So the Bronx is reporting Brooklyn, 19%. The Bronx is 14% in. In Queens, is 17% in.
Gotta watch. Let's see how Zeldin does in Nassau and Suffolk, especially Suffolk, like Long Island.
Yeah. That's going to be the big spot for him as well as the rural, obviously.
Yeah. But then you have like Buffalo and Rochester in the north. That's going to be blue, but.
See JD Vance down by 0.6 now. All right, let's take a look.
33 in. Zeldin is up 63 to 37 in Staten Island, which we knew he would do good there. That's pretty red.
All right, Vance is narrowing the lead here. All right, let me look at New York. All right, let's see. Let's check it back in on Pennsylvania here. Nevada election results will be known by next Tuesday. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate.
They're always the slowest since like 2016, really. Like as far as back as I can remember. They've been like one of the
I think
last
California is the slowest, but they're also the least important.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's
Yeah.
Nevada's actually big.
All right. So
Oz is winning. It's 2% of the vote. He's winning Erie by a lot. So I mean 2% of the vote, we can't say much, but Trump actually lost Erie County in 2020, northwestern PA. Allegheny is 77 to 21. That's Pittsburgh. Fetterman is up big. We obviously expect that to narrow, I believe. And yeah, Pennsylvania. Biden only got 59.6 in 2020 in Allegheny. So that should normalize a little bit. Hopefully Oz can do a little better than that considering the environment.
Did you see that Myra Flores is down by 10 points? Cries. Well, yeah, her redistricted seat was never going to do anything.
Yeah, she's probably done.
But
you never know.
You know, I will say on that question, knowing she was probably going to lose anyway, she could have took a principled stand and not voted for amnesty. Instead, she chose to do so. So I don't feel bad for her. I really don't. That's what happens. You vote for amnesty and you do that thinking, oh, I'm going to pander. I'm going to win my race now. Nope, you're still going to lose. You're probably going to lose by more because of it. You could have taken a principled stand and instead you didn't. So I don't feel bad for her. I really don't.
In the RGV, just a district over 15, Monica De La Cruz is up to 4%, 56 of the vote. And
I think that's the more winnable one.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
It's still, I'm pretty sure that district voted for Biden though.
Yeah.
So it's still a big pickup. Florida, every House race has been called in Florida. Same with Kentucky and West Virginia. Those look like the only three so far. Alan Fung is down by 5% with 90% of the vote in. That sucks.
Dang it. Come on, Mr. Fung, you can do this.
Mr. Fung is like, that's a big if that holds, which it looks like it, I mean 90%, I don't see how he could come back from that. I don't know.
What about Hung Kao? How's Hung Kao doing?
Hung Kao is still down by 83% in.
All right,
it's possible.
Hung Kao can redeem the loss of Alan Fung. Okay.
Vega is now up by 2 with 87%.
The Asian guy with the way more memeable name is going to.
Kiggins is still up by 12. Kiggins is going to win. Only 67% in. It's probably. I know Virginia likes to do their mail last. they wait a while for it. So it's tough.
Yeah, that's true.
So Vega's lead is now only 2%, 6,000 votes. So 87% in though. There's a chance that Spanberger can come back. Spanberger has a lot of money. She's the entrenched incumbent. She's a fake moderate, from what I hear.
ABC called Hung Cal's race for the Democrat. No,
Not true.
We're holding
Fake,
on.
fake.
Hung Cal will never concede. Okay, he will never concede.
Emperor Cow.
Real. Look at John Fetterman's freaking headshot. He literally looks like a criminal.
Do I have to?
He literally looks like
I
a
don't want
criminal.
to. He has like such a stupid look about too. Like he's just like he's like weird, like dead-eyed smirk. Then we talk about, down in, at college, you got all these girls with the fluoride stare. What kind of stare does Fetterman have? It's not even fluoride. It's like
He has
got that chlorine stare.
He looks like a super mutant. Yeah, that's about correct. He is a super mutant.
Yeah. He's a Nightkin.
Real. Yeah, I don't care what ABC said. We're not calling Hung Cal's race until Stacey Abrams starts singing and Kat Kamek begins singing, okay? Which will not happen anyway. We're holding out trust, okay? Hung Cal.
Okay, 7 p.m. Mom update real quick. Mom says that Fetterman looks like a prison inmate. She agrees.
He does look like a criminal.
He's very friendly to criminals. I hope Pennsylvania understands that. 7 p.m. update of Election Day ballots in Maricopa County. This is from source in Arizona, Garrett Archer. He's like a big elections guy there. Ballots cast 245,000. The party breakdown of checked-in voters: Republican 52%, unaffiliated 31%, Democrats 17%. This was Election Day vote.
Is that an area? Wait, you say that was in Maricopa or just Arizona?
Maricopa.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Unaffiliated as well. The independents they like Masters. They they don't like Biden. Arizona independents do not like Biden.
Yeah.
And of course, there's going to be some difference there between the polling of your approval ratings for Biden. But if they polled independents, it's 80-20 in nationwide for independents alone. Take out Democrats and Republicans out of it. It's very bad news for Democrats. And they think the independents are going to be split 50-50 for some reason. And that may happen in some of your crazy radical states where the independents they're not really independent, but I don't know. A state like Arizona.
Well, even if they do split 50-50, I mean, that's pretty good for Maricopa.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Out of New Hampshire, Bolduc it is well with Bolduc's headshot. That dude looks like, wow. That dude looks like he wears a tinfoil hat or something. All right. Let's see. They've called the governor's race for Sununu already. No call for the Senate race. All right.
Alan Fung is now down by 4 points with 92% in.
And the great comeback of Mr. F.
Now, hold on. It was 90% of the vote. 90% of the vote was in. 5 points down. If he continues to gain 1% for every 2% counted, Alan Fung will win. Alan Fung has a chance, mathematically.
We will see. Checking in on Ohio here. I'm hearing that Vance is taking the lead. Let's go.
The teal candidate, the hillbilly boy.
That's not what's showing here. Let me refresh.
Georgia District 2. Sanford Bishop, incumbent Democrat, is only up by 2%. Less than half of the votes in. 46% of the votes in. He could lose.
Whoever said that in chat is lying. I don't see that, but I mean, yeah, Vance is going to come back then for sure.
How's the Illinois? How's Darren Bailey doing? Illinois' governor race. Probably terrible, but
Is that JB Pritzker running for re-election, or is it? Oh yeah, they've already
Pritzker
called
is
it.
up by about 19%, or hold on, 21%.
They called it already. Wow.
Chicago has 20% of its votes in Cook County. DuPage has 38. It's mostly Chicago, though. I mean, not a lot of rurals have even begun yet, but it'll tighten up. But yeah, it's over. No way.
The polls underestimating Vance helped Republicans because Dems actually spent money there. That's partially true, but also Republicans spent more money there, probably more than the Democrats. So
Could have been going to Masters or Mastriana.
Yeah,
Mastriana needed more. Mastriana didn't have a teal.
Yeah, true.
Zeldin is down by 40 points with 10% of the vote. But he is winning in, Suffolk County, less than 1% in, but he's winning so far. Let's zoom in really far. 20% of the vote in the Bronx. Hochul's up. In Queens, Zeldin's down 33 to 67. I'm not sure on the baselines for these, but Manhattan, he's getting killed. 32% of the vote. That's where it's all coming from. 85 to 15.
Yeah, it's just too early to tell. We'll just have to see.
Staten, his largest vote share so far is Staten Island. He's winning 65 to 35.
Those are pretty good numbers.
Yeah, for a New York City borough.
What did Trump get in 2020 in Staten Island? All right, but let's see. Checking in on Texas really quick. Abbott now has the lead. All these red counties are pouring in and stuff.
Trump got 57% in Staten Island.
Zeldin's up by what again?
67.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And it's just getting started.
Well, then again, you need a very big difference in margins, so I don't know. All right, checking on Texas. Let's look at the Brewster County. Jeff Davis County. That's a county in Texas? I didn't know that.
Who's that?
Yeah, who is that? Who is that? We should take a vacation to Jeff Davis County. Uvalde. Ironically, that's where what happened. Greg Abbott has the lead there. So tells you a lot. Zavala, let's see. It's not looking great in the Rio Grande Valley. Okay, 44% in. Okay, maybe that'll flip. But that's what we got out of Texas. Vince B sounding like George Floyd the way he's breathing. True.
Whoa.
Why is this within 10? Because Greg Abbott is not Ron DeSantis. So
he didn't kill his opposition like DeSantis did.
Yeah.
62% of the vote in Georgia. DeKalb now has 68%. And Warnock is up by 4 points. He's at 51%. Walker is at 47%. Most of Atlanta is being counted, though. There's hopefully this is all early, the election day vote.
Yeah.
In deep Atlanta, though, how many Republicans are there? It can't be much.
No, those margins are basically going to hold. It's a matter of the rural areas.
So DeKalb, how did Trump, or not Trump, but I guess it'd be worth it. Let's check 2020 just for the percentages.
All right, let's see.
Biden won DeKalb 83 to 15.
What's the margin now?
The margin now with 68% and 87 to 12. So that margin could get better. We hope it could get better.
Yeah.
Still some rural counties not counted. Macon. Okay. That's weird. I misspoke earlier. It's been a while, but I just figured that Macon, Georgia was like the city of Macon was in Macon County. It's actually like 2 counties over. It's in Bibb County. I don't know why they named it that. But okay, in Bibb County, Biden won 61% of the vote. Right now, Warnock has 3% of the vote. Okay, that doesn't even matter. Come back to that. Macon County, though, it's 55-44 Warnock. And Biden won Macon County 61-38. So
that's just making things too so true. So true, King. Still nothing out of Arizona. Polls closed about half an hour ago. Typical Arizona. It's really not just a blue state problem. There's a lot of red states, as you can tell. Georgia.
Well, who is Arizona's Secretary of State?
True, but
Democratic candidate Katie Hobbs.
Even before that, it took forever.
Yeah, it's kind of a conflict of interest, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right there.
Like she set up the elections, and she's running in them. Curious.
Let's see.
Bolduc has started to cut into the lead. Hassan is now down to 59 points. That is still a 20-point race, but only 18% of the vote is in New Hampshire. Didn't they open at 7?
Yes.
It's been 2.5 hours, and New Hampshire has 18% of the vote in.
Well, it's New Hampshire. They're too busy smoking weed and shooting guns.
Libertarian haven.
I just want a country where
even though
gay couples can protect their marijuana plants with AR-15s. That's literally New Hampshire. How's Carlin Borisenko doing in New Hampshire? What is she running for? Is she running for governor? Congress? Let's see.
Didn't her boyfriend go to jail or something? Or wasn't there something like
Wasn't
that?
her boyfriend like a pedophile?
Yeah,
or something?
yeah. That's it. Jeremy Kauffman, the Libertarian Senate candidate, is at 2% right now. 2,000 votes. He's the one that said war is mentally deficit, for lack of the option to say the better term. He was he's just like the cringe, shock factor candidate, just trying to say crazy things. He's that guy. He was also on that. I don't know. We went through it on the stream before. It was one of the first times I was on with you. We went over that libertarian.
Oh, he was on the Reason TV.
He was on there. Yeah, he was. He was just being stupid. That guy.
Why is there such a big gap between Kemp and Walker? I mean, that was expected, but I'd say it's probably mainly because, number one, Walker has the scandal, but I don't think that's the big factor. It's really that Kemp is probably a lot more popular in suburban Atlanta and whatnot with independents and stuff than Herschel is. It's in the same sort of way that I guess Ron DeSantis is running ahead of Marco, right? Greg Abbott's going to run ahead of Ted Cruz or whatever. I mean, I know they're not up for election the same year, but you know what I'm saying. Well, in 2018 they were. Mike DeWine's going to run ahead of J.D. Vance. It's just a weird governor factor. Incumbency, that's another aspect, et cetera, et cetera. And the fact that because, Kemp is not liked by Trump, I'm sure that helps him with the anti-Trump independents, but we'll see. Bill Lee is currently at 80% in Nashville. Oh, wow.
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 So let's check in on some Philadelphia suburbs. Chester County, 1% of the vote in. It's very early. Oz is up 50-46. And Doug is down 54-44. 1% of the vote could be different ballots and stuff too.
Yeah.
Philadelphia County, though, right in the inner city, Doug is down 92-7 with 17% in. Oz, the 17% of the vote in, is down 89-10. So Oz is outrunning Doug at this rate, at this so far, by 3 points. Total race, though, Mehmet is narrowing the gap, 58.5 for Fetterman, 39.2 for Oz. And for Doug, Josh Shapiro is up 63.5 to 34.8. So Doug is behind Oz about 4.5 points right now.
So that's widened then because it was like 3.5 or 3.8.
Very beginning, a lot of rural county in the middle of the state yet to be counted. Clinton County, let's check Pennsylvania. Yeah, so in 2020, the only county to go blue in the middle of Pennsylvania was Centre County, and it went blue. It went to Biden by 5 points. Now looking at Centre County hasn't been counted yet, but we do have Clinton County right to the north of it. 21% of the vote, and Fetterman's currently up. Vote dump in Pennsylvania. Oz is now down by 17. Doug is down by more than that. So Doug is still just, he's behind Oz by 4.7. Never mind. That just changed. 4.6.
All right.
That was a good dump there. That was a good dump for Doug. Cut the lead down to
only midwit, not Stratslinger 1956 says only midwit S for brains can possibly be independent voters or split a ticket these days because you are either a radical commie piece of S or you aren't. And if you aren't, you don't vote D. So true.
I wouldn't go so far as to say midwit.
True.
Because they're very they're not even middle of the pack. They're dimwit. DEM-wit.
No, they are. They're totally midwit because they're like they think they're enlightened because they're independent voters.
Yeah,
the like stupidest people and the smartest people literally vote for like one party all the time.
Yeah.
It really is the midwit.
Well, it depends on like how many pieces of paper you get until you think you're smart. Like if you value like a degree that says like, oh, like I'm so smart because this paper says I am because, you know, I don't know. I wrote a good essay about gender studies.
40% of Memphis is in, and the Democrat only has 53% there. Well, that's really good actually because quiet as it is kept, Tennessee's definitely a state that, you know, not right now is solid red, but you look at the growth of Nashville and stuff. It's definitely a place you could see something of a Georgia or Texas effect or Arizona effect like decades from now, right? So it's good to see that like Nashville, Memphis, they're doing well, you know. Tennessee will hold for generations to come. So true. All right, let's take a look at the Ohio race here.
Real quick, Fetterman cut to 15. Doug seems to be pacing in the same. They both just went up by 0.3. Doug is still behind Oz by about 4.5 points now. That actually shrunk a little bit.
I think nearly all right-wingers like Mastriano better than Oslo. Well, in our circle, yeah. The issue is you got to imagine the general electorate. They barely know who Doug Mastriano is because he has no money. Like that's the issue.
That doesn't mean that they won't. See, the thing is, if they don't know, they're not going to just vote for Shapiro, though. Like when many people say like, oh, I'm just not going to vote this Republican for governor if I'm like to the polls for Oz. Like, let's say somebody never heard who's running. Think about just like a local race or something. Like you go to the polls for like, let's say you're in Florida. You go to vote for Governor DeSantis. He's everywhere. You don't even know who's running for your house district. Let's just say, like, are you going to vote for a Democrat in the House district or just leave it blank? Like 80% of the time, you know, even more, hopefully 90% people are just going to vote straight ticket. But Few percent. I mean, could all be the difference. Mastriano just went up by another 0.3. He's now down by 23 points down. Oz is down by 14. So Oz is, in terms of like the gap, Oz is doing a lot better than Doug. I'm not really sure why. Just the way the numbers are. They're just tightening up. Doug has 36.9% of the vote. Oz has 41.8%. So that gap is still, it's under 5. But
well, as expected, we're not seeing any vindication of the RCP showing that Shapiro was leading by 10.5. And I always knew that was nonsense, but
I mean, 23 right now he is leading by 23. So, well, I mean,
I'm
okay,
watching the Oz margin, the comparison to the Oz margin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. No, that'll tighten up 24% of the vote, and a lot of these rurals still uncounted. It's moving a lot now, though. Doug is actually down by Shapiro's lead is shrinking. He's down to 60%. That was like 63 a few seconds ago.
Let's see, check Ohio.
Pike County. Okay, this is weird. Joseph Solosky is winning Pike County with 80% of the votes in.
Who? Oh, the Libertarian?
No, he's like key. Like I don't think it's Libertarian. Pike County went to Trump. That's 6,000 votes. Trump got 6,000 votes from Pike County. Like it was 59, or he actually got 19,000, but like in terms of margin. Trump won Pike County 59-40. And this stupid third-party candidate, Joseph, who is this?
The Keystone Party. What the heck? That must be a local party, the Keystone State or whatever.
What is the Keystone Party? The PA.
What is it? A pro-energy party? Strengthening democracy, building bridges, building solutions.
Create a culture of positive policy change with workable solutions that
small,
solve
effective, and efficient government. They sound like complicated libertarians, then. Yeah, they're just the Libertarian Party, basically.
Yeah. Fair elections.
All right. Well, let's take a look at
ensuring voting access is a fundamental responsibility. What?
Common libertarian rhetoric.
What does that mean? Fundamental response? Like I expected fundamental right. Like that's the language you see.
Yeah.
But it's a fundamental responsibility.
Well, ensuring access is the fundamental responsibility.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right. Take a look here.
Doug just gained again.
JD now has the lead in Ohio.
Yes.
By quite a bit.
Call it.
Our best estimate is the race leading towards Vance, says the New York Times. Well, we are going to call it. Okay?
That's a win. That is a win for our.
So in our third major call of the night, we now project that JD Vance, folks, will be the next senator.
Let's go.
Of the state of Ohio. We predict he will be definitely one of the better people in the whole U.S. Senate. We've said this before many times, and yeah, the victory is looking pretty inevitable now at this point. Tim Ryan and the Democrats thought maybe they'd have a chance because Tim was running such a moderate campaign, not working. Ohio clearly now is a deep red state, as we all know. So JD Vance, folks, we project, again, projected winner in the state of Ohio, folks.
Amen.
Real.
Okay, so this is from Florida Voice News. Florida will now send 20 Republicans and 8 Democrats to the U.S. Congress. In 2020, just 2 years ago, the state sent 16 Republicans and 11 Democrats. That is that's 4 House seats from Florida, new House seats, including like the one that the most alarming one, not really alarming, like a lot of people expected this, but to win, she won by 8 points. Anna Paulina Luna, Florida District 13, Charlie Crist's home district. She won by 8 points.
Wow. Yeah, Florida is a ruby red state now. You can even see it. Like, you can just tell.
It feels like it.
Driving around anywhere, yeah.
Neil Dunn is winning by 20 points against fellow rep for now, Al Lawson, soon to be done. Matt Gaetz is winning by a 2-to-1 ratio, 67% to 33%.
No, but I thought he had scandal and he was gonna resign. Ooh.
Okay, so Virginia District 7, I guess they have mail-in votes remaining. Vega is up by 2%, 88% of the vote in. New York Times says it's forecasted to be very likely D. Same with the 10th. They say very likely D. Hung Cao is now down by 6 points with 88%. It's over. Alan Fung is still down by 4 with 92. Nothing's
It's
changed.
never over when Hung Cao is in the picture.
That's true. I take it back.
All right, let's see. Let's go back to Georgia. Lionel says 62% of Walker winning, chance of Walker winning, according to New York Times. We'll take a look.
Wow.
Herschel Walker now has the lead by 0.1%. Okay. So the issue with Georgia is it's not like election day. You remember how it was in 2020. It's all over the place. So let's see where we got
68% of the votes enter in Cal. There's still a lot of these rural. Let's check. Stewart and Webster. Those Democrat. Okay, Stewart is a Democratic county. That'll only give. That's probably only going to give. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, they don't really matter. Webster is Republican by a couple hundred votes. Stewart is Democrat by a couple hundred votes. They'll cancel each other out. Now in 2020, okay, same deal. Yeah, so those two are uncounted for, but they're probably going to cancel each other out. Peach County, Georgia, 0% of the vote in 2020. Peach County. Let's see if we can find it. Where are you? Wow. It's hidden.
Vince, have you texted Stacy yet? Yeah, I'm yet to text her my condolences.
Okay, Peach County gave Trump a 600 vote spread. It was 51.8 to 47.2.
That sounds like a tiny county anyway.
So, no, like it gave Trump 600 votes. Like it was 6,500 votes for Trump, 1,500 for Warnock. So Biden. So that hasn't been counted at all. That's good.
I think if Myra Flores wins in Texas, she's not gonna. Her district's like D plus Biden plus 15. I mean, yeah, maybe she pulls off some type of miracle, but I don't see it happening. Her old district was like Biden plus 4. Okay, this is like way more. The redistricting screwed her over. But even so,
New York Times has it as a toss-up though, so we'll see.
We will see. Even so, I really, like I said, when she loses, which she probably will, I'm really not going to feel all that bad because, yeah, I'm all for the Latino realignment, but you don't do it by voting for amnesty. You don't do it by saying, just using stupid rhetoric, saying second chance or whatever, blah, 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 this and that. A lot of her voters, I think, in South Texas are actually pretty conservative on the immigration question.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of them who look at it, it's like, I don't want, immigrants coming in, messing with my labor force, et cetera, et cetera. And instead of playing into that, she's like, oh, I'm going to vote for amnesty because.
Back to Georgia, Coffee County, which to my knowledge hasn't counted yet, went for Trump 69.5%. to 29.7%. And it gave Trump 10,000 votes and Biden 4,000. So a 6,000 point swing for Trump. That hasn't been counted yet in this election. 2018, what were those numbers? Coffee County. It actually gave Kemp over 5,000 votes ahead of Abrams in 2018. So there should be similar news. And this should be a higher turnout election than 2018. So we could see Walker gain another 6,000 votes from Coffee County. Hasn't been counted yet. Peach is Republican. Walton County, it's close to Atlanta. 0% of the vote. And let's check that one out. Walton County. Wow. Okay. That's huge.
What?
2020, Walton County, 74% Trump
Yeah.
to 24.8% Biden. 37,000. Same thing. 20,000 votes was the difference there that went to Brian Kemp in 2018. So that is great news. Hasn't been counted at all. DeKalb is still at 68%. Fulton County at 69%.
I like how they just stopped counting. Yeah, I'm sure
they're waiting.
I'm sure the water main has broken again.
There's a major fracking operation in Georgia for some reason. Why are they fracking?
Let's see.
Northeast Georgia, no. Couple counties have yet to be counted. Lumpkin, 0% in 2020. Lumpkin is pretty populated as well. 12,000 Trump votes to 3,000 Biden votes. It's looking good for Walker. In 2018, Lumpkin County. Okay, yeah, similar situation there. 9,000 votes for Kemp to 2,000 for Abrams. Just looking at like the raw vote totals to get a better picture here.
Yeah. Let's see. You did not hear about you did it. Well, that's the thing, right? Very few Republican media actually talked about this. They refused to call her out on it because it's like, oh, epic Latina woman candidate. We can't counter signal her. It's like, dude, she's voting for amnesty. Okay. She's voting for the destruction of the Republican Party in a lot of ways. Okay. Like, as a Republican or whatever, you'd think that'd be something that other Republicans would want to call out. But instead, it's like we just don't talk about this apparently. But I mean, rest assured, I have not forgotten. Many have not forgotten. All right, Herschel Walker now leads by 1 point. Taking a look.
Shout out Matthew Heilemann for winning his race. He was, I believe, he was uncontested, but he's one of us. You guys have probably heard the name before. North Dakota's 7th State House District. So he's going to be making change up there.
Real Matt Heilemann, our king. Mastriano's making gains. Let's check it back in on Pennsylvania. And then at 10 p.m., which polls? We have Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Utah. Which Nevada and Oregon, both probably going to take it forever. I don't think you'll see any calls tonight of either of those races. The whole West Coast is all.
Walker has reached 50%. A lot of numbers to come from DeKalb and Fulton.
Yeah, we just got to wait and see what happens.
Still, that's great. He's at 50. That's beautiful.
All right, let's check in on Pennsylvania here. 32% in. We now have like reasonable margins, sort of. Let's see what well, the Mastriano is now behind Oz by almost 5, which is not good. Not good. We'll just have to see. It's definitely a long shot. We'll just have to see what happens, folks.
Is there nothing out of Arizona?
Actually, let's take a look.
Nope. Nothing at all.
What are they doing?
Did they extend the time or something? I saw
Maybe
something about that. They might because of the issues, but even then, that's kind of shady. Why do we need to do that? Apparently, Bud is outperforming Beasley in the eastern half of the state, which is very good. He's clearly favored North. Let's look at that real quick. 79% of the vote, and he's up by 4.
Yeah, he's gonna win.
Mm-hmm.
We could actually call that race. Basically, I don't have a graphic, but we can call that race. Did I make a graphic for Ted Bud? I don't think I did.
Colorado, 43% in. Joe O'Day, Rhino Day, is down by 19 points.
Based.
43%. A lot of rurals go. He'll tighten it up a little, but I don't know. He's a lib. I don't know how you think to get anything done there. Like, just engage the base. Like, that's step one. Like, running any campaign, like, you have your base of voters first. You should engage those people first. Then you go to the independents and the leaners. You know, you get them next, but you got to engage the base. This guy was just being a total liberal from the start. That's not a Republican voter. Is not a liberal. The average Republican is not a liberal.
Yeah,
they're not going to vote for a liberal.
Pennsylvania is so slow. Yeah, real. Let's see.
Anything from Iowa? %, nothing yet. Wisconsin, 33% in. Johnson is only down by 2 points in the Senate race. Let's look at the governor's race as well.
The time was not extended in Arizona. They're just being slow, apparently.
So right now, Mitchell's is underperforming Johnson, the Senate nominee, the senator, actually, is sitting senator.
Yeah.
By like, not too bad. That's about 3 points. 33% of the vote in for both. A lot of, let's check the WOW counties surrounding Milwaukee. A lot of them. Waukesha, 73% of the votes in. 60-39 going to Michaels or Michaels. Michaels? Is it Michaels?
I think it's Michaels.
So why do you spell like that? I think I said Mitchell's earlier.
How's the Senate race?
Apologize. Senate race. So in that same county, Ron Johnson is outperforming Michaels by 3 points, 63-37.
All right.
Total race, though, it's 51.4 to 48.6. Mandela Barnes, the radical, like absolutely radical America-hating candidate, Mandela Barnes, versus beer drinker Ron Johnson. You seen that? He like chugs beers. Like, it's crazy. He's pretty good at it. Gotta give him props. Tony Evers is ahead of Michaels by around 7 points. A lot of rurals to look at, though. Tudor Dixon, only 14% of the vote in Michigan. She's down by 9.
That's not too bad, I think.
Yeah, there's a long way to go.
So they now have, the House is leading Republican. That's not surprising. But check this out. The needle for the Senate control of New York Times continues to move to the right.
Yeah.
It was actually a few hours ago was tilted toss up to the left.
Yeah.
Now it's tilting toss up to the right. So
we knew this. Of course, this is like the people that put this code in, the people that put these graphics up, like people that make these graphics, they're swing left. They're leftist people. They live in pods in cities. They eat bugs, probably.
Let's see. Nate Silver, or AKA Nate Plastic, says that quick call for Bennett and Hassan's strong results in New Hampshire so far really mitigate against red tsunami scenarios. Democrats may have a fairly bad night, but they're unlikely to have a catastrophic one.
There's 25% of the vote in New Hampshire, and Bennett sucks. We knew Bennett sucks. Like that. This guy Nate, he's a loser.
Yeah.
Georgia is now 50-48. Herschel Walker, his lead widened. Looks like, and Walton County is still not in. That's huge. Walton County is huge.
Yeah, no, we have not gotten any results out of Arizona yet, Luis. Literally.
We got Sumter County. How is Sumter County, Georgia? Okay, it's a Biden It was Biden +5. Pretty low population, though. Not a big vote swing there. Not too crazy. But Walton County, east of Atlanta, Walton County, it's a big red area. That's going to be great for Walker. That's yet to be counted. Same with all these northeastern counties of Atlanta, yet to be counted.
Yeah. Again, it's just too early to call or really know.
Okay, Walker just went down to 49.5. That come from? Not totally sure. So Walker has a 30,000 vote lead right now. Is it enough? If Warnock gets to around 250K in DeKalb, it's possible. It's 2020 in DeKalb.
Let's take a look at Twitter here. Nate Silver says, still a lot of uncertainty, but I think we can put a little bit more weight in the middle part of the bell curve in terms of the distribution of possible outcomes tonight, a little bit less on the tails. We will see about that, Mr. Plastic. I don't know. You can't really tell because there's barely any solid results in it except from like Florida. So let's see if Arizona's reporting anything. We still at 0? We're still at 0. Wow.
I've heard that Maricopa is incoming.
Incoming in terms of they're finally going to finish, or incoming in terms of they're going to report?
I think report, hopefully.
Okay.
That's
literally Maricopa County.
Maricopium.
Real. I woke up in my pod rental unit today, washed up in the gender-free restroom, and rinsed my mouth with corn oil. This is the life. Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Thank you. Appreciate the chat. I can't believe this. It's been almost an hour. They have nothing. They don't have like 1%. No, 0 results. Yeah, average just Arizona. Yeah, what's going on there, buddy? All right, let's see.
Walker is up by a point in Georgia with 71% reporting. Still nothing from Big Walton. Expecting a big turnout there. DeKalb now has 71%. Warnock is up to 192,000 votes.
I want to look at the almost final margin for DeSantis. It is 19.4 with 89% of the votes in.
Please get to 20.
Yeah, so you
Good
could very
Lord.
well see this hit 20. Yeah.
Let's
That's
check
crazy.
in on Mike Collins, Georgia District
Is he?
10.
I thought he's running unopposed, or is he running against someone?
No, he is. He's basically unopposed. He's winning 62 to 38.
Yeah,
Future Congressman Mike Collins, you can call that one.
our guy.
Trucker Mike.
Oz is now only down by 5. All right, let's take a look at Pennsylvania here. Yeah, 51.4 to Oz's 46.2. And Mastriano is, running now 5.1 behind Oz.
Not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Polling error is definitely there, though. Like, just from what we've seen, the aggregate.
Yeah, well, I always thought Mastriano was not going to,
53% of the vote in. A lot of rurals look untouched. Abbott is up in Texas, 53.4 to 45.4. It's an 8-point race. Killing it.
But he's not going to kill it nearly as much as Ron because he's weak. Real. Let's see. Possible for Mastriano, we can get this done. I mean, yeah, it's really too early to tell anything, but if these margins hold, it's going to require Oz to win by like 5. You know what I mean? So we'll have to see what happens there. It's sad because if Mastriano just had a single bit of money and publicity, he'd be fine. But you know, Florida's already further right than Texas. This is true. This is true.
Good candidate effect.
Yeah, real. The elections have consequences effect.
Yep.
Mike Lee better beat
Georgia's
McMuffin, he
second
will.
district, 56% of the vote in. It is tied. Virtual tie. But Chris West, the Republican nominee, is beating Democratic incumbent Sanford Bishop by about 100 votes. 50-50.
Florida is the state Texas thinks it is. It's a state that Georgia and Texas collectively in different ways think they are. It's true. At least now it is.
Georgia's demoralized.
Yeah.
They need Walker. They need this dub. They need this dub bad.
Yeah.
Rich McCormick is also up. He beat in Georgia's 6th. He beat the Trump-endorsed candidate. The 2 non-Trump endorsements in the primaries
that were literally better.
Yeah, that were actually very much better. Mike Collins and Rich McCormick, they both are leading 62-38. That's funny. MTG is still up 67-33 with 80% of the vote in her district. It's looking like it's gonna be a huge pickup in Virginia District 2. We expected that. Kiggins will beat the incumbent Luria. District 7, Vega is only up by 2 points with 88% in. According to the New York Times, they have it as likely D. Hung Kao is down by 6, and they say it's very likely D. 93% of the vote.
Wrong. He's going to pull the third. All right, let's looking at Georgia here. Walker now leads by 0.1%. We got some minor movement in Atlanta. Not really. DeKalb County, like you said earlier, went up by like 3 points.
It's probably some other dim area.
Yeah, well,
still nothing out of Walton. That's the big one. I want to see how much that can or what that can do for Walker. That's gonna like 20. Dude, and the Trump. What was the 2020 final? Like, what was that vote total?
I don't know. I just know
Biden
Trump
won
lost
Georgia.
by like 12,000.
Yeah, 12,000.
Yeah.
12,000 votes. That's how tight this is. And that the state's probably equally as polarized now, except I think that Republicans have the enthusiasm, much more so than they did in 2020, even with Trump on the ballot. Like it's crazy that the turnaround, like just how bad it's been in America these past 2 years. And it's been good because we're still America, like it's been, but like you look at like your gas saving, your gas prices, your grocery bills, the little things, but what they're doing to children, don't even get started about that. That's like the big issues, is the cultural stuff, but it's the easy things. Like we got them on the easy things too, like the economy. Like that's the easiest win. How bad is the economy?
I want to see what the commentary is saying on this race. If I can find it.
Mehmet Oz is down by 4% with 40% of the vote in.
New York Times is just saying that it's a toss-up. Let's see. Or let's see. Well, I guess they were saying it was a toss-up before, right? What's the odds here? Doesn't say. Okay. Walker, make it to 50, please. I'm just worried that there's still quite a bit in Atlanta left. Fulton 69 in, DeKalb 71 in. Gwinnett, that only has 46 in.
How did Gwinnett go in 2020?
And that's those are just gonna be big dumps for Democrats. So
Yeah,
you look at
it's
kind of what's
80,000.
remaining in these rural areas. A lot of the rural counties, it seems like most of them are reporting like kind of around 80%. I would say is about the average there. So, but there's some like here that are just totally unreported. So I don't know. I mean,
big turnout in the rurals. I think he'll get more so than it should be in line with Trump 2020.
We'll just
Kemp is now up by 8 points. But not as much of Atlanta has been counted for him. That's big. The counting is different. DeKalb only 63% in for Kemp. And Fulton 63% in for Kemp. If you look at Walker's race, DeKalb has 71% in. That's big. 69% in for Fulton. That's the little bit. Obviously, it's not as close by any margin, but once it's all a little closer.
Let's take a look back at New York, see if they have more than 1% of the vote in, knowing New York. 31% reporting and called for Chuck Schumer. Zeldin is down pretty big. Let's see. See the map here. All right, so he's winning national, 0.1% in, so nothing. But minor leads there.
Okay, Arizona's starting to come in 40%. Okay, it looks heavy mail-in so far.
That's how it was in the primary too.
Kelly's up by 15. Maricopa County Masters is down by 20, which I think that'll narrow up 52% of the vote in. So it's hopefully all election day from now on. Pinal County Masters is only down by 6. Let's check. Let's pull up the 2020.
Well, I don't know if you're going to learn a lot from 2020 because it was literally a Biden win. So,
well, yeah, but it's recent, So Pinal County, yeah, those numbers will go up for Masters. Trump won Pinal County by 17 points. 100,000. I'm sorry, 25, about 30,000 votes there. For Masters. If he gets that same turnout, which it's likely a little lower, we'll say like 20. That's still going to be huge. Pinal County and all the numbers that's probably just all early. Coconino County, 70-28.
Let me see.
For Mark Kelly. Those will even up a little. Biden won at 61-36. Mojave County, 75-23 for Trump. And Masters is only 53% of the vote in.
Let's see. So if I remember from the primary, okay, well, if I could get the freaking... Why is Mark Victor getting votes? Didn't he drop out? Well, he did, but you can early votes, and then maybe there's a handful of people who wrote him in. But that's the thing. Arizona has like election month, which is very smart, obviously. And he dropped out after early voting already started. So, yeah, he is going to get some votes here. I expect this margin to go down because most of his votes presumably are early votes. But we take a look here. If I remember from the Arizona primary and 2020 as well, Arizona, like Ohio, like Florida, is one of the blue mirage states, I should say. So we'll definitely see this go down here. But do you remember what Lake was losing by in the primary? Because I remember it was pretty big, and people were like freaking out.
It was over 10 in the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Lake right now losing by 11. Masters losing by like 15. Okay. All right.
Lake is only outrunning Masters by 3.2%, which is good, I believe. What was the RCP there for Lake?
Yeah, I mean, that's not horrible for Blake. It's not like incredible, but
yeah. So Lake was winning by 3.5. If you actually look at the Arizona Senate, I believe Masters, I don't know if he was up in the RCP aggregate. It may have been like 0.1.
Uh-huh. I think Masters, from what I remember, was down by 1.
He was up by 0.3.
Okay.
So that's actually holding pretty strong. A little over 3% difference between the two. Let's look at the last poll by Trafalgar ahead and Masters winning by 1%. The last poll for Data for Progress, which is a Democrat internal poll, swings left, had Masters winning by 1. Same as Trafalgar. So that could really say something. Lake has been winning in every poll by 3 to 4 points. She's getting over 50%. Masters is getting to 48.3. That's the average. He did get 50% in the Data for Progress poll, the Democrat poll. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, you do not need to doom about any of those states. Probably, Nerdy. It's too early to tell anything. We can stop the dooming, folks. Arizona, like I said, it's a blue mirage state. Remember 2020. Remember the Kerry Lake primary. That's literally how the state counts. Okay, they count the early stuff first. So,
it's very similar numbers too for the mail-ins in Maricopa for senator and governor races. Lake has 42%, Masters has 39, 3%.
The only race in California I legitimately care about is the LA mayoral election. We're going to try to cover that, but I'd estimate that you're not going to see results until 2025. So we'll have to see what happens there. Let's see, 10 p.m. Did I announce the 10 p.m. poll closures? We got poll closures in Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Utah. So I'm gonna wait about at least 5 minutes. I seriously doubt Nevada's counted anything because it's Nevada. Average Nevada. Trump is talking right now. Oh, we will tune into that, folks. So what's going on here? Hung Cow conceded. No, it's all a
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Fake news. No, he did not. Hung Cow will never concede. I don't see Trump speak. Oh, here. Is this it?
Walker is up to 49.3.
What's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
Is this right now or is this? Okay, let's see.
For releasing criminals from prison. Take it back.
That's earlier. Why whatever stream we're watching this on is so like scuffed. Look at the cropping.
Bolduc's lead in New Hampshire, or Bolduc's deficit,
Wide
I should say,
open
is
now.
shrinking.
Millions and millions of
We'll get to that
illegal
later.
aliens are pouring into. Never had rain like that. I've never seen anything like it. Everything was so.
Okay, that's the Dayton rally. Okay, here's the current speech. Let's see.
You know, it was beautiful. And had to stay 10 or 15
All right, here he
minutes,
is.
It stops, the sun comes.
We got two Donald Trump speaking at once. What do they mean by this?
Quick, but it's
What do
brutal.
they mean by this?
So I'm doing it, and I had to throw away the teleprompters, and we did so well. And I was saying, what do you think would have happened to Biden if that happened? I don't think it would have been too good. I don't think it would have been too good.
Okay, what's going on here? They're
But
playing
you know,
the.
the other,
I'm trying to listen to this speech, but they're
one was
playing
useless
the other
because-
audio.
you ever ride in your car where
What
you
is
get a
going
really
on?
heavy rain? It's called planned obsolescence.
Why is the stream so scuffed?
They're so lucky I allowed them to get into politics. Right?
Dude, who's running this freaking stream? Then like,
I think we're into the world of comedy.
this is like one of those like Chinese like Family Guy. You know, or actually, I think they're Vietnamese. You know, they upload like the Family Guy clips and they're all like cropped weird and stuff to avoid copyright. Like that's what I'm watching right now. That's literally what
He's
I'm
the
watching right
largest
now.
human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive
All right, here we go.
lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually. Played
So
for
true.
Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially. We're not going to see any great football stars in here, but we do see brilliant people. But but they're great people and very, very successful people, and they want what's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, there's Mr. T's remarks that we only got to see about maybe less than half of because the Family Guy pirate stream was cutting it off. But all right, no movement in Arizona, really. Let's go back to Georgia. Can someone let me know when Biden starts speaking? We'll react to that too. It'll be fun. It'll be real fun. All right, Herschel Walker's lead has expanded. He now leads by about 0.7. Again, we just have to.
0.7.
What?
Where are you seeing 0.7?
New York Times.
They have it at 0.5. Michael Bennett, Democrat, Colorado, has won.
Wow, real surprising.
He's leading O'Day by 14 points.
We're still not seeing anything new out of Atlanta. I really just want to brace for impact on that one, and then we'll see where we're at after that, you know. So we will see. Let's look at New Mexico. Let's see New Mexico. We got poll closures there, I believe, at 10. So let's take a look here.
Grisham's up by 15, 43%.
I'm be honest, I don't know how New Mexico counts, but we'll just have to see. Why did they give that headshot to Mark Ronchetti? That is very unflattering. That's not even a. It's not even like a headshot. That's like a candid photo of him. Like, they're doing him dirty here.
It's true. Toss-up is now leaning. The needle for Senate is now toss-up, but leaning very slightly to the left. Republican
Really?
We're still winning the House, according to the New York Times.
We'll have to see what happens there. Let's take a look back at Pennsylvania.
Oz is closing the gap.
Yeah, Oz is closing the gap.
Fetterman is still down.
Mastriano continues to run about 5 behind him, 5.1. So
30% of the vote in New Hampshire Senate. Don Bolduc is now behind 12 points. 30% though. It could be a lot more. Election day votes coming soon. Chuck Grassley is now ahead of Mike Franken. He's going to blow him out. Only 41% in there in Iowa. Nothing new out of Wisconsin. Michigan governor.
So apparently the New York Times says that Fetterman is running ahead of Biden in 5 Pennsylvania counties that have reported nearly all their votes. What in the world?
Strange.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting, right?
Gretchen Whitmer is now only ahead of Tudor Dixon by 4.2 points with 20% of the vote in. Only 1% in Wayne County. It's the Detroit. However, 48% in Oakland County. These counties surrounding Detroit. Not a lot of the peninsula here, the Upper Peninsula.
All right.
It's a close race.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go back to.
Wow.
Actually, let's see.
Spanberger has overtaken Yesley Vega in the 7th district. 95% in.
How are you going to win with a name called Spanberger?
Stupid people. It's not even like I mean, growing up, it's like, respect other people's decisions. Like, if you vote for a Democrat, you're stupid. You're stupid.
Real.
Like, if you vote for the party that diddles kids, and if you don't diddle kids as a Democrat, you're okay with other people around you diddling kids. Not to mention the economy, not to mention the border, real issues. What's more real than, pedophilia? That's an issue. In California, they vote for these bills that reduces the penalty for pedophiles. You have the new Supreme Court justice supported by the Democrats, put in by Biden. She's has a track record of reducing sentences for many pedophiles, child sex offenders. It's all over the place.
All right, let's see here.
Transing of kids.
So they have this thing on New York Times of estimated vote remainings. Let me see. I guess they now have lines. The reported margin compares with our estimated final margin. I don't know what that means. So, of the 3 counties in Georgia that have reported almost everything, in Oconee County, Walker has a 1-point lead over the 2020 margin. In Greene County, Walker has a 5-point lead over the 2020 margin for Trump.
Very good.
And somehow in Screven County, Walker is down by 16 from 2020. I don't understand that. That's very strange.
How many total? What's the total?
Greater than 95%.
Could be wrong. Could be an error. In Pike County, Pennsylvania, that Keystone Party, that didn't actually happen. They've updated that in the governor's race. No, we were talking about that earlier, but he's actually very low on the ballot, I think.
Let's see. I hope Dixon wins because I have a good shot of getting into Hillsdale, and I'll go have accepted. Yeah, real. Does Hillsdale have a you-know-what mandate? I'm sure most of the Michigan schools do. I don't know if Hillsdale rebelled, though. in about half an hour, at least California will have its results. And the polls will close, but they won't have the results for about, like I said, about 3 to 4 years. So, but all right, let's go back to Pennsylvania here. It is interesting that so far Fetterman has been outperforming Biden. It is also in, let's see. If it'll freaking refresh. Okay. The 4 or so counties we see them in, specifically in like rural Pennsylvania, like West Pennsylvania, he's seeing pretty big shifts from the 2020, doing better than Biden did, and kind of here in like the northeastern part too.
Did he actually do it? Like, did the lie
Well,
work?
I actually think that makes sense. You know why? Because he like his weird like fake populist shtick, I think actually set up to do better than Biden in the rurals. I bet you in like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh or whatever, he'll probably do worse than Biden in the suburbs and stuff. I think he's gonna do worse than Biden.
Right
this
now,
I can actually see this. Because he campaigned a lot even in like rural Pennsylvania and stuff. He pretends to be this like working class populist while he's there, So
I just don't know how a real American patriot could vote for John Fetterman.
Well, they're just the disaffected white working class there. I don't know.
Yeah. So they vote for Satan. It's big.
Okay, let's see. If PA elects Fetterman and Shapiro, I still think Fetterman's going to lose. Shapiro will probably win, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. But that's my thing with their analysis of this. Okay, like you could doom over this, but to me this actually makes sense. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense that Biden is going to do better than Fetterman's going to do better than Biden in the rural areas.
Because we need those rurals. Hopefully.
Well, I think Oz is probably going to outperform in the suburbs, right? So
I hope so.
I think Oz is going to outperform Trump in the suburbs, underperform Trump in the rurals, and he'll be fine, more or less, right? I'm pretty sure all these counties are super red anyway. We're just talking about the shift in margin, But let's see. Oz just got 0.1. So
Carrie Lake is down 10, 39% of the vote in.
She was down 11 earlier, so let's see.
There was a dump in Yuma. All early vote, by the way. Carrie Lake is leading in Yuma with early vote.
That's good to see.
53 to 47 margin. Hobbs still leads by 113,000 votes, but we could see Maricopa. Lake could win Maricopa, definitely. I think it barely went to Biden by just a couple points.
Low energy, Vince, wake up. I'm doing my best. I don't have a voice. I don't know what you all want me to do. But let's see.
Maricopa County went to Biden by 2 points. Should be a lot of. If that can.
Yeah, she'll be fine.
Right now, Lake is down like 170. Or I'm sorry, that's Masters. Lake, though, or Blake, should say, he's down 20% in Maricopa. If that can normalize, he'll gain 150K right there. In total, Blake is down, Masters is down like 160,000 votes.
So
A
right
lot
now,
of those should
Masters
come.
is running 4.3 behind Lake. So that's in reach, but is also not ideal, right?
Think of the polling error, though. You see it everywhere.
I don't care about the polling error. I'm just thinking about this like realistically.
Well, no, like realistically, there is a polling error. Like from what the polls are, like you got to add.
Well, I'm saying that so if that would hold, then Lake has to win by at least 4.4 points, which is doable, but that's like a lot to ask, is what I'm saying. You know, ideally you want Blake trailing by like 2, whatever. You know, that's more like safe for Blake. You know, I think you're definitely like that. That would imply that it's going to come down to the wire, is what I'm saying. Abbott was called. That is no surprise. We will put the graphic on the screen. All right, folks. The VinceDao decision desk now projects that Greg Abbott will be reelected the next governor of Texas. I could care less, but yes, Mr. G has returned. The fact that we rely on liberal media sources for election information is also concerning. Well, I don't know. I don't have a choice. New York Times has the best data to show you on the screen. Not that Fox is exactly any better. They were the first ones to call Arizona in 2020. Let me remind you of that. So, and actually, I think they made a missed call with the House in 2020, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Like they actually made a wrong call. So, there's not really much of a choice there. I wish West or Huffines was governor over Abbott. Yeah, real. But I don't know. 2026, the rise of Huffines, or maybe
Huffines is a lot better than West.
Yeah,
in my
that's
opinion. Just the stuff they talk about. West is I don't really get it. Like I don't get the appeal. I haven't heard too much good from him. Like
he's just a black Republican.
Yeah, that's the appeal.
He's a black Republican. Kim Reynolds was called as well. Yeah, not surprising.
Check some New York House districts. Claudia Tenney is winning. That's expected.
538 is saying Boebert could lose. Okay, let's take a look.
Way.
I'm in Nate Silver L. Let's see. It is pretty close.
New York Times has it as very likely are.
Yeah.
It's 67% of the vote in a long time to go.
Yeah, it's just reporting. As usual, Nate Silver and 538 not having a clue what they're talking about. Fox projects Shapiro beats Mastriano. I'm sad. Listen.
Don't trust Fox.
We will it's just like Hung Cow. We will not concede.
Fight till the end.
Yeah, real. Let's check back in on Pennsylvania. They didn't say she'll win, but it's an upset alert. It's gonna be fun. Oh, because she had an abortion allegedly. You know, like
that makes more liberals vote for her.
Yeah, real.
Well, actually, Walker is up to 50%.
Look there.
Nothing out of Atlanta. So. A little bit out of Gwinnett, actually. Gwinnett. Only 4% from Walton County. A lot of vote for Herschel there. Nothing out of Stevens County, that's red. Nothing out of Sumter County, which is slightly blue. That's not really going to do much, but this is a close race.
Yeah, real.
I mean, 76% of the vote, and you got a lot of rurals still, like, I mean, with some chunks left. I mean, you can probably...
You really just, I mean, we just have to wait and see how the math plays out there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's going to be close. You just hope Warnock gets less than 50 if he does have a plurality here. on the general election. Walker is up by 40,000 votes. 35,000. Which that could go up with Walton. Hopefully that goes up by at least close to like 80,000. Maybe 70,000. It's tough. Just Atlanta,
Yeah, just have to wait.
The foreign state of Atlanta.
Yeah, true. It's such an ugly city. Like
That's
literally,
terrible.
it's
That's
ugly.
terrible.
The streets are like dirty. Like they're like too narrow and like it's just horrible. Okay, Oz is now down by 4. Mastriano down by like what is that? Like 13. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll have to see what the final margins look like. Oz is definitely still in it. Mastriano. We'll have to hope for a miracle on that front, I think. Which is not particularly surprising.
Yeah.
As sad as it is, because when your top media exposure is the Tim Pool podcast, because no mainstream, I shouldn't say mainstream, but like TV, mass media thing wants to pick you up. I mean, yeah, what do you expect? What do you expect? But apparently winning Ohio by 10. Yeah, let's take a look there. That's pretty solid, actually, because, there definitely was a fear that, no, it's not by 10. That's by like about 7 something. But that's not by 10. Never mind. Because I was gonna say that you could see, because Tim Ryan is running as a local based moderate or whatever, you could see him make it closer than like Trump and Biden or Trump and Hillary, but that's not by 10. That's about normal margins. Yeah, let's take a look at the final margins in Florida. Probably nerdy. Although it doesn't seem like the votes have moved a lot in the last hour. The establishment in the GOP is purposely destroying America First candidates by not funding them. Yeah, exactly. Well, like I said, the self-defeating feedback loop. He's not electable, which is why we're not funding him. But he's not electable, right? It's like you see it's Pennsylvania. A Republican is always electable. You go for it instead of trying to spend all your money on a New York governor's race. That's all I'm going to say. But in Florida, Ron is now up by 19.6 with 90% in. I think we're going to hit the 20 mark.
That's so huge.
I think we're going to hit the 20 mark. I wonder what would have happened if Charlie Crist actually ran as a moderate, because he ran as a straight up like Biden Democrat. He literally said Joe Biden is a good president. Like, yeah, that's real smart.
DeSantis would have won by 10, like we thought. Still a blowout.
That tells you that radical libtardism is not popular. All right, let's take a look at RGV, the Rio Grande Valley. It's all like blue so far. But let's see. Hidalgo, 47% in. Cameron County, 41% in. So we'll see if those margins change, but
New York Times has District 34. That's Mayra Flores. It has it as a toss-up still. She's down by 11 with 67 of the vote and 71%.
How is that a toss-up?
I don't know. Maybe a lot of Election Day votes remain. 71% of the vote is in District 15 with Monica De La Cruz. She is winning by 8 points, 53-45. It's likely R rated by.
Dang, RGV isn't budging. Well, it's only like half the votes in, dude. Come on, let's chill out. We'll see, but I definitely am not hopeful about Mayra Flores.
Monica De La Cruz will be a pickup. That's gonna happen. She's gonna win. Flores, we don't know, but we haven't known about her. She hasn't been predicted to win, like in any possible polling. Like this is still a polarized America that we live in.
Vince wants Flores to lose. I just don't care, and I'm gonna laugh if she loses because she betrayed. I think, in my opinion, she betrayed our movement on a very basic level. It's not like a minor thing. You vote for amnesty. Well, that's the thing. You want to vote for amnesty to pander to liberal Hispanics? Go for it. But you're not going to get my shilling. You're not going to get my big time support. Screw you. Well, let's see. Let's see how she does with those libtard Hispanics that she thinks she's appealing to. I could I could really care less, if I'm being honest. Let's hope Monica de la Cruz is better and doesn't vote for amnesty. Yeah, there's no need to doom over Kerry right now.
Zeldin is down 61-38 with 37% of the votes in New York. Gotta wait and see. Still doing. I mean, I don't know. What are those numbers in Queens? How did Trump do in Queens?
See Kerry Lake. Arizona election results. Both Monica and Myra were with Nikki Haley a few days ago. Oh, well. That's really funny because, we all know it's like the George Bush GOP that, has realigned the Hispanics, of course, as we all know. The Rio Grande Valley is voting red because of neocons and George Bush. Yeah, that's insulting. Also, Myra Flores endorsed Corey Mills over Anthony Sabatini, so screw her.
Fake.
Yeah.
1% of the vote in Utah, and based Mike Lee is ahead of Evan McMuffin, 80-17. Very good. A lot of vote to go, obviously, but good drop.
We didn't really see any movement out of Arizona here.
Nothing.
All right. In my wife's class in Alabama, there was an openly illegal alien Mexican girl that was speaking about her illegal family living here on U.S. government welfare. I thought that was a conspiracy theory, though. I thought that illegals didn't get welfare, and that's just a nonsense right-wing talking point. How could they get welfare? That doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, real. In Alabama, too. Yeah. You'd think that individual would be deported. Instead, that individual gets welfare. Many such cases. UT RGV is a terrible influence for young voters, especially when I see it every day. Yeah. Well, I'm sure the young voters or the UT RGV students are the only thing, not the only thing, but they're pretty big time, Democrat base there. Trump isn't on the ticket. Do you think that is the reason why RGV isn't going overwhelmingly Republican? It's a possibility. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens. She literally got college money in Alabama. She got college money. Yeah, that's wow. Illegal immigrants literally should not be allowed to attend university or get any public benefit of anything. Okay. And at the very, and this is a cope take, but at the very least, they shouldn't get financial aid. Okay, that's a cope take, I know. But at the very least, they should be treated as what they are, which is foreign students. Okay, foreign students don't get any type of financial aid. Okay. But ideally, that individual would just be deported. This is true. All right, with 47% in, Katie Hobbs's lead has gone up. I don't know where that's coming in from, though.
Still early vote, I presume.
Yeah. I was not paying attention there.
Nothing in Maricopa. Still 49. Remember, it was like this in the beginning of the primary, and then Kerry came back and took the whole state.
Yeah,
She swept the state.
Yeah, I wouldn't doom about Arizona yet.
There's just really nothing to go off of. Let's look at Wisconsin. Ron Johnson is up by 0.2. 58% of the votes. This is leaning R according to New York Times. I'm going to check Michigan. Okay, Whitmer widened the lead a little bit, 53 to 45.4.
How much is in?
28%, long way to go. Okay. Georgia, 77%. Walker is up by 0.9, so he widened his lead a little. Still nothing from Walton County, 4% of Walton County. Pay attention to that. Nothing new from Atlanta, though.
I think a runoff is pretty guaranteed right now.
Walker's close, though. I mean, yeah, it's probably, let's count. Let's count. Warnock probably has around 60, maybe 70,000 votes in DeKalb. I'd say 70%. Actually, I could be wrong.
Some universities give aid to foreign students. That's a cope. Then they should go through the same process or whatever. I don't know. But whatever. Whatever. I had to leave Red Eagle. Way too many doomers and DeSantis stands in the chat. Is Red Eagle dooming all about football? You were just there. What's his pulse on tonight? I'm kind of curious about that. But yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of doomers. I mean, look, guys, it's yeah, like it's not looking good for like Mastriano or whatever. Honestly, not terribly unexpected or whatever, right? But a lot of dooming is because you just don't understand how the counting process works. Like, Arizona is a blue mirage state, so is Georgia. Not really. Georgia just counts all over the place. They have no really organization to it. But let's see here. Rep is not dooming, just losers and haters in his chat. Yeah. Do they not remember the primary? Remember Trump was down in Arizona like big, and he ended up closing to like 20,000. Like that's how Arizona works. Like they count. It's a lot of early count stuff first, right? Like that's just how it works. I'm not dooming the night isn't looking as good as I had hoped. I think that's a fairly rational assessment. It's like it's looking like in sort of the middle of the the average expectation, right?
I mean, the thing is, like, you as a rational person obviously expect the majority of Americans to not put up with the crap. But there's a lot of people putting up with the crap. And it's bizarre. We got J.D. Vance. That's big. It's big for the culture of the Senate. If we can get Masters, that's ginormous for this country and its future. It's very early, 50% in, likely all early vote or mostly early vote. Nothing new out of Maricopa County.
To be clear, there is no denying for me that the girl was illegal, as I was there to witness her speech. She gave a whole speech about how she was illegal in class. She was openly bragging about it and speaking about how God is against borders. I think it'd be very funny if the state of Alabama decided to deport her. Imagine in like Alabama, like you have the guts to go out there and say you're a legal immigrant. Like they should be scared of saying that, and they're not, which is crazy. I'm from Wisconsin, and every year all these random votes come into the last second. And this was going on for over 20 years. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be fine in Wisconsin.
It's 50-50 now, 60% of the vote in.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine there.
Johnson's barely ahead. A lot of rurals still untouched.
Yeah. I think we'll be fine.
62% in Milwaukee, 91%. Dane County, which is Madison, Wisconsin, big dim pit.
Yeah.
That's 91% done. So it's looking pretty good. Still leaning.
Yeah, well, if Milwaukee and Madison are in, basically,
Milwaukee,
are mostly in.
I mean, we'll get some more from Milwaukee, but Madison is pretty much dried up. Check the House right now. Republicans have 102 seats called. Democrats have 58. A lot are up for grabs. Virginia, District 7 has been called for Spanberger. That sucks. We are going to pick up District 2. It looks like very likely are. So that is a pickup. It's good. Check out Texas District 15 likely are. That's going to be a flip, or at least a pickup in the RGV, no less. Monica De La Cruz. Flores' race is still a toss-up, even though she's down 11.7% of the vote, and I don't know. It'll get closer, but I don't know.
Let's see. Let's check back out in Pennsylvania. It is now within 2, with 66% in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How's Doug doing?
Doug is still getting destroyed.
By how much?
Like 12.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Could be different.
Oh, wrong screen.
Doug definitely seems like a more like Southern candidate, you know? Like a little bit safer of a state, possibly. Thing is, though, is why do we have guys like that running in Pennsylvania and these 50-50 battleground states instead of in Georgia and Alabama, Arkansas? You know, where are these guys at?
They're non-existent because they're complacent is what's happening. Yeah. I will never forgive the GOP for attacking Mastriano. Yeah, so true. So true.
GOP.
And honestly, you take a look at what they've done to Mastriano. Ask yourself the question of if the Republican establishment really deserves your loyalty. Because if it doesn't, then it's Trump 2024 all the way. That's the only answer, you know. So many Ron DeSantis heads are like, oh, DeSantis, like, despite the fact that all the GOP mega donors are behind DeSantis, you know, you should find that suspicious. You should find that interesting instead of just pretending like that's not a factor or something. Okay. Maybe if the GOP establishment wanted me to listen to take their credibility a little bit more seriously, they would not have ruined Doug Mastriano to such royally messed up levels, honestly.
Okay, according to Garrett Archer in Arizona, everything we're seeing so far is only election day, or early vote, I mean.
Yeah,
not election day.
Yeah.
Nothing we have seen so far is election day. So that's very good.
Yeah, that's expected. See what the back at Arizona results. O'Dea ran a useless campaign for my home state of Colorado. He didn't even try. Then again, he sucked to begin with, and my state is super blue. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. All right, let's see. We got 50% in. Actually, these margins haven't moved since the last time we looked at them, actually. So we'll see when the election day comes in. When will we know the final results? Arizona, you're probably not going to know till like later in the day tomorrow, honestly.
Herschel Walker has flipped Baldwin County, Georgia from 2020. Interesting.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yeah. I'll keep updating that. See if there's any more. Washington County flipped as well. 90% of the votes in. That went for Biden. And it's moved a few points to the right.
Those are some good signs.
Yeah. These are just central Georgia. Not obviously not as huge as you're not going to flip like Atlanta or any of those suburbs, but
they're kind of like bellwethers, you know.
Walker is now, was there a dump? Yeah, there was a dump in Fulton County. So Walker is now ahead by 0.2.
How much are Fulton counties now in?
84%.
Okay.
Still
DeKalb?
more. Huh?
What's DeKalb at?
74-24.
Okay.
Oh, DeKalb. DeKalb is 71% still.
Okay. Probably want to get Arizona done till 4 a.m. It's probably be after that. Remember the primary wasn't called till like the morning, and that was probably a lot not as close as this will be. So.
We knew. Hey, I remember though, like knowing what the result was going to be by like 2 a.m., which is terrible. But
yeah, but this is going to be closer probably, especially the Senate race.
Yeah, but
Arizona not looking too good. No, it's looking fine. Okay, it's not.
Yeah, you guys stop dooming.
Yeah, like there's 0 election day votes counted yet. This is how Arizona counts. Okay?
Wisconsin, Ron Johnson is up by 2 points. Didn't mean to rhyme there, but Michigan governor, 31% of the vote now, and Whitmer leads by 7.
Okay.
A lot of totals to come though. Detroit is still 8% in. That's abysmal. That's abysmal.
Chesscom support says it's crazy how Candace Owens represents 13% of the cast of the Daily Wire, but is responsible for at least 50% of the controversy. What did you mean by this? What did you mean by this? So glad Vance won. Yeah. Why is the person who's responsible for electoral oversight allowed to run for office? Is not a conflict of interest.
That's what I've said.
That's a good question. But let's see.
Alan Fung has lost.
No.
Not good. New York District 19, Mark Molinaro is down by 0.2%. This is New York Times said it's likely R. 89% of the vote in. What was the special election that was just?
I don't remember. Let's see. Blake at 39.6, not looking good. Well, that's going to be a toss-up for sure. Like that's going to come down the wire. But what you really got to look at right now is how far he's behind Lake, who is pretty primed to win, right? Most people agree with this, and he's a little less than 4 behind Lake. So yeah, I agree. It's not like fantastic, but that basically just says Lake needs to win by close to 4 points, which again, you'd like to see it only like a 2-point difference or whatever. I agree. But, the idea that Blake is totally screwed right now, no, that's just dooming. That's just dooming, okay? Again, this is how Arizona counts, okay? Remember the Republican primary? Remember 2020? All right, so we can calm down. There's no need to doom, okay?
Okay, this is big. It's 9 p.m. in Arizona right now.
Yeah.
People are still voting election day in Maricopa. So they were in line 2 hours ago. So we want those to go. It doesn't, not sure like what area this. this was in, but that could be good news. Especially
You had a
with the
similar
swing.
situation in 2020, which isn't it interesting that it's only like election day voting in Arizona, and that's now back-to-back years where it's only the election day votes that have the line problems and take forever and all that stuff. That's literally voter suppression of Republicans, literally.
Yeah.
They always cause problems only on election day.
The forecast needle from New York Times has swung a little bit more to the right for the House. It's still slightly left for the Senate, though. Has Ted Budd been called yet? 95% in. He's up 51-47. It's over.
He's going to win, yeah.
Walker is now up by 0.4. Okay, there we go. Walton County is starting to be counted finally. Only 21% in, though. He's got a lot more room. A lot of room for Warnock in Atlanta.
Newsmax has 92% reporting in Georgia. How? What?
What's the...
It's tied. Let me see. That was fast.
New York Times has 79. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's Newsmax giving. Let's see, Newsmax election results, Georgia.
Apparently, potentially another 2 hours before results released in Nevada.
The first results?
Yeah, we got nothing. Okay, Washoe turnout, Washoe County, which is like Reno area. It's like the second, I believe it's the second biggest county in the state of Nevada. No mail tallied, but it's a GOP blowout. This is turnout. Registered Republicans, 49%. Democrats, 23%. Others, 28%.
What is going on here? Newsmax doesn't exactly make it easy to find their election results. What the heck? All right, well, never mind, because freaking Newsmax doesn't want to make it intuitive to find the election results, so I don't know what you can do. But yes, it is 11 p.m., folks, and we can indeed call that Gavin Newsom will indeed be reelected the governor of California.
Yes.
This is, of course, a shock to everyone.
Very close race.
Very close race.
Don't forget Alex Padilla.
We expected a massive Republican victory. This is very sad. According to Rick Grinnell, there was going to be a red tsunami in California. So
yes.
But yeah, okay.
So true.
We can project Mr. Newsom to be the next.
You called JD yet?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah, deep red stronghold of California.
Pennsylvania is a 2-point race, 69% in. New York Times says it's likely D, not even lean D, likely D.
What state did you say that was?
Pennsylvania.
For the governorship or the Senate?
Senate.
Oh, wow. Dude, John Fetterman is literally... How does a guy who can't speak...
It's the state of America, Vince. It's the state of America. A guy that can't speak, not even speak. It's not that he can not just speak. He can't process sounds. He can't process words. He needs help. He needs help to do that. This guy's going to one of the highest offices in the history of the world. In the history of the human race, one of the highest elected offices in the history of the human race.
I don't know if I believe that yet.
No, I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it, but the fact that it's close.
I will exist in denial.
The fact that it's close. Not that he's actually gonna. Yeah, the fact that it's close.
How does it end up being close after that debate? I don't understand.
It's maddening.
Yeah. Let's see what they're saying about it, though. Let me see what they're saying about it. Because if they're going off of our estimate is that Fetterman is likely to win. What in the world? You know what's funny about this is that if Fetterman does win, they're literally going to blame Trump. They're going to be like, it's Trump's fault or something like that. When
Yeah.
literally Oz is like a suburban Republican candidate and stuff. Like, did not exactly run as a far right radical here. But let's see. Like, where are they getting this from? I don't know, bros. I'm going to Sultan Oz will never concede. This is true.
Inshallah.
Yes.
Okay. New numbers 49 to 48. Fetterman just updated. 1 point game.
Okay.
1.1. It's Delaware County. There's a lot of room for Oz in Delaware County. It's 9%. Fetterman's up big, but that was it's got 83% Fetterman. That was only like Biden won that by a little over 60. It's a
Dude,
suburb.
what in the
too.
world is going on here? Look at this. So, yeah, so it looks like all across rural Pennsylvania, Fetterman is running ahead of Oz. Okay. And this is basically what the New York Times is using to determine why Fetterman's likely to win. My whole thing is that, like I said, because Fetterman has this fake populist shtick and Oz is something of like a suburban Republican, I think you could see this neutralized by Oz doing really good in like the Philadelphia suburbs. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm a little bit like, we got to see how those suburbs turn out, is what I will say about that. In fact, maybe we can look right now. So, Chester County, Oz is only down by 7. Bucks County by 20. Those are not reporting a lot. I don't know. That's what I would like to watch. That's what I have to see. Kemp was just projected by ABC. Yeah, we could call it for Kemp. Okay, folks. The VinceDao Decision Desk hereby projects that Brian Kemp will be elected the next governor of, or re-elected for governor of Georgia. As you can see, I chose a highly flattering picture for Brian Kemp. I'm sure he would very much appreciate the photograph headshot I've chosen of him.
So true.
But yes.
Bigly.
Okay.
Some news out of Arizona. Cochise County, apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, has posted 3,200 election day votes. The batch share, 73.9% Carrie Lake, 26.1 Katie Hobbs.
Wow.
That's what we need. If we're constantly getting that 70-30 margin, we're winning. Every race should win if that's the vote. I don't know about Masters and everybody else, but Carrie Lake will win. It's 47% of the vote, and she's down by almost 14, but a lot of vote to go. If she's getting over 60-40 in all those election day, she should win.
Yeah.
If it's 60-40, it'll be a closer victory. But if she can get 70-30, 73-26 in all of these, like, she's gonna win. That'll help Masters out too. Well, she's still down 18. New York Times has moved that race, Arizona Senate race, to toss-up. It is now toss-up. It was lean left. It actually may have been likely dim. Still a 1.1 gap in Pennsylvania. Actually, just a 1 point. They have likely D.
Chesscom support says apparently they're not projecting Holko to win.
I mean, yeah.
That's not that surprising, honestly.
He wasn't going to win anyway. The white...
I said that before. I was like, I don't really believe in this a whole lot.
I mean, 49% in. He's down by... I mean, we're hopeful about Blake Masters, but they're down by the same margin with the same percent of votes in, but they count differently too.
No, literally, like, okay, Lee Zeldin, it's not his fault that he ran or whatever, but
he ran a great campaign for Republican in New York, but what are you going to do?
But his hype as a candidate was literally just a grift. It wasn't his grift, but it was the Republicans' grift.
Establishment grift to take the money away from Mastriano.
Yeah, real.
And Masters too. Masters could have been funded way more than he did.
Yeah,
got really lucky just having Thiel in his corner, but even then, like, running him dry, McConnell's not giving him anything. McConnell has got to go.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I think if Dr. Oz loses to freaking John Fetterman,
it's so over for America. It has never been more over than it.
Well, the thing is, I think that basically guarantees that McConnell's not going to be reelected as majority leader, right? Because how do you screw up running against John Fetterman? You know.
Yeah.
Now, they're probably going to blame it on Trump or whatever, but like we know whose fault that really is, you know. But we'll have to see. I'm not trying to doom here, but it's getting harder to support the Republican Party when they willingly sink America First guys like Mastriano and almost Masters. Well, this is the importance of
we have to take over. Like, we're not done.
Trump 24.
We're just starting. Like, don't forget that we just started.
Is Rick Scott going to be majority leader next year? I mean, I hope so. He'll be a lot better than McConnell.
Better.
I know he's generally seen as a rhino, but you look at his actual like voting record. I think he's like, I think the Yankee perspective number was something like 85%. Like he's better than like 85% of the Republicans in the Senate or something like that in terms of voting, which, you know, you compare that to for someone who's about to be the majority leader, maybe that's really good. That's really good. And, I guess a slight silver lining, I know this is a total cope. The slight silver lining is that if Fettertard somehow wins, I think it'll put McConnell's credibility in serious jeopardy, you know? Same thing with Masters, although I'm not ready to doom about Masters yet at all.
Senate's still a toss-up according to the New York Times. Same thing. Republicans are favored in 216 House races. It is 218 for total control. Democrats we have to win the House. If we want this country to survive, we have to win the House. We cannot give them total control. Yeah. We will win. There's 16 toss-up seats. Out of those, the majority are Republican favored.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
So we should take control. We should get. I was hoping for 240. That would be a great number. If we get over 230, though, that's nothing to be ashamed of, especially in the state of our country. How many idiots are voting? I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not sad to say that. There are many, many idiots who vote, and you shouldn't be ashamed to think that ever, or say it openly either. Too many idiots.
This is a cope, but our country is so divided now that, like, clearly, even in this state of this country, there's still a built-in advantage for the Democrats, like literally. Yeah. But we'll see. All right, we'll see. Not ready to doom yet, but okay, let's go back to Pennsylvania here. Yeah, no movement there. Again, my whole thing, and the reason I'm a little more optimistic than the New York Times is because I feel like those suburbs will come in for us. So we'll have to see. Apparently, Ben Shapiro tweeted something. Let's take a look.
New York Times now has Georgia a 61% chance of a win for Walker. 85% of the vote in. He's up by 0.6. 49.3%.
Wow. All right, let's see what
he's flipped a lot of these central Georgia counties that are, yeah, I mean,
candidate quality matters. I don't know what that means. Wasn't Ben Shapiro like one of the biggest Oz supporters? I don't know.
he hates Trump.
I guess, yeah. But like, what does that? Candidate quality matters.
It's an own it Trump. It's an own it Trump. They try to do. They say that all the time.
Yeah, because Dr. Oz is a real Trump candidate.
No.
You know, permanent suspended account. Yeah, this is breaking news. Breaking news. Yeah, House results looking fine. Oh, my camera's off. Referring to Carrie Lake? Well, I guess, but that's just
no, you can't say anything about Carrie Lake right now.
Yeah, she's in fine position. Ben might be talking about Mastriano. Yeah, maybe that's a possibility. It's such a, like I said,
that's a complete lie.
Just a self-defeating feedback loop there, you know.
About...
Oh, we're gonna totally screw over Mastriano and then blame him for him losing. Okay.
Yes.
This is not a red tsunami. In fact, it might be shaping up as the best midterm cycle for an incumbent president's party since the rally around the flag election of 2002. How? That doesn't make sense. Because
it doesn't make sense at all. They've done nothing but wrong. They have done
in
no
2018,
good.
Republicans gained in the Senate.
They have done...
Democrats are definitely not going to gain in the Senate. It's still, in my opinion, it's still pretty likely that they will lose in the Senate. It'll at least be like 51-49, probably still
you
more.
Gotta get that 51, man.
That's a bad take. I don't know what that's even on about.
Oz is still gaining though. Like he's been constantly gaining. There's 28% left in the state. He's down by 1. Down by 1.2. So I actually did take a 0.1 step back. There's a lot of room in Delaware County. It's a suburb of right outside of Philadelphia County. Delaware County has 9% of the vote in. It's swinging hard for Fetterman now, but Oz should do better than Trump. Trump did better than that than what it's currently at.
Florida absorbed the red wave. Yeah, real.
Well,
we're just Florida. We're just Florida. There's no explanation. Mastriano was doing so well, and then he just stagnated. It's not that he stagnated. It's that he got defunded by the GOP. I mean, that's for the millionth time. That's what actually happened. Yeah, candidate funding matters. Yes, correct. So
let's break it down. Like where are we at? 44 seats have been called for Republicans, 43 for Democrats. Obviously, Republicans need 51. Democrats need 50 because the vice president.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and so we got Washington. That's going to go blue. That's 44 for Dems, 44 Republicans. Oregon's going to go blue. 45 Dems, 44 Republicans. Nevada, red. Thinking red. 45-45. Utah, red.
Well, no, okay, just let's do it this way. So Pennsylvania, they're going for Pat Toomey's seat, right? So let's just say hypothetically Fetterman wins.
Okay.
So that's +1. And then
that's 51 Dems.
North Carolina, was that a Democrat before, or is that a Republican?
Republican.
Okay. So then Georgia's
big.
Yeah. That puts it back to 50.
Georgia is a Democrat. So, yeah, that would be 50.
Yeah. And then all you need is Arizona or Nevada, and you have a Senate majority.
Yeah.
You know?
No, 51's there. I think that's probably the most likely outcome right now. Still have New Hampshire, 50% of the vote. Bolduc's down by 12. It's very likely T. So, I guess we don't, but you never know. North Carolina's good to see, though. Because that was close in 2020. You know, it was close in 2018. They have a Democratic governor in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah, they do.
which he's kind of different. Like he's not a total liberal, but he's still obviously shady. You don't like to see it. It demoralizes people. Okay, slight vote dump in Fulton and DeKalb. Walker is now up by 0.2. Not a lot of votes from Walton County, though. That's a big reservoir for Walker. And with the way he's flipped some of these middle Georgia rurals.
Yeah, he's in good shape. He's not doing terribly.
So. Let's see what okay, yeah, right now. So 48 seats are Democrat won or favored. Okay. 49 are Republican won or favored. There's 3 toss-ups. Nevada, New York Times has 63% or 53% chance of it going to the Dems. Don't know how. It's probably all because of that Ralston guy. And he's live tweeting too. It's looking good for Republicans in Nevada with the numbers in these different counties. But Arizona, New York Times says 63% chance of it going to the Democrats. I don't agree. We'll see. Georgia, though, 63% chance of it going to Republicans. They say the final vote should be R+1, the whole percentage point. It's big. So I don't know. We just got to see. Yeah, Republicans now in the House, they have it at 203-216 favored. So we need to pick up 2 out of 16 toss-ups to gain control of the House. It's looking very good.
Yeah.
Just numerically, logically.
I don't know. We might see a scenario where we wake up in the morning and all of a sudden it actually was a red wave. Yeah. That's a cope, but it's also
we may wake up in the morning.
It's also a possibility, probably, honestly.
Yeah,
because that's just how this stuff goes,
Nothing from Arizona. Still have Hawaii or Alaska to look at too. Technically an R pickup if we can get Murkowski out, but I don't know how that's going to be.
New York Times says Fetterman winning by 4.6. Yeah, how does that make sense? Let's see.
Fetterman is back up to 2. Technically 1.6 points, but okay.
There is still a lot to go in like the Philly area. I guess maybe that's where they're getting it from.
Oz should start to gain a little in Philly, though. Could be wish casting, but you'd think he gets to 20. Same thing in Montgomery. Bucks County, he's not. There's 35% in. If that's early vote, Oz should come back. I know there's a lot of talk about who could win Bucks County. Could be a flip.
I wonder how significant the Dr. Oz boycott actually was.
Shame on whoever was dumb enough to go along with
that. No, I've had people in my chat before say like, "Oh, we're not voting for Oz because he's a rhino or whatever." Like,
so you're gonna elect Fettertard?
Yeah,
that's great. I bet he's a real rhino too. The way he's not. He's openly a tard.
I would rather elect a degenerate communist.
Yeah. Ugly, stupid, terrible dress, no class. This isn't even like an elitist. Like I'm not like coming from like an elitist perspective. Like this guy has no class. Like no, it's actually an insult to the people he claims he's representing.
Yeah.
That he has such low class because that's who he thinks they are. This guy is not a middle class champion. A working class champion, spoon-fed his whole life.
You're definitely going to see the narrative because Ron is like the single red tsunami out of everything. Yeah. They're definitely all going to be like, "Oh, Ron 2024 and that." But you look at this, right? So It's like 19.7 for Ron. I'll probably get to like 20. Rubio's on track to win by about 17. Okay.
That's so crazy.
So, but here's the thing, right? It is, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely impressive what DeSantis is doing and all that. Like I wouldn't deny that or whatever. But to the Ron 24 heads, I just want you to keep in mind that like Rubio is only 3 points behind. He's about to win by like 17, maybe 18.
They'll probably say though, like, oh, it's DeSantis that pushed him over the hill.
It's like literally, it's the fact that Florida is a changing state. It's a deep red state now, and part of that is credited to DeSantis. Don't get me wrong. Part of that's credited to Trump. Part of that's credited to Rick Scott. Actually, as a matter of fact, okay, but the idea that it's like totally, completely exceptional what Ron did, it's very impressive. It's very, very impressive. But keep in mind, I mean, Rubio's only like 3 points behind Ron. So, keep that in mind.
Looks like we got Republicans up to 45 now. Something was called. Not sure which one, but one of the safe ones, probably.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania. Actually, let's see if anything new out of Arizona.
It was Michigan too. 34% in. It's a 5-point race in Michigan. Nothing new out of Wayne County, Detroit.
Yeah,
nothing new. 8%. People should be. We should riot over that. Like this, like not in a violent way, but in a like. Hear me. Like that is terrible. There needs to be mass protests raising awareness to that. 8%. It's been polls closed in Michigan. What, 8 o'clock? Was it 7:30? It might have been 7. I think it was 8. It's been over 3 hours, and even if it was 9, even if it was 9 o'clock, it's been 2.5 hours since 9. 8% in Detroit. State of Detroit.
All right, we're now back to it's tied in Georgia. Herschel has like about 1,000-point lead or so. Vote lead, I mean. Let's see. DeKalb now has 82% in. Fulton has 89% in. Cobb only has 78% in. But we've got basically most of Atlanta in now.
Walton County is still 21%. That's a Republican stronghold. It's good.
Most of these red counties are about 95%. This one's 85, 86 in. Yeah, we'll see how this final push breaks. I don't know yet. Forsyth. That's still Herschel's winning there. Okay. Yeah, it's like we keep saying, it's really going to come down to just how that final vote share breaks. We'll just have to see. Hello, good night, everybody. Federtard. So true. So true. It's funny how they're gonna blame Trump for this too, when he's literally not on the ballot. Like this is the first election where he's not on the ballot, and what happens? Republicans underperform. But it must be Donald Bump's fault. Okay, this is why we need
Trump.
Rune DeSantis. Okay, but let's see. Go back to
nothing out of Arizona.
All right, let's see Pennsylvania.
Nothing new there either. Johnson's ahead by 2 in Wisconsin. That's looking good.
Fetterman continues to maintain like this around 1 point lead with 77 in. And we still got quite a bit of the Philadelphia area to go. Oh no, Osbros. Let's see. Most of rural Pennsylvania seems to be counted. There's a few rural counties that have like, like only like 80 or so percent. But in Pennsylvania, okay, McKee, like this one, that's a small county though.
We haven't talked about John Gibbs.
Did he win?
In District 3. Well, he's down by 7 with 26% of the vote.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, wait and see.
But the Philadelphia suburbs still have a big, really like the only major outstanding county in Pennsylvania with like still like half a vote to go is Montgomery County, which looks like Philly suburbs. So, and Bucks County. So we'll see how Oz does there in the final pushes. I don't know. We need like a big suburban surge for the Republicans. That's what we need to happen. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. What happened to all the conservative voters? Yeah, that's a good question.
It's gone. Reduced to ashes. Okay, Republicans are now favored to win 217.
Okay.
In the House. We need one more. And it's there. It's there.
Biggest takeaway from tonight is that candidates need energy. That's true. But that the takeaway that the GOP will have is no, like clearly Donald Trump is the problem, right? Clearly Donald Trump's the problem.
Maricopa County incoming election day votes. Real. Now, if it's got to be over 60. It's got to be over 60-40.
Yeah.
If it's more than that, it's very good. Baseline has to be 60 though. We really want 60. If it's another like 73%, that's great. That's amazing.
That's why DeSantis won so much in Florida. Well, that's a good point. Yeah. Ron actually had energy that was independent of Trump. That part's true.
Ron has the cult of personality.
Yeah.
Every candidate needs to be like that. Like that cults of personality win. Like they really do.
Well, clearly energy matters for Republicans. Yeah. Which, people act like, oh, well, no, if a candidate's just sleepy and doesn't do anything, that's the most electable or whatever. Well, that's clearly not true.
Biden.
That's clearly not true.
Yeah.
Vince, you're a leading voice for us. Let's talk about the next steps. I'll probably make a video sometime tomorrow, but I think the premise will be stop blaming Trump for the GOP's failures. Okay?
Yeah.
We'll get into that. Because like I said, this is the first time the GOP does an election independent of Trump. And what are they doing? They're massively disappointing. They're massively underperforming, Even if we pull it off even if we don't totally doom about it, they underperformed. Like that's an objective fact. And they're going to blame Trump for it, even though he really has not been a really central factor in this campaign, has he? He's done some rallies and stuff, but he hasn't exactly been... His face hasn't really been everywhere. It's just been a referendum on Biden. And, clearly without Trump, that this is what happened. People will blame abortion, and I'm sure that's responsible for maybe part of it. But you also look at what issues are most important to voters, and I'm sure you'll see that in the exit polls. It's not all an abortion-driven election. So... Ken Paxton has projected to win. That's good. Republican Party is amazing at snatching defeat at the jaws of victory. Real. So true. Zeldin just hit 45% in New York. Yeah, that's not bad.
Wow, really?
Wow, a candidate with energy. Oh, that's impressive.
10-point game. He's doing very well in New York City, though. I mean, that's what he needed. But is it enough? Probably not. Maybe he gets within 5. That'd be great to see. But what's the point? You know, I would rather Zeldin lose by 90 than lose by 5 and take money away from Mastriano, Masters, the guys that need it.
Yeah, too late now. We might as well hope that Lee does something impressive.
If he wins, I take it all back. But then again, it's
literally, look at this. Underperforming across the country, and Lee's within 5. Why? Because Lee has energy.
He's within 10. It's 55.
Okay, my bad. Within 10. I mean, because Lee has energy.
Yeah.
Lee had a charismatic campaign. That's clearly what the Republican Party needs, you know. Dr. Oz, I mean, he's no John Fetterman, but he was not super impressive, you know, guy or whatever, right? So Lee had more than $5 of super chats. Yes, so true. So true. Dems won 2 seats in Ohio where Republicans were favored. Yeah, you said J.R. Majewski lost?
Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. No way. Wow. What the heck, dude? That was a Trump district. That's depressing.
Yeah, that's bad. The scandal must have got to him.
87% in. They've called it, but
wow.
Dude, come on, people. Majewski was one of the good ones, too. One of the best.
Well, abortion passed in Michigan. Michigan hasn't reported a lot yet, so it's too early to say. It's leading in the early results, but so is Gretchen Whitmer, so we'll have to see. Yes, Majewski lost, but that isn't one of the 2. Well, that's not good.
Harriet Hageman, not Liz Cheney, is up 73-22 in Wyoming. If only America was Wyoming.
Yeah, real.
It used to be.
Abortion amendment might fail in Kentucky. Let's see. Kentucky. Amends the state constitution to say it does not include the right to abortion.
That would be actually good if it passed, though, right?
Yes. Yes, it would be good. Does not include, yeah. Well, I don't know how Kentucky reports. We'll have to see there.
Boebert's down by 4 with 71 in. Still likely are, but what's her district normally?
Yeah, 18% left. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll be following that. The mythical red wave. Where is it now? Did it wash down because of wash down the drain because of how weak modern Republicans are? Yeah, basically. I'm sure it's Donald Trump's fault, though, even though he was not on the ballot, right?
Yeah, totally.
All right, let's see. Here.
How's Joe Kent doing? %54 of the vote in. It's likely R. But Kent is down by 6. He should bounce back, though.
Well, I remember in the primary, his rate was Jamie Butler lead it in the beginning, and then
yeah, it was very close too.
So it's one of those blue mirage districts.
Yeah.
If Trump announced, do you think more Republicans would have won? I mean, hard to say, but there's an argument to be made there. You know.
Yeah.
clearly he wasn't the problem because, like I keep saying, he largely sat out most of the midterm year. Like, don't get me wrong, he's doing these rallies and stuff, but was he a central figure of the campaign? No, this was like Republicans' chance to see how they do without him. And, clearly you see the result, right? Clearly you see that the post-Trump GOP, and that's what you're in right now, right? And you might return to the Trump GOP, but right now you are in a post-Trump GOP. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. So, like, I know there's going to be a lot of people who blame Trump, and we'll probably do a video tomorrow addressing all that, but the argument doesn't really make sense, Like I said, Trump was not on the ballot for the first time since 2020. Trump was not on the ballot. And what happened? You had a few few candidates with a lot of energy that did well. Ron DeSantis did well. We'll see how Kerry ends up doing. But Ron did incredible. But besides, because why? Because you could argue, he has his own built-in energy outside of Trump. Okay, whatever. But clearly all these other candidates who, whatever, they clearly couldn't get it done, okay? In one of the most favorable national environments for Republicans you potentially have ever seen, right? Maybe Roe v. Wade breaks in favor for the Democrats. Inflation is off the roof, What the liberals are doing culturally is highly unpopular. You see what's happening in all the school boards and stuff. And you screw that up, somehow you screw that up. Glenn Youngkin wins in Virginia, who, to his own credit, also had some degree of an energy to him, right? A base to him.
Yeah, 100% at the base.
Yeah. But besides these kind of outlier candidates that have a lot of charisma and a lot of energy behind them, like Ron, like Glenn, I would say by the end of the night, we might say like Kerry too, but
Hey, big news out of Nevada. Cortez Masto, the Senate incumbent there, was trying to sue to last minute suit to keep the polls open past 9 p.m. or to 9 p.m. Allowing many other people to vote that don't deserve to vote. Clark County District Court judge rules against it. A woman judge too ruled against it. So that's a big win. Dems lose that lawsuit. Another La Paz County in Arizona dropped 716 election day votes. Not that many, but the batch share 85% Carrie Lake. Wow. 85%. Of course, the numbers don't change, but
let's see. Where's Blake at? Let's see the Arizona election results.
Nothing's changed.
We want to see Blake's margin behind Kerry. A few points behind. Yeah, Kerry's in good position, I think. She's about where she can be, needs to be, whatever. And if those election day votes are what you're saying, then I think it'll be fine. When a party in total control has wrecked a nation this badly, there's no excuse for the opposition not to destroy the incumbents unless the opposition party's controlled opposition. Yeah, real. We'll see how the base interprets it. I think a lot of the base is going to be angry at the GOP more than Trump, if I'm being honest.
I hope so.
Think about your boomers and stuff. I mean, who knows how they look at it? I'm sure there'll be some people who are like, it's Trump's fault. I think you're going to see a lot of people who look at it and like, this is the GOP's fault. So I don't know. All right. I got to plug in our microphone before it dies here. So I'll be right back here. So the stream is
Oh, we paused?
No, the stream is
Oh, okay. Yeah, still waiting on Arizona. Very slow. Will be up late. No problem. House Republicans are Still favored at 217. We'll keep an update on that. Keep eyes on that. %48% of the votes in. Nothing's changed in Maricopa. Not a lot in Arizona. Brian Kemp, though, good on him. Blew out Big Stacy. The McDonald's endorsement could not do her well. She didn't actually get that, but Laura Kelly is above Derek Schmidt in Kansas. Have not checked on that. That's not good. I mean, it's not going to be a loss or it would have been a pickup. 88% of the votes in. She's like a moderate, I guess. She's totally a fake moderate. You can't be a moderate and be a Democrat. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. Maine, it's tied. Whitmer closing the gap, 4 points down. Still some rurals left. Detroit is at 8%. Detroit should be nuked. Nothing out of Nevada still. Hopefully that'll start coming in now that lawsuit failed.
Yeah.
Mark Ronchetti is down big in New Mexico. 9 points.
It looks like most Republicans are underperforming the polls. That part's definitely true.
And it's weird. You don't see that. It's normally the other way around. I guess the pollsters switched it up.
Well, in like 2010, the same thing happened. Republicans pre-Trump, it was not a guarantee that Democrats would overperform in the polls, which could be a possibility here.
Well, the realignment switch, but I guess they're starting to take notice. We are all tied up in terms of called Senate seats, 45-45. Likely another one coming for the Dems in Washington. But also we have Utah. North Carolina still hasn't been called for some reason.
Yeah, that's definitely.
So we count, Utah, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia's close. 3,000 vote lead for Walker.
Well, let's look at the map there.
Still at 86%.
Zoom in, yeah.
Yeah, we got 82% of the vote in DeKalb, 89% in Fulton. Those are the big two. Only 78 in Cobb, though. That's thousands of votes you're talking about.
Going north to like Forsyth, that's Walker's winning that right now. Just north of Atlanta, right next to the right.
Yeah, there we go.
79% in.
Now we can here, let's check. This was 2020. Forsyth County, about the same margin there. Walker's actually doing a little better, which is good. You're definitely seeing that. There's definitely a shift in a lot of these counties. A lot of these red counties are getting more red.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2018, though, Kemp got 70, which he did win by a few points. This isn't going to be a few points race. This is going to be a few decimal points.
Well, actually, Kemp only won by like 30,000 in 2018, didn't he?
He won by 2%.
Really? Okay.
Maybe a little under 2%. Hold on. Where are we? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Won by 1.4. It was close.
Yeah, I remember it was like 30,000 votes or something.
Let's look at it's all about these ratios too. 54-44 in Cobb. It's 56-41. So Walker needs a boost there. Fulton in 2018, 72-26.
Get ready for the DeSantis thing. Yeah, I know.
74-25.
Yeah.
Warnock's getting the cities better than Abrams did in 2018.
Well, it's going to be closer regardless. But, I mean, don't get me wrong. DeSantis has something to brag about after tonight, but so does Trump, right? And I don't think that's what people get. Trump can say, this is the first time I was not on the ballot, and you guys screwed it up. You know. So really, what it should say is that the GOP establishment has failed. You know, Mitch McConnell especially. This was his Senate race, and that's what the National Review always writes about him. They're always like, Mitch McConnell is very effective, blah, blah, blah. He's about to hand us a Senate majority, whatever. Well, that's really the biggest failure of tonight is Mitch McConnell, because that's the Senate races that are.
He's the one
really
in charge.
Yeah.
He's the one with the power. What power does Trump have other than name recognition right now?
Yeah.
None at all. Be real. Arizona, a little bit out of Arizona. Mojave County, here's the good news, counted 5,938 election day votes. Batch share 87.9 Carrie Lake to 12 Katie Hobbs. We're seeing a lot of that. High 80s for Carrie Lake for the election day votes. That's ginormous. That means she's winning a lot of if those batches are taken at random, she's winning a lot of independents. A lot of independents. Maricopa, though, has tabulated 4,602 ballots.
They've tabulated 4,000 ballots.
4,602 ballots. Not in total, but just in this batch. And Carrie Lake got 43% to Katie Hobbs 56. That was an election day vote. It couldn't have been. So looking at Arizona. Yeah. So she's down 58 to 42. Masters in Maricopa is down 59 to 39. Very similar. That dang libertarian, though, he's taking some of Masters' vote. Pinal County, which will go red. Kelly's ahead by 5%. It is all tied up in the governor's race. 26% of the vote in for both.
New York Times called North Carolina. Yeah, very good. Very good. We will call North Carolina too. I don't have a graphic, but yes. Yes. I just came from the Daily Wire stream, and a lot of them are dooming. I mean, at this point, I don't blame the dooming.
Who's on that stream?
But
probably
I don't know who is. Yeah, I'm sure.
You couldn't pay me to watch that.
But no, like I said, I will also say the real conclusion tonight is, again, the failure of the Republican establishment.
McConnell.
You know, because look at these governorships. Kemp killed it.
The governors are all doing better.
Yeah, DeSantis killed it. Abbott killed it.
Kerry got no funding.
Of course, seems to be in really good shape. The biggest loser of the night is Mitch McConnell. The biggest failure of the night is Mitch McConnell. We'll see how the House breaks out. You could say maybe Kevin McCarthy underperformed. But the real loser is Mitch McConnell.
Even J.D. Vance only winning by 6.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't get Trump numbers. He did get some money, though. That's interesting. I don't know. It's very concerning.
This has been a disaster for the GOP. Abortion effed us, plain and simple.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, so here's the thing. If that were true,
agree with that.
Explain the Republican governorships, right?
Yeah.
How is it that DeSantis wins by 20? Yeah, he's the one with the power to actually regulate abortion.
Florida's a purple state. Like
used
Florida.
to be, at least.
In Florida, DeSantis actually recently signed a bill about abortion. Like, they could have. I mean, I guess you can say, like, oh, it's just Democrat failures, Okay, Herschel it's no longer tied. He's up 0.4.
All right.
Okay, we got a big batch from Walton County. That's why. It's 89% of the vote in there. He's up 72 to 25. Compare that to 2020 numbers. It's actually under Trump by a little bit.
Yeah.
Very similar turnout, though. The turnout is crazy. This is a very high turnout election. Biden won with 2,473,000 votes. Trump got a little 12,000 below that, still over 2,400,000. Right now, Herschel's at over 1.7 million. That's a lot of people for a midterm year. That's like 75%, or at least 67. That's a lot.
Yeah, but no, I mean, sure, abortion definitely is turning out some people, but the idea that's the sole thing that is screwing us over right now, that's just not true. It just doesn't even make any sense.
The needle is bordering on lean D. Georgia is now predicted by New York Times 59%. That margin's going down a little bit. They're predicting a 50-50 split, obviously, with Kamala. With the House, though, it's a little different. Still the same, 217. They're predicting now 225 House seats, which is not good. It's great that we, it's a big roadblock for the Dems. They'll probably get nothing done now. They can't hurt us any worse other than, That also means, though, if we don't get the Senate, we can't impeach. Like there's how many impeachable offenses has Biden done? All of other than just being unfit to lead. Like, how many things could we actually get him on? I'm sure a lot.
Governor and state races are winning big while Senate and House are blowing it. Is this the pendulum swing to balkanization? Maybe. And thank you for the super chat. Maybe, I don't know.
Wow.
To me, it's really just evidence that the National Republican Party failed. That's really all it's about. Because if it's just it's undoable, whatever, blue wave, whatever, explain the governors, explain the state races where Republicans are killing it. Clearly, there's some type of fundamental failure with the national GOP. The anti-Trumpers will not accept this, but this is true. This is true. 2024 will be bad if Trump runs. Is that why 2022, the election where he wasn't on the ballot, Republicans are underperforming? That doesn't make sense. Okay. If anything, this night is kind of a vindication of Trump because it's look how the post-Trump GOP is doing or whatever. You know what I mean? How on earth can you drop an election that was literally placed in your hand? Yeah, good question. Good question. But according to the National Review, Mitch McConnell's the most effective Republican leader or whatever in history, according to them. Apparently, Trump is the problem, right? Which, that's why when he's not on the ballot, this is what happens. So, Let's take a look. 50% in. Masters gained about half a percentage point or something from my recollection. No movement for Kerry Lake. We'll see. Maybe by 2 a.m. we'll have some solid results there.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. This abortion killed us narrative is utterly ridiculous, and I feel like most people pushing it are being disingenuous to cover GOP failures. Not one poll showed abortion as a bellwether issue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right? And you can say, oh, well, the polls were wrong, so what does that mean? But, let's be honest. Where is the real popular discontent in America? It's with the economy. It's with the housing market, all that stuff. So, I don't know. Hopefully we can still take the Senate. It's still in play, but we'll see. I pray to God Kerry Lake wins. Yeah, real. But no, looking how this election day vote is breaking for Kerry in some of the very early stuff, which barely any has come in. But it's 80 to 20. Okay, it's 80 to 20.
85.
So, 85.
17.
Yeah. So I think she'll be just fine. The real question is, can she bring Blake with her? That's the real question.
I think the real question is, what fast food restaurant did Stacey Abrams choose to stress eat tonight?
Real.
That is the real question.
Real. It was probably I don't know, Church's Chicken.
Popeyes.
No, she's second, more of a Popeyes.
She a Popeyes girl.
Yeah, she is a Popeyes girl. ABC projected that Bo Hines lost. What?
Yeah. Bo Hines is lost. He is conceded.
Wasn't he just winning like 2 seconds ago?
He lost by 2 points.
Oh, my bad. I mistook him with Ted Budd. Okay.
Oh yeah, that would be tragic.
Bo Hines is ready for Congress.
Bo Hines was like the young, like more competent Madison Cawthorn, but he lost.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay. Graham County, Arizona counted 390 election day ballots. This is Senate numbers. Blake Masters 74.3% of the vote. Just 390, but it keeps piling up.
Yeah.
That's what we need. We need those numbers in Maricopa, though. They haven't dropped anything yet.
If Maricopa gets like 65, it should be good, right?
70 would be great. It needs to be over 60. Maricopa, we need to win Maricopa. That's the thing. We win Maricopa, we're set. Trump barely lost Maricopa County.
Yeah.
It was very close. Trump lost Maricopa by 2.2 points. If we can even get those numbers, come on.
Yeah, Stacey will indeed go back to being president of Star Trek. That's so true. But yeah, definitely a massive that with that you can say massive underperformance in the House too. But they should still take the majority. It won't be by a lot.
Who controls the House? You know, it's the GOP.
Yeah.
It's not the voters, not the independent states that pour money in.
Yeah, like I said, it's the failures of the national GOP. You got to start asking questions about that. You know, that's the real blame. It's not Trump. It's not DeSantis. It's not Youngkin, right? Those are all the people who have arguments after tonight, you know. It's Mitch McConnell. It's Kevin McCarthy.
Biden won Arizona by 11,000.
Yeah.
That's so overcomable.
Well, I remember from what I remember on election night, wasn't Trump down by like 20 or something? Like I remember that, like in the early vote down.
I don't think it was 20, but he was down by a couple more. Like it definitely, because Arizona is a blue mirage state, like you said. You know, it's gonna shore up.
Yeah.
Obviously now Masters is down 18 and Lake's down 13 or 14, but it's only midnight.
Well, it's already midnight. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything out of that LA mayor's race. I'm kind of curious about that.
Doubt it.
Yeah, they probably got about 0.2%. They're too busy charging their phone. Race results. Aaron Bass will probably win this. But I don't know. We'll see if something happens. All right, let's go to Fox LA here. Bass, a favorite of the party's progressive wing, could become the first woman to hold the city's job and the second black person. So true.
Wow, need that.
Incredible.
These times.
Caruso, developer behind the Grove, Palisade Village, and other shopping centers. Literally a real estate king. What a guy.
Okay, 10% in. This is New York Times, Los Angeles mayor. Bass 51, Caruso 49. Do you know how Cali counts?
I remember the primary, Caruso was leading and then ended up losing. So that's probably not good.
Doom.
Which I didn't. For the record, not to cope, I didn't expect Caruso to win based on the fact that he didn't win the runoff or the pre-runoff election. But I don't know. We will see.
It's a 1.4. Fetterman is ahead of Oz, 49.5 to 48.1 with 84% of the vote in.
By the way, Dow needs to make a Discord. I'm open to that. I don't know how Discord works, so someone has to set it up for us. Okay. Yeah, how's it looking in Pennsylvania right now? Zoom in there.
So, yeah, let's go Allegheny, 63 to 35. How did let's check how Trump did. Yeah. Oz is definitely taking a hit in Pittsburgh right now. Chester County, 51 to 47. This is outside Philadelphia. So Oz should be doing better. This is only 78% of the votes in.
51-47.
This could get a lot better. 51-47, Pennsylvania.
I mean, that's not bad for just out of Philly. It's really
okay.
bad.
Oz has done a lot better than Trump here. This is good.
Well, like I predicted. Yeah.
This is good. Let's see. Trump in Delaware County, 62 to 36, 63 to 36. Delaware County, 32% of the vote in. It's 61 to 36.
About the same.
That Oz number could go up though.
Yeah.
There's more vote. It's probably election day too. Let's hope. Hopium. 81 to 18 in Philadelphia. That's very similar to Trump. 73% of the vote. Bucks County is huge. 52 to 46 with 63% of the vote.
What was it for Trump?
For Trump, 51 to 47. Trump did better in Bucks. A lot of vote left. Lehigh County, 53 to 45. Trump. 53 to 44.
Oh, that's another performance.
Same story, but yeah, a little bit underperformance.
Yeah. I don't know if Oz can pull out a suburban miracle. Then we'll see.
He's got a little bit of room here.
Yeah, he does.
He's got room. 32%. I'm telling you, Delaware County, that's going to decide the race.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is done. Erie County's done. Center County's done. I think we're all done. This is Crawford County. Okay, that's an Oz county. You'll get a couple votes from there. Warren County at 52%. That's good. We'll get some more there. 83, 95, 95, 95. Let's check all these. I don't think. $72 there.
Lehigh County is apparently a college town, so it doesn't really count as suburban.
Yeah. Bucks County, we need better numbers in Bucks.
Which we still have some room to get. But what about Philadelphia? How's that compared to 2020?
81 to 18 with 73% of the vote. In 2020,
it's probably about the same.
81 to 18, yeah.
All right, we need a suburban miracle for Mr. Oz, Dr. Oz.
Salty. Can we check what's Doug doing? Oh, Doug, I remember here we go. Oz gain, 0.2. 85% of the votes.
So he's now within 1.
He's within a point, and this could go down to the wire, and it will. Let's check. Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's not looking good for Doug. It's over for Doug. You can call it. Check the needle. Still a toss-up and still lean red. Same numbers here. We need 2. We need 2 of these. We need Nevada. We can get all 3. I think 52 is in play.
Yeah.
Of course, we won't know about Georgia for a couple weeks at this rate. I think we got Nevada. I don't see the hype there, but you never know. Polls tend to overestimate.
It's going to take like 4 weeks to count. So
yeah, we're not going to know for a while. They're terrible. Yeah. Not going to know about Arizona for a while. Georgia tied up again. 1,000 vote difference. Wow.
Did Mastriano drag Oz down? No. That's just nonsense. Like, that definitely didn't happen.
Oz was polling way below for like the longest time, though. It's 1 point. It's a 1 point game. I think he was ahead in the aggregate barely because of some credible polling lately.
Yeah.
And he could still win by that. Like, the polls could be accurate. The late polling could be. We'll see.
The GOP. Thank you for the 5, Mr. Clean. Yo, is that the real Mr. Clean? I believe that actually is the real Mr. Clean. But he says the GOP needs an overhaul after dropping the ball this bad in the national environment. Yeah, that's what we've been saying all night. Thank you for the 5. It's so true. And again, they're gonna blame Trump They're going to blame abortion. They're going to blame everything but themselves, you know? But it's absolutely true. There is no other failure in this night besides the national GOP. State GOPs did just fine. All the governor's races were doing just fine. You know? But this is the first race where Trump was not on the ballot. And you see like some people with their own following, like DeSantis or whatever, they do just fine. But besides that, a bunch of people underperform. What happened there? What happened there? You know?
Definitely predict a runoff in Georgia at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I predicted that at the beginning of the night.
I think we just got to go hard there. We just got to go hard. Georgia, calling all Georgia Patriots, get out, your fans, get your towns, your villages, everybody, get out there. Your trailer park, your street, your city, wherever you're at.
Well, the polls have closed, so.
I mean, in a couple weeks.
Oh, real.
The runoff. Like, and start getting people now. Like, the runoff, Democrats went crazy for that seat in Georgia in 2020.
Yeah.
In that runoff period, the weeks before, they were ballot harvesting. This isn't a false claim. This is a direct story from my father. A man tried to ask him for his ballot inside of a gas station. He,
okay, it's just whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'll leave it. Don't want to, the fracking too, don't want to go too far into that. But, I don't know. That's real.
If Trump doesn't start taking over, it's all over. He is going to take over. So that's the thing. Because I guess Ron DeSantis has an argument, whatever, because he won by like 20. What argument does Mitch McConnell have? What argument does Kevin McCarthy have? Trump wasn't on the ballot and they dropped the ball, you know. So, you know, they can blame Trump all they want, but who is on the ballot? Trump's not the president. He wasn't on the presidential ballot. There's no one to blame except themselves. You know, this was their chance to have an election independent of Trump. It's not exactly like the national environment didn't favor them, right? National environment, the state of the country heavily favored them, and they screwed it up. You know, they screwed it up. Was he waiting to announce so this midterm failure could be a rally cry for his campaign? Well, I think he was going to announce after the midterms anyway. But now that's what he should campaign on. That really is. It's like, look at what happened without me. So true.
Whitmer is, Tudor Dixon is narrowing the gap, less than 4%, 3.3, 46% of the vote in. Definitely still in play. Michigan governor. I'm just scared about Detroit.
Yeah. How much is Detroit?
8%. It's been at 8% all night. They have done no work. They haven't done anything.
They're charging their phone.
They're simply charging their phone.
Yeah.
Nothing from Nevada. Ron Ketty is probably done. Zeldin has made it respectable, but it doesn't matter. Waste of money. It's over for New York. It's been over. Sorry. It's the state. Here we go. Red Oregon. Will it happen thanks to Betsy Johnson? It's close. Tina Kotek, the Democrat, is up by 1.5 to Christine Drazan. Drazen, however you say it.
Good night, Gray the Gamer, and it's so true. God does win in the end. So true. F for Carrie Lake. Why? How many times do you have to explain this? Okay.
It's not over.
Arizona is a blue mirage state. Like in 2020, like in the primary, they count their pre-election day votes first. There are barely any election day votes in Arizona. The ones we've seen have been splitting like 80-20 for Carrie Lake. Okay? Carrie is going to do fine. All right? She's in good shape. The rest of these clowns, sure. But Carrie's doing fine. All right, folks? Let's check back in here.
Wisconsin separated by about 22,000 votes. Michaels is down by 1% in the governor's race.
How much is reporting?
84. It's tight.
It is tight, yeah.
It's still there, I think. Milwaukee is 71% accounted for, though. That's the thing. But it looks like Madison is done.
Yeah. What's left to report there?
Let's see. $73 in Mantowick, which is Big Michael's district. 66 in Wapaka or Wapaka, however you pronounce that. It's Michael's 35. Michael's plus 35. 51% in Portage, which is Evers plus 4. That's not good. 57% in Columbia, which is Michael's plus 1. There's room. 56% accounted for in Oneida County, which is Michael's plus 84. Dictator margins. None reporting in Adams and Grant. Check out.
Check Bobert's race. Well, Bobert's down by like 3, but it's still saying likely to win. So I assume that's because election day vote's about to pour in. So you can stop dooming about her, okay, folks. I think we'll be fine. According to the libtards, they're still saying we're going to win. So I don't know. I mean, let's see what's going on here. In terms of estimated remaining votes,
Adams County is yet to be called in Wisconsin. It's a heavy Trump district. It's good. Same with Grant County. Let's check that one out. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of votes left. There's a path for Michaels, I believe. Arizona's killing me, man.
They're just taking forever.
It's the one we've been waiting for. It's the one we've been most excited about too, and it's got to take forever. Nevada too, man. Give me a break. It's freaking 12:18 on the East Coast.
There's not a single vote in.
Not a single vote. What are they doing?
Wow. Let's look back at Georgia.
89% in. Warnock has taken the lead by about 400 votes. I don't think he gets to run off. No runoff, but DeKalb's at 82. He's winning 85-14 in DeKalb. It's the comparison there. It's actually doing a little. He's outrunning Biden by 2% in DeKalb, which is weird.
I mean, that's an insignificant margin, I feel like.
In a big county, though, that's a little significant. I mean, it's clear that Walker is doing better than Trump. He has that in a lot of rurals. He's turning.
There's still lots going to Gwinnett. There's still some that go in Forsyth.
68%. Yeah.
Let's see if there's any big red area left. Doesn't look like there really is. Most of these red counties are already greater than 95.
You just gotta hope that
Forsyth still has 11% to go. Gwinnett just has this huge amount left to go. I don't know.
We got to get.
I don't think it's going to go to runoff anyway.
Okay, estimated votes remaining. If you look at my screen real quick, you can pull it up too. Just scroll down, but there's not a lot anywhere. There's a little. It seems to be a little more in the Atlanta area, specifically DeKalb. He's got about 39,000 left, but then we look. So it's actually estimated that Herschel wins the remainder of Gwinnett. Same thing with Cobb.
Oh, wow. What about Forsyth?
Forsyth, yeah, he's going to win the rest.
Oh, wow. So he's probably going to end the night with a lead, according to that.
We hope so. The thing is, will it overcome the Cobb and Fulton? So okay, this is all. Let's say he gets like 3,000 outside of Atlanta, Warnock. Then he's going to get 22,000 from the Cobb. That's 25. 6,000 from Fulton. 31,000, 3,000. It's about 35,000. It's tied up now. We got 8. So that goes down to. So that's a 27 lead. Oh, he's got 4,000 here. Whoa. Okay. A lot of things just changed. These all got bigger. It's the same numbers. It's weird.
They're just changing the circles here.
Yeah, they up the circumference.
They charged a circle.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. There's actually a lot of red on here. So if we say let's say that Warnock gets 40K. Let's say that he has a 40,000 point lead with all his counted. It's 32. I can't count. 25.
Okay, just do the size of the circles. We'll do this the 4th grade way. Seems like the net volume actually is about equal, if not in favor of Walker. So that's what we're going to use.
We're circle believers. 2,000,
look at it that way.
It's going to be under 10,000 votes, which should deny a runoff from happening.
All right, let's see. Oz is still within the margin of error with 40K votes behind. Let's take a look. Let's see. It's still like he's down by about a little less than 1 point, 85% in.
See, the circles are not doing Oz any favors, though.
Oh, really?
Says
the
that,
trusty circles.
Fetterman still has about 125,000 votes left.
Dang it.
In Philadelphia alone. Delaware, 115,000 votes left.
Well, like I said, we need a suburban miracle, but we'll see.
I mean, just got to pray at this point.
Real. DeSantis is being propped up for a nefarious reason. If you don't see that, you're a fool. True. True.
85% in, though. Mehmet is within a percentage point now.
He's been within a percentage point, hasn't he?
No, it was like almost 2 earlier.
Oh, really?
It's getting tighter. It's within like 0.9.
Well,
anything from Arizona, God, please. No.
It's still the same.
Yeah. Okay, Georgia's at 90 now. Wisconsin. Okay, Johnson, you can probably call that for Wisconsin. He's 84%. He's up 4.
All right, good job, Ron Johnson. Let's go.
Thank you, Big Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. J.
Herschel's down by 2,000 in Georgia, but it's 49-49. Thing is, Chase Oliver, the Libertarian, 76,000 votes.
What a loser. Yet again.
Piece of crap. It is a 0.8 point race in Pennsylvania, but New York Times has it very likely D.
Everything was, see, this is just the type of comment I'm talking about. Everything was going well, but then Trump had to open his big filthy mouth, which reminded those who hate him to vote. Literally, Trump was the least engaged in this election and he's ever been. Okay.
So you're talking about like the sanctimonious thing? Really?
Which is why
Like,
Ron DeSantis won by like 20.
Yeah, true.
And how did that impact the Pennsylvania Senate race?
Yeah, come on.
That doesn't make any sense. This is the first election since 2020 that Trump was not on the ballot. Okay, to 2018. In 2018, he was the incumbent president. 2020, he was on the ballot. Okay, so this is the post-Trump GOP. This is the least involved GOP you've had since Donald Trump left. Okay, or he was no longer in office. Right. This is not the fail. This is the failure of Mitch McConnell, who is in charge of coordinating the national Senate effort. Is it Donald Trump or is it Mitch McConnell? Who's in charge of coordinating the House races? Is that Donald Trump or is that Mitch McConnell? I mean, Kevin McCarthy, sorry. So this is just a cope, okay? This is just a cope. All right.
So apparently in Washoe County, Nevada, there is a voting site still open. Apparently it's
people still online or what?
It's college voters, so it's gonna swing left. I guess people are still. It says these people say, I think college voters, they had a lot of voter registrations and that slowed things down.
Yeah. At this point, I can't even be sad with all this. I just hate the GOP. Yeah, real.
You know what happened? Every single Republican in the country moved to Florida. That's
true.
What happened. If we could just space people out, we would win every close race. At least Beto got crushed. Screw that guy.
Yeah.
He's the worst. Beto got beat by 12. It's not over yet. 72% of the votes in. Texas swung right. It's so beautiful. They thought it was going to be blue. That's so laughable. Even some RGV. Very few left swings here.
Well, that tells you that like Greg Abbott's kind of tough neck policy, as weak as it was in comparison to Ron, look at what even the impact of that can have.
Yeah.
You know? But I'm sure Donald Trump is the problem and not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just unenergetic, unenthusing candidates, right? Not in the sense that they're too Trumpian or whatever, but really in the sense that they just don't have anything going. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Trump must be the problem, right? It's Donald Trump's fault that Mitch McConnell lost himself the Senate. Right. Exactly. So true, right? So true. It makes perfect logical sense. You know?
Let's check the Cali mayor's race. Wonder if anything's changed. They were at 10% last time.
I think the problem is people don't get fired up over economic issues as much as social issues. That's definitely partially what's going on here.
But that's also like the biggest lie told to us then, that, people don't care about social issues. You know? What does that say then? That you made your campaigns all about inflation? About what, taxation? No, not many Republicans even talked about foreign aid. You know?
Well, what they really should have talked about is the CRT and LGBT stuff.
Look at the Youngkin
that's what Youngkin won on.
How did Youngkin? He ran on education. He ran on parental rights, and that won him that race.
Yeah,
he didn't even go too far into the economy. He was just a baseline Republican economically. All you have to do as a Republican economically is just say like, "Hey, your gas prices are going to be lower, and we're not going to touch your Social Security."
Mm-hmm.
Look, there's some Republicans that want to strengthen Social Security. Look at Paul Gosar. He put a bill out that said that. It's outdated. The whole lie that Republicans are going to gut Social Security. Maybe 20 years ago we were. I won't even say we because that's not my party. I wasn't even born yet. Who's going to do that? Who's going to touch your Social Security? That is the biggest suicidal move in political history, especially at this point. But good news, though. Caruso, 50.3%. To Bass, 49.7%. 12% of the vote.
Wow.
It's
yes.
huge. Big numbers.
Mr. C. He's coming. What's it looking like in Georgia now?
90% of the vote. Warnock is ahead by 4K. Now by 0.1. It's no longer like a virtual tie. I mean, it's still a virtual tie.
What happened across the Midwest? Literally, I think that's what happens when Trump's not on the ballot. You know? When Trump's not on the ballot, they don't care. I think that's what you're watching. Really.
Okay, let's go Michigan Gov.
The Midwest doesn't like the GOP. They like Trump. You know, this is a difference.
Hold on, just got some Arizona results. Okay, this was probably pretty clearly an early vote batch. Apache County, which is it's this one over here. Only 29%. And this batch was 29.7% Lake, 70% Hobbs. So a flip. Hopefully that's the outlier. Apache, though, what did that? Yeah, Apache went blue, 66-32. So probably going to still see it go blue. We don't want it. Hopefully Lake does a little better than Trump, though. That'll be a teller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Brian Kemp won. Laura Kelly. This is close. Democrat governor. She's not a radical liberal or anything, but she's a Democrat, which is stupid and wrong. She's going to win.
Kansas is just stupid.
Kansas is, whatever. Yeah. Maine governor. That's lean Democrat anyway. Okay, Tudor Dixon. Making it closer. Let's
How much
see.
Wayne County's in?
8% guaranteed. Yep, 8%.
What about these rural counties? Where is it at?
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Where are the circles?
Scroll up.
The vote share remaining. See, this is size of lead. This isn't like remaining. We can view all the. It's mostly, I don't think it's even time to look at that yet. It's only the state's halfway in.
Yeah. Fox called it for Gretchen. Well, that's Fox.
Fox can shut up. They can eat lard.
What are the rural counties reporting in percentage wise? Like scroll over some of those.
Okay, well hold on. Here's some this is not good. How votes cast? There's a few of these counties they're swinging left. These are the only ones I guess that are all in. R plus 30 in 2020 is now R plus 18. That's the Trump effect, right?
Yeah.
Wow. That just doesn't make any sense. I just don't get that. I mean, it's not a huge county, but everywhere counts. It is right there. 5,000 votes only. Should have been way more. It's 12 points more Democratic. Like how it doesn't
clearly
make any
the Midwest
sense.
needs Trump on the ballot. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's my conclusion.
Yeah, when he's not on the ballot, this is what happens.
Check the needle now. Still toss up. Same thing. This number actually went down. It was 217 for Republicans that won or favored for the House. Now it's 216. We need Okay, here we go. More Arizona. 4,750 ballots from Yuma and Greenlee. Breakdown of share. 76% Kerry Lake. 76% Kerry Lake. That's what we need. Hobbs leads Lake 175,887 votes. That's the firewall right now. They have went ahead and said for the Senate, New York Times predicts that Kelly will win. And then they think that Georgia's going to go 56% Republican, chance of Republican winning.
Sense. Okay.
But they have Nevada still 54% Dem with no numbers out of Nevada. Apparently, that last poll is supposed to be closing. God only knows why it's still open this late.
Isn't that like I guess it's only 9:36, right? Because Western time, Pacific time.
Yeah, but still, they closed it like over an hour ago.
All right, let's see. Let's go back to Georgia here.
Warnock is up by 0.7.
Yeah.
To 49.3. 91% in. Check the circles.
It's definitely going to go to runoff, but let's see.
There's just not enough remaining. Gwinnett County still is a lot of votes left, but Herschel's actually taking the remainder, so that's good. Fulton County has 93% in. Herschel is leading in DeKalb, the remaining vote, by 1,000.
All these circles are like red.
Yeah,
Besides
it's
that
just, I mean, who knows? Herschel may win a plurality.
The margin
basically,
it's about 27,000 votes is what's left.
Warnock's probably going to win like 10,000 total of these last few votes. I mean, there's just not a whole lot. He's probably going to win close to 10,000 of them. Walker will outpace that. So it's not going to, I don't know if he's going to be leading before the runoff. He probably will. I think there's a path there. Not that really matters for morale. Yeah, Columbia County, look over near Augusta. Walker's got 10,000 votes left over Warnock. He's leading the remaining votes by 10,000. This is all speculated too. He's leading in Walton by 4,000 left. So that's 14 plus 8, 22. 7 here. Okay, yeah, he's definitely taking it in the remaining votes. So I think Walker might be able to Walker might be able to be leading before the runoff.
Turnout is low because we didn't have any big cultural issues. Yeah, exactly.
Well, we have them. We for sure have them. We just didn't talk about them.
Well, that's what he means. Glenn Youngkin, cultural issues. Ron DeSantis, cultural issues. Greg Abbott, cultural issues.
Same margin in PA Senate, 0.8. Oz is down by 0.8, about less than 40,000 votes. They do recounts in Pennsylvania, right? If it's under a certain percentage.
Maybe. I don't know.
They did in the runoff or in the primary. And Oz won their recount. Maybe they'll do it again. Mike Garcia is winning in California with 33% of the vote in. He should win. Colorado, how are we doing? Boebert is down by 2. 76 in. She should win the remainder.
Yeah.
It's still saying likely are. So I'm bummed about Majewski, man.
Yeah.
He probably got outspent in that stupid scandal that means nothing. John Gibbs is down 5, only 31% in.
Yeah,
Joe Kent is down 6 with 54% in. A lot of time, though. A lot of time.
That's probably going to take weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Kent should. How is that district? Like, how did it vote?
That's
pretty,
Orange County, right?
Washington.
Oh wait, where is she?
Joe Kent.
Oh, I thought you meant Young Kim. No, yeah, he'll win. He'll win that. That's
Young
fine.
Kim.
Votes coming in are from Inner Philly. We need a miracle. That's not good. Let's see. PA results. How does this doesn't make sense.
Apparently, Lyon County, Nevada, still has people voting. Trump got 70% in Lyon County. So you know what? We'll wait a little bit. We'll wait.
We'll wait to see any numbers out of Nevada. I mean, shit.
Amen. Kelly's lead is down to 17. Nothing's really changed, but I guess everything coming in has been all Masters, all Lake. Maricopa, still a 20-point swing. Let's check governor's race in Arizona. It's only 49% in. Hobbs is leading by a little under 13. A lot of room.
Let's see the abortion referendum in Kentucky. Let's see. That's still 85% reporting. I mean, we'll see what the final tally is there, okay? This guy Scoria has been dooming all night about everything. Okay.
What's he dooming about now?
We'll see. I mean, most of the things he's been dooming about have been like early margins. Like he said earlier that Lauren Boebert was going to lose. Like, well, let's see about that. Okay, let's see about that. You know, you don't need to doom about everything at once. Okay.
Yeah, it just seems, looking at the Dixon numbers, another county went to Trump R plus 19. Dixon only won it by R plus 6. It's not looking good for Dixon. Everywhere is.
It's time to doom. Well, it's one thing to doom about certain races. Another thing to say the GOP can never touch the subject of abortion again. Okay. Like, yeah, try getting the Christian vote with that.
We have some Nevada. Mineral County, Nevada. 60% to 34%. Adam Laxalt is ahead. Just go to the state results so we can see both races. Joe Lombardo, very, very similar. Okay. Lombardo is outrunning Laxalt with those batches. 67% of the vote in, though. That's good. Mineral County. How did this? We'll have to see the swing once it's tabulated. Thank God, though. Nevada's finally going.
Well, it's still going to take several days to know anyway, because it's Nevada. I mean,
yeah,
that's how they go.
It's we got to fire the GOP chair one, Ronna McDaniel.
Yeah, true.
It's over for her.
True.
There's absolutely no you can't blame this on Trump. Like the buck has to stop there.
Yeah.
Like you have to take that blame. This is a fireable offense. Literally, it's her job for us to win seats.
Yeah, true.
This is 100% fireable offense. It's over.
True.
Get somebody in there.
Hopefully Trump stops simping for her. I mean, shoot. But yeah, true. Okay, Nevada looking okay. All right, well, we're going to remain consistent here and say it's early and you can't really tell anything, okay?
Yeah, less than 1%.
We can all night people look at first results report and they're like, it's so over. Like
it has never been for.
Okay, like just okay, you all can just chill in general, okay? This is how elections work. They shouldn't take as long as they do, but they take time. Okay, they take time. So let's see. I think Trump's going to go dark MAGA mode when he announces his run. Well, that's the good thing about the Trump 24 campaign now.
Like it's 100% against everything because they openly hate him.
It really will be dark MAGA.
So many more people now see the difference too. Like it's like
real.
There's a lot of people in 2016 and 2020 that, you know, Trump's a Republican, I'm going to vote Republican. Now it's like the dividing lines are so clear. They're so clear.
Well, he really is going to be able to recapture the 2016 energy, you know, of, this whole party failed, you know.
Yeah.
This is true. I'm looking for a white pill for the moment, Vince. The white pill is that dark MAGA is now inevitable. Okay. We need dark MAGA. Well, now it's going to happen. Because Mitch failed. Kevin McCarthy failed. So.
White pill.
All right. Is this Nevada now? Zoom in there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this is 2020 numbers. Mineral County, what we have, only a little bit of. There's still more. 60.9 to 35.5. That was in 2020. We look at, this is the governor's race. Very similar, 60 to 32. Look at
OMG, please take an allergy pill. It's not an allergy. It's like literally a flu or COVID or something, okay? So
Vince has exposed me to COVID-19.
Or whatever it is.
Where's my mask?
But it's not an allergy thing. It's literally I'm sick, okay? I don't really get allergies. I'm literally just sick. So
Georgia has been called even by New York Times. All right, Warnock is plus 0.8 right now.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. He's at 49.4. He's 0.6 away from the loss of the runoff chance. What does he have left? Okay, looks like the votes that have been counted have been more Warnock. Fulton County is 93% in. DeKalb County is 94. Clayton County is 90. So, I mean, we're still looking. Gwinnett County has 10,000 votes for Herschel. Columbia County has, I believe, 9,000. There's 2,000 here. There's 4,000 here. That's even. 2,000 there. 2,000 there. 3,000 there. In Cobb. It's a lot. It's gonna even out. I don't see any change. Just with the numbers we got left. These are accurate. Of course, they could be.
Yeah, it's going to runoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vince, what can we predict what this means for the presidency in 2024? I don't really know. I do know I think you're going to get a much more aggressive Trump because of it, right? Dark MAGA is coming. I'm sure Ron's now going to run trying to say, oh, I got 20 or whatever, you know. But by that same argument, you could say for the first time without Trump on the ballot, look what happened. So, I don't know.
Okay. Fetterman gained. It is a 1.2% race.
Wow.
Probably 88% of the votes. There's still time, but estimated vote remaining. Yeah. Yeah, that number right there in Philadelphia.
Wow.
We have a socialist ogre. We have an ogre socialist in our United States Senate.
For real.
Get mad. Get mad. Never forget this. Never forget the utter lunatic, the idiocracy of America. It's a good movie. Idiocracy. It's like America set like 500 years into the future.
Yeah.
And you ever seen it?
No.
It's a good movie. Look it up. It's very real. It's just
What's it gonna look up? Oh, Wisconsin. That's what.
It's about this like a military experiment, and basically this guy, like his name's literally Joe. Like he's like average Joe. Like he has like a 100 IQ, just like baseline normal guy, like average intelligence of like the early 2000s whenever the movie was made. He's in like a military experiment where he's supposed to be like in like cryostasis for like 1 year. But it ends up lasting like 500 years in like a freak accident. And he wakes up and he's like the most like the smartest man in the world.
Look at all this leftward shift in Wisconsin for the governor's race from 2020. This place went right. Most of what we see so far is left. Right now, Evers leads Michaels by a little more than 1 point. So we'll see what happens there.
Zeldin down by 5 or 6, technically 5.8. It's probably could get a little closer, but it's not looking good.
But I definitely think that, again, what you're seeing is without Trump, the Midwest doesn't mean anything. You know?
We can't rely on that realignment, you know.
Yeah. Well, you need Trump to finish the realignment.
Yeah.
You need Trump to do the realignment.
Yeah.
You know? Clearly without that. I mean, like I said, the race isn't over, but it's definitely an underperformance.
These leftward shifts from 2020, I just don't understand it. Like, how could
Trump's not on the ballot? That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
It's truly baffling. Like how people look around. Like, how do you look around and?
Let's see.
Okay, here's some good news from Arizona.
Yeah.
Pima County election day batch about 20 minutes ago. Tracking with a lot of the rest of the state. 2,000 votes. Carrie Lake 80% to Katie Hobbs 19.6.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's what we need.
Yeah, that's what we need.
And according to this guy who's Garrett Archer, is data guru, that's tracking well with a lot of the rest of the state. Masters is down 16 now, 53% of the vote in. And Hawaii has been called. Senate.
Wow. Incredible.
Shocking.
I don't think they called it for Garcia at all. I think Scalia is just dooming in the chat as he's done all night. I mean, this is the same guy who said Lauren Boebert was going to lose.
That was Boebert.
So I think he's just spreading misinformation in the chat, honestly.
Boebert's down 4, but they're still saying maybe it's different on other platforms.
The red wave did not happen. Republicans and independents stayed home. Do not complain about the results if you did not do your part. Pretty sure Myra Flores is going to lose tonight. So I don't know if she's one much to talk about, knowing what she's doing on that front.
At least we got Monica De La Cruz.
Yeah.
One Latina Republican to another.
Let's see.
We're still on track for it. Okay, here we go. Republicans are favored to win the House, according to New York Times. Not technically called yet, but we are favored to win 219 with 12 toss-ups remaining. Could still get to 230, probably 225-ish most likely.
Yeah.
Democrats currently have a 60% chance of Senate control, according to New York Times. We have an 80% chance of House control. Yeah, about 225 seats.
At least it's something.
Something to build off of. Should hopefully gain some more in 24 with Trump on the ballot. Because he will be.
I did my part. I went door to door for Eric Schmidt for 7 months. No, but Paleo Nation, you don't get it. You don't support amnesty, right? You don't support amnesty. Therefore, you did not do your part. Real.
Yeah, what are you doing for the illegal immigrants?
Yeah, what are you doing for the illegal immigrants? Okay, that's the real question, according to Myra Flores. Let's take a look here. I'm screenshotting all of these 2020 comparison margins for the video tomorrow. Okay. We're going to go all in. This is true. This is your post-Trump GOP. It's the GOP of losing and failure. Literally. That's what it is.
It's the pre-Trump GOP too.
Yeah.
What are we seeing? An overemphasis on economical issues when in reality they clearly don't matter to people. They clearly don't. You would think that when people see their $3 to $4 gas, in some states $5 gas, and say, "Oh wow, I've had enough of this."
Well, they used to determine elections. Clearly they don't anymore, right? Clearly they don't. So
people are just so gone. People are so far gone.
Yeah.
Okay, we had a huge dump in Clark County. Cortez Masto is winning 55% to 42% for Laxalt. 59% of the vote in. If this is election day, which I believe it could be, it's that Clark firewall. I believe it could be, or not election day. I keep mixing those up. Early vote. This could be good. This could be really good.
Yeah, we will see. Let me see. Where's the flip map of 2020? McConnell and McCarthy need to go. Yeah, exactly. Clearly the problem is Trump, who is not on the ballot. Right. So true. Americans, we want to yeet the babies and trans the kids. Yay. I think Republicans didn't emphasize that is really what it was. Specifically the transing the kids, you know?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I get it. The abortion thing in the election or whatever was like, okay, whatever, right? Whatever. You want to make that argument, whatever. The transing the kids thing is clearly a winning issue. Glenn Youngkin ran on it.
Okay, here we go.
Ron DeSantis, all these people, you know.
From Arizona, Cochise County just added 4,721 ballots. Carrie Lake 82%. Katie Hobbs 17.
Yeah, she's
another good one. Another good one. Georgia still 49.4 to 48.5. 94% of the vote in. Check real quick the estimated remaining virtually none.
All right, well, that'll go to runoff for sure.
Yeah, I think they're still scrounging up votes for both, but it's about even. Walker possibly has even more, but it's not going to change much.
Let's look at Lauren Boebert here. Vote total still has not moved.
All right. Yeah, it's slow. So 450,000 votes were tallied in Clark, which according to Ralston, the Nevada guy, our local expert on Twitter, he says it looks like the early vote and mail ballots before a vote was cast today. So judging by the fact that that's pretty much on pace, it's actually 2 points to the left of Trump's performance in Clark County in 2020. Only 2 points to the left of that. And it was all early vote.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's looking
it's
good.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Because the rest of Nevada is all red besides Las Vegas, which is Clark County. So
yeah. I mean, you got to look at Washoe, but I've been hearing good things about that for Republicans.
Yeah.
Washoe is Reno, which is just, Western Nevada.
How is Arizona doing? I don't think the margins have moved, but let's take a look.
They've gotten slightly better for our guys and girl.
By 0.2% or whatever. Basically, actually, Blake's now up to that. It hasn't really moved.
Blake is down by 16.5. No change at Maricopa, though.
this not being a blowout is the biggest black bill tonight. See, I agree with that. That's the correct take.
Especially in Pennsylvania, that's probably my biggest black pill. It's just how like it's tragic. It's tragic. I don't want to. You don't want to insult people too much because maybe they just don't know, and that just makes you look like an ass. But it really is tragic. How could somebody vote for John Fetterman, especially after the debate?
Yeah.
Especially after the debate. Doesn't make sense. Kerry Lake is down to just below 12. Once again, though, nothing out of Maricopa. That's the big one. That's going to change it.
Right now, Blake is 3.4 behind Kerry.
That's
so
good.
Assuming that holds.
If Kerry keeps getting these big ballots, man, these big, it's going to be getting more.
Blake could be in decent shape, but we don't know yet. It's going to be a close race for sure. That part is true. New York Times is saying it's just a toss-up. They don't have a clue. It's really all going to be a matter of if Kerry can drag Blake with her. I mean, that's really what it's going to come down to.
I think Blake ran a great campaign, though.
Yeah.
Like especially for Arizona too. Like with how base that guy is, his campaign was very well done. He was smart about it. He was like an intellectual. It was an intellectual campaign, but a good one, not like a pseudo intellectual. Whereas congratulations, by the way, to Paul Gosar, ran unopposed.
Yes. So are we going to possibly see a red wave? I wouldn't say that. It's a red puddle. Like that's the best case scenario right now.
Okay, Secretary of State looks very similar to Fincham is down 42 to 58, which is similar to Blake.
It's a little better than Blake, actually.
Yeah. Attorney General Hamadeh is 56 to 44, in line with Lake. So it's kind of really both of these. I mean, if that holds, and that's kind of true though. True, like you think Kerry Lake is maybe, I guess she's a little bit more electable than Blake Masters. We want to use that term.
It's not even that. It's that Mark Kelly's more electable than Katie Hobbs.
That's
really what it is.
Then you have Hamadeh though, who is actually more. Hamadeh is more electable than Mark Fincham, in terms of like their persona and their like Fincham. I don't even think, obviously, like the money for Secretary of State, like put in that race, the name draw. But if those hold, I mean, you're looking at just two different races. It's Lake and Masters. Lake and Hamadeh are the same. Masters and Fincham are the same. Can Kerry Lake pull them all over?
Don't know how Hobbs is even competing. She was chicken.
She didn't do anything. She didn't campaign at all.
Well, again, we got to see what happens on the election day votes, which so far they're breaking really big. This is how Arizona counts. It's always like this. So, we'll see on that front. If Kerry ends up winning by like 3 or 4, I think that's a good result. I think that's exactly what you wanted. That should be a big enough result to maybe pull Blake and all these other candidates with them. But
I don't think Maricopa has gotten to the election day, though.
Yeah.
They just released another batch a few minutes ago. 44 or about 55 to 45 with Hobbs winning. So I don't think they've even begun to start the. It just doesn't. It's seeming like the early vote is going around 55 to 45, Dem to Republican.
Yeah.
But the election day vote is going 80 to 20, Republican Democrat. We just gotta wait. Still no cope here, no cope necessary, no doom necessary.
Yeah, don't doom about Arizona yet.
Heck no, 50% in, a long way to go.
Let's look at the LA mayor's race again. Not that it matters because it's going to take 20 years, but so
Mayor. Los Angeles, Caruso, 50. Oh, it's the same as last time. 50.3 to 49.7.
Yeah.
Check Georgia. Okay. It's holding, like I said, 49.4 to 48.5. Over 95 of the votes in now. 95%. That's probably it from Georgia. Pennsylvania. Looks the same. Nothing changed. Looks like Laura Kelly is going to win governor in Kansas, the Democrat. Moderate, fake moderate. I don't think Tudor's going to pull it off. It looks like Whitmer's going to win.
Judging how the night's gone, then I definitely don't think so.
Nevada, nothing really to say yet. 34% of the vote in. Churchill County looks very red. The rurals look good. This is for Lombardo. Lombardo's still down, though, because of the early vote in Clark, but probably still have some mail-ins. Apparently, they're still going to be counting mail-ins in Nevada, too, for a couple days. That's what I've heard. So
that's always how Nevada goes.
We need to be up.
Yeah, it's going to take forever. Yeah, it always does.
New York, Kathy Hochul has been projected to win. She beat Lee Zeldin by around 6 points. Definitely shows that, I guess some people
It's a good performance, but it was also pretty arrogant, if I'm being honest. It's very arrogant to
it's very stupid
push him,
to think that he could
when
win.
he had Doug.
Because let's be honest. This was Lee Zeldin ran the best campaign any New Yorker could have. He did. This is probably
and in the best environment anyone
in the best environment, the best campaign. He was probably the best candidate. He's not really he's not like a religious Republican. He's not even like a corporate tax cut Republican. He's probably honestly the perfect candidate for New York.
Yeah.
He's kind of populist, I guess, economically. I don't know too much about him. He's very anti-crime. That's pretty much the only way Republicans in the past 20 years, 30 years have won New York.
Yeah.
Is by being anti-crime. Think back like Giuliani. Think back to Bloomberg when he won mayor, when he was a Republican.
Well, honestly, ask yourself, did Republicans capitalize enough off of crime? I don't think they did. I feel like
too, like that was his whole campaign.
Right.
Like, what else did he say?
Right.
That was his whole campaign. I don't think I'm doing it when I say I don't think we'll ever win in New York ever again.
Well, yeah, that's not a shocking take.
It's over. All of those Republicans need to move, not to Florida. They need to move to Pennsylvania. They need to move. I think Pennsylvania is probably the best. It's the closest. Probably get cheaper living there. Find you a house with a yard in New York. If you're a Republican in New York, get a yard. Live in the suburbs in PA.
Or Georgia. If you want more weather.
Yeah, if you want an even better house, go to Georgia.
Real.
Move to Atlanta for all I care if you love the city so much. It's probably cheaper there than New York.
True.
Give us some votes there, please.
Zeldin helped down ballot Republicans. A Republican won in a lean D district in New York.
It's good. That's a good thing then.
It is a good thing, but who's to say that all these other candidates that got shafted by Zeldin type would not have also helped down ballot Republicans, right?
What matters more, district in New York or?
Yeah.
So it looks like Molinaro won New York 95% of the votes, and he's up by 2. That's good. Let's check the needle. What are they saying? Okay, it's at 219 still. Which is, in all honesty, pathetic. We thought we were going to get 240. We get 220, 225.
We're barely going to hang on to get the House. It's crazy.
Pima County, Election Day votes, 73% to 26. Carrie Lake up. I wonder if... see if that changed anything on the map. I guess
the biggest black even is the Fetterman farce. What a brain damaged Frankenstein lookalike can be competitive, let alone likely win, is a leading indicator of a falling nation. Yeah, so true. So true.
It's so over for America, bros.
Real.
It's so over. I remember growing up in like the Obama years and like just, talking to my parents and stuff, or, Republican voters. Just saying, like, I remember telling my dad one time, like, just hearing about all the crap. I said, I was very young. I was like under 10. I was like, man, America sucks. He got very angry with me. And he was like, oh, this is like, you cannot say that. This country is still great. It's so free. It's great. That was America 10 years ago. What is America now? Yeah. How much easier is it to say that America sucks? Like that. Like, it still doesn't suck, but like, think of all like the third world comparisons. Think what's happened to our elections. Even the Obama years, you could call an election within a night.
Yeah.
Now it takes a month. The elections are third world. The cities are third world.
True.
Crime. Everything's third world. What is America?
I just hope the boomer Republican generation can realize that, this is not the country they grew up in, right?
They have realized it, but can they realize it?
Well, they say it, but they still
They
approach
act
politics
like
in the same way.
They need to get mad. They need to get angry. Like literally angry.
Well, they are angry, but they also just don't understand what's happening, and so that's why a lot of the mainstream conservative positions are defensive. They're like, oh, there's leave me alone type of thing, I don't know. But no,
Okay.
I would not flee the country. Okay.
30% of the
that's
vote
traitorous.
in oh yeah, I'll never flee America. I'll fight till I die. And we all will. All of us will. And that's not like cringe to say that.
Figuratively, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You too. Yeah. No, I'll fight literally until my last breath. I will politically fight for America. Never give up. Just don't submit to the pod. Never submit to the pod. Get your family some land as soon as possible.
Yeah, real.
From Alaska, Senate race, which is this is R&R crime. Kelly Shibaka, I believe, is up 47-41. The Democrat has 10%. Is it ranked choice voting in the general, the Senate general? Okay, that's weird. I don't know how they're gonna. Well, right now, however, they're tabulating that. She's got 5,000 votes on Murkowski, 30% in. We'll see.
It's very democratic according to Mr. Beat and many others. So
very democratical.
Yeah. Only the GOP could bag this hard. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. Okay, let's take a look back here. Anything new out of Arizona? Look.
The last thing we got was that Pima County batch of 3,000, 73% Kerry Lake.
It's an unreal movement.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah, real.
My lower half of my body will likely be asleep before I am.
True.
Can't feel my legs. Should have bought more energy drinks.
Dude, imagine how I feel. I freaking
Yeah, you have the flu.
No, but I've had like leg cramps, partly just because of the flu, and then the fact I've been like sleeping so much. It's like I literally like cannot walk. Like it sucks.
No, I got home very late last night, and Vince is just like passed out in the living room. Like I'm like, dude, like, are you all right? It's like, oh, I've been sleeping.
Yeah, real.
He's this man. I asked him. I was like, dude, are you going to be okay to stream tomorrow? And he's like, I'll do anything for my fans. It was really humbling. It really inspired me, to pursue Vince down nationalism.
Real. And why is Ben Shapiro blaming Donald Trump for today's results? Because he wants Ron and he's not take any excuse. It doesn't make it. I'm going to reiterate this. It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. Ron winning by 20. That's a strong argument for Ron. But to blame Donald Trump wasn't on the ballot for once. Republicans clearly failed without him. Like, that's the obvious conclusion. You know, so it doesn't make any sense. Trump was as little as a factor in this election as any election in recent memory. Okay. It was all just a referendum on Biden and a referendum on, you know, I guess to an extent, the Republican establishment. The Republican establishment failed.
Literally since 2014.
Yeah.
That's the last election we've had with truly no Trump presence, because I think 2016, 2018, 2020. This is the first one since 2014. What happened in 20? A huge wave. And to like the country's credit, to the Republican Party's credit, I mean, this country was a little more sane, mentally sane in 2014.
Yeah.
Like people understood what was right and what was wrong. We've lost all morality. We've lost all basis for life itself, for like what is right and what is wrong. If we lose our morality, we lose everything. Our decision making, that process is gone forever. This is much more than just an election. Like this election is a bellwether in itself for our decline as a society.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate bellwether for that.
And what did Trump do to work against most of these candidates? Okay, the only one he really counter-signaled was like O'Dea, who cares?
Everybody did.
Yeah,
Who's
and
gonna
then
lose anyway?
If you want to take the Ron DeSanctimonious thing, well, Ron won by 20. So where was Trump running around sabotaging all these Republican candidates? The only story I see is Mitch McConnell running around sabotaging all these Republican candidates, right? And Ronna McDaniel, literally. Doug Mastriano, was he sabotaged by Trump? Or was he sabotaged by the RGA, by the National GOP?
Who toured the country for these candidates, though? Was Mitch McConnell? Was Mitch McConnell spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for these candidates?
Yeah.
Out of his own pocket, not just his fund. Like, come on. It's Mitch McConnell's job that our candidates win, that he strengthens our majority. That's why he was elected within the Senate to do that. It's not Trump's job to do it. Trump could take his happy behind and do whatever he wants. He's a former president.
Well, again, according to the National Review, Mitch McConnell is the greatest. He's like the most effective Senate majority leader ever. And that's why, actually, I saw the National Review saying they're going to hyping up already, saying that this big majority you're going to get is because of Mitch McConnell. Well, where is that now?
What about now?
Yeah, where is that? You know?
National Review needs to be dissolved.
Yeah.
Or at least it needs to be publicly branded as not conservative in any form. NBC has called it for Fetterman.
Yeah. Apparently, Ben's argument was that Trump's 99-1 donation money split with Blake Masters showed how his association was just a huge grift. Again, his association is just extra money. Okay. The primary fundraising factor is supposed to be Mitch McConnell and then the GOP. Okay. So
it's still looking like 50-50 in the Senate, according to New York Times. I don't agree. I think we got Arizona and Nevada and Georgia. I think we could get 52.
We'll have to see.
Because what are we out without any of these races, just the ones that have been called. So Wisconsin, that should be, 92% in, up by 2 there. We got Wisconsin. That's 47 for us. We have Utah. That's 48 for us. We have Alaska. That's 49. Democrats get Pennsylvania, 48-49. We are still up. We have Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. I think there's still a path all three. Definitely Georgia. We got to work hard. The Republican Party has to work hard these next few weeks in Georgia.
Yeah.
The hardest they've ever worked.
Yeah.
And they should be willing to do that. If they're not, they shouldn't be in politics. They shouldn't be Americans if they don't want to work hard for that. Because this is our like revolutionary moment, you know, every day now. Like every day. You have to fight. You have to fight for that. You have to politically fight. You have to be there. If you're not, if you're lazy, if you're complacent, there's no room for you in the movement at all. Clearly you don't want to be there. So we pick up Georgia, that's 50. Pick up Arizona, 51. Nevada, 52.
The reality is
We
that
can
there
lose
likely
one of the
will
three.
never be a way for either side in the near future. America's way more polarized in 2010 or 2014. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That part's
If
true.
that's the case, then we at least hold the House for a really long time.
Yeah.
Probably Senate too, if we can. I think Masters, if he wins now, he will win again. I think we could beat Sinema in 2024. And we're gonna gain in the Senate in 2024. No question. West Virginia is gonna kick out what's his name?
Manchin.
Manchin.
The Arizona Senate race is a toss-up again, as per New York Times. So that's good.
I see.
That's good.
They realize. So is Nevada. Utah very likely are. Arizona or Alaska is a toss-up. I don't really know how. Maybe it's like, I don't know. Alaska is a toss-up. It's right now 30% of the vote. I said this earlier, but Shabaka at 47, Murkowski at 41, and Democrat Pat Chesbrough at 10%. The House, though, Alaska's House seat, looks like, Peltola's at 45%. Palin is at 28. Bajich is at 25. Palin probably should have just dropped out because, like, she honestly ran a terrible campaign. Bajich is like a former Democrat, or like his family is all like bigwig Democrats.
Yeah.
I don't trust that guy either. I don't think a lot of Alaskans trust him, clearly. A lot of Alaskans don't trust Sarah Palin either. They just don't really like her. And then, I mean, Peltola getting 45%, if that holds, like, that's probably normal. Like, what, Trump didn't win Alaska by more than 10, right?
Yeah.
Just that stupid voting system. That's talk about assault on democracy.
Yeah. But all your democracy heads literally support that. They're like, we want ranked choice voting and all this nonsense.
Well, because they know who it favors.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very democratic, of course.
Kingsley Cortez says, a government for the mentally ill by the mentally ill. Very true, Kingsley. Thank you for tweeting.
Let's see. Let's see what other people are saying. Did Mr. Brandon make a speech? Is that happening? Let's see.
He's gonna say, like, this is clearly because they have rejected the democracy, even though we win the House. Like, what's he gonna say there? Like, like that's a big loss. Like, it doesn't actually.
I don't think he actually made a speech today.
I heard they're all going to Egypt for some.
Yeah, they're going to Egypt. Okay.
Like, he's probably on a plane right now. Him and Pelosi, all the big.
This year, Big Pharma lost, and the American people won.
Apparently, this is him
Put
yesterday.
a cap at $2,000 a year on prescription drugs for seniors, no matter what their cost. 2, 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on that's black. Anyway.
What?
No matter what the cost, and some cancer drugs cost as much as that. They're never going to have to make more than $2,000. And we put a $35 a month cap on insulin to deal with their diabetes. How many of you people know somebody who needs insulin for their diabetes? Well, they're paying an average of $400.
Do that many people really know somebody?
It costs $10 to make it, $15 a total of 15 to package it, and they're charging $400 to $800. That's over now.
This video said he tripped on the stage. Where was the trip? I didn't see no trip. I guess it's the
How
verbal
many of you
trip.
people know somebody who needs insulin for their diabetes?
I don't see any trip. They've lied to us. They've lied to
Typical
us.
media lie.
So I was going to be up all night celebrating. Yeah.
Okay. Warnock is up by 1%, 49.5 to 48.5. Over 95% of the voting in Georgia. This is a good showing for Walker. To stop this runoff from happening, this is good for him. There's virtually nothing left. It looks like Walker has more votes left than Warnock, so we should be avoiding the runoff there. Chicken Wisconsin governor.
What's that at now?
That's Senate. Senate Johnson's winning by 2.6. That's very good. Governor, though, Michaels is down by 3. 93% of the votes in. People of Wisconsin, I don't know what. Well, I'll take that. As a Floridian right now, I'll take that. It sucks for you, Wisconsin. It really does. I'm very sorry for you. I don't know why you would split the ticket like that.
Because it's a whack Midwestern state. I don't know.
Yeah, you wacky Midwestern. You wacky Midwest. How do they say? Mm-hmm. It's Taco Tuesday.
Yes, real.
It's
real,
Taco
so
Tuesday in Wisconsin.
So true.
Wisconsin. Nah, not to insult a group of people like that. But still, 50% for Ron John, 48 for Michaels. What are you? Come on, man. How does that happen? How do 70,000 people vote simultaneously for Tony Evers, the Democrat government that locked them down, that has been he's a radical leftist, Tony Evers. They vote for him, and Ron Johnson, who is like just, I guess he's typical. I'm pretty sure he's pro regular, like actual marriage.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And then you got Tony Evers, who's a leftoid on the matter, on every matter. He's a leftard. Nothing out of Nevada. Maybe a little. Laxalt's doing very well in Carson City. 14%, but he's 73 to 24. Church County, 72 to 24, Adam Laxalt. Rural landslide in Nevada. Clark County's very close, and that's all the early vote, what I've been told.
Let's see.
Really, though, I mean, all of these governors' races going Democrat, and all I'm going to say is it's not good for 2024. I mean, it's clear, too, like that just having a Republican governor will change a state.
Yeah.
But, like, we need Wisconsin.
Yeah. True.
We need Pennsylvania. We need Michigan. And all three of them stuck with their blue governors.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
Mm-hmm.
You hate to see it.
Which we've seen crazier things happen, but do those crazy things matter as much as the crazy things that aren't happening?
Let's go back to Arizona. Let's see.
I think it's changed. 16-point spread for the Senate.
It's a pretty big margin for Blake. That's my only concern. I mean, it's really a matter of how big Kerry wins, you know?
Mm-hmm. Still the same 12-point spread for the governor.
Yeah. Who voted split ticket, especially when the country's so divided? I don't believe it. It happens more than you'd expect. It's just strange.
People just leave it blank. But I don't
Independent.
understand.
I'm an independent. Oh, the suburbanites. They're like, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I wonder if some people miss the lockdown days of laying around the house all day. Maybe, but I think you're kind of anti-lockdown people besides like Tudor are doing pretty well, so I don't know. I don't know. You think we can get Georgia, or is that a long shot? I think it's going to go to a runoff, and I think we have a decent shot in that runoff. Which, we'll see. We'll see. Georgia's Senate runoffs are give me trauma to an extent, but we will see. We will see. Let's take a look. No movement on a. Let's see. They've called it for Fetterman now. Most media outlets have. That's just mystifying. This is truly the mystifying result of the night. Like I really don't have an explanation here. Oz had money on his side. He had publicity on his side. And he had the fact that his opponent was literally clinically retarded. Like quite literally.
He's clinically retarded.
And
he has a mental issue that impacts his functioning.
Somehow this happened. I don't know. I don't get it.
Maybe maybe Fetterman will vote the wrong way because he hears the floor wrong, like he hears things wrong.
He's gonna have people vote for him. Is what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, DC is a land of puppets already.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Well, Oklahoma went red. That was a concern earlier. Apparently.
See, on GOP incompetence, how many times do you have to see these career politicians self-sabotage? Do everything short of take a dive before you think that maybe it ain't incompetence, but actual malice? Yeah, no, it is malice. Screwing over Doug Mastriano is malice. That's not incompetence. They weren't like, oh, well, I don't know. It is malice. It's definitely malice. Pennsylvania literally should have been so easy. Yes, so true. Real.
I need some more numbers. Give me numbers. That is nothing.
Let's see. Let me share your screen here.
There's just nothing. There's just no new numbers. How did let's check Maryland governor. Dan Cox, the Trump candidate. How did he do? Okay. I feel like that's not too terrible. She's 88-9 in Baltimore. That's whatever. Let's check the needle. Okay, Senate. Still toss up. Now 83%. We've gotten to 220, folks. 220. Republican one are favored. We're going to take the House. We're going to take the House. We got that. Technically, let's like remove everything. Remove everything. That's a win.
Not
0
really,
to
because we
0.
expected it to be much bigger.
It's okay, but like this isn't even a moral win. Like we have disrupted the chain. They cannot pass bills now. Like we can shut it down. Like we can shut the Biden administration down.
Yeah.
It's not a total failure. This is a better night than 2020 election. This is not as demoralizing as it was then. What's demoralizing though is the obvious why we didn't win by.
It looks like Blake Masters can win if he wins 60% of the remaining vote. Kerry can win with 56. I don't think either of those are outside the realm of possibility. I think
it's inside
both of those are definitely doable.
Okay, right now, New York Times, though, for Senate, it's saying that all 3 toss-ups left, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, will go dim.
Well, Georgia's a runoff, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I don't know what their thoughts are on that. Okay, Warnock's numbers went down a little bit, so it's. Again, I'd confidently say that's runoff. I mean, he was at 49.5. Now he's at 49.4. It's so close, though. It's so close to 50%. They're going to wait. I don't know, though, how many. Okay. Warnock's got 6,000 votes here, 3,000 here, 2,000 here. Herschel's got 2,000 here, 4,000 here. A little bit all over the place. It's pretty even still. It's probably going to end up being a 1-point spread, 49.5 to 48.5 going into the runoff. You just got to hope that dim turnout goes down and the Republican turnout stays up.
Yeah.
Which we'll keep the stream going until then. Streaming for weeks. Forget everything.
What about Arizona? Anything new?
Nada.
Wisconsin, the governorship?
Governor of Wisconsin.
This media platform won't let me send 3%. A legitimate message. You hate to see it. But thank you for the 5, Tater Putin. We appreciate it.
Same thing for it's a 51 to 48 Evers in Wisconsin. How did what's his name do? Mike DeWine. Yeah, the polls were pretty accurate in Ohio for DeWine. 63%. That's crazy.
What's Vance's margins looking like?
Under 6.
Wow. I mean, that's definitely an underperformance, but also Tim Ryan ran as like this totally fake, like conservative Democrat. So
yeah, he shot a pistol.
I don't really know what to make of that attire. Also, JD Vance, not the most charismatic candidate in some regards, right? So I don't know if I'd make too much out of that. But then again, Trump's not on the ballot, and it's Ohio, so who knows?
So as of right now, let's just swing by Michigan. Called it for Whitmer.
Yeah.
Just not enough. Only 41% in Detroit has been counted too. Yeah. Give me a break. Let's go to Arizona. Same deal. Right now, Lake leads, or I wish Hobbs leads. Last I saw around 166,000, which that has gone down. It was, at the start when they first dumped in, it was like over 180.
I also want to know what a Johnson and Evers fans looks like too. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. It's just very strange.
So according to Carrie herself, or whatever Twitter intern she has posting,
yeah,
the average of the last 5 election day drops have gone to Carrie Lake 71 to 29%.
Yeah, it's looking good for her.
Yeah.
There's one race you folks cannot do without. Okay. Let's see, look here. Put a Carrie Lake War Room or something. All right. Yeah. Cochise County, 82 to 17 for Carrie.
Very good.
These drops are huge.
Dude, the resist libs are going to love it if Boebert ends up losing. It's still leaning R, according to New York Times, but
I think there's probably just some final surge they're expecting. I mean, I don't see that happening.
I hope they're right. Right now, it's 188 to 154 in the House. We are expected to get 225 last I saw. Let's check.
Let's see.
226 now.
This is from Carrie Lake's election night party in Scottsdale.
We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning, only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this.
So true.
Amen.
So true.
I love you, Carrie.
How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election? Wasn't that long ago. We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points.
Real.
I just want you to know it's early. It's very early. And if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%.
So true.
81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves.
So true.
Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in this system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections.
So true. Yes.
Now God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy.
So true.
No.
So true.
Yes.
We've had to go through has been easy. We beat back billions we beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank.
Yes.
We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people.
So true.
Strong?
So true.
Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that. And when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare
We'll
victory.
wait.
And we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections.
So true. All right, let's go back to these results. Yeah, it is a weird night. It doesn't make, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. Fetterman, that doesn't make any sense.
It makes me want to kill myself.
People can say I'm coping about that or whatever. No, it doesn't make. He's a clinical retard. And,
like, how could Pennsylvanians do this?
Yeah.
How could they do this?
Real.
How could they? Like, I thought Pennsylvania was cool. I thought it wasn't totally. Like, I thought it wasn't totally destroyed.
I thought it was the epic Midwestern realignment state.
Yeah, and clearly not in 2018. Clearly not in 2020. Clearly not in 2022. It's over. Look at Philadelphia. What was everybody saying? Oh, Oz needed 20% to win. He finished with 17. Oz's strategy did not work.
Yeah,
you cannot be a suburban or an urban Republican. There is no urban Republicanism.
Yeah, clearly that's true.
You have to engage the base. He did worse in all of these rural counties.
Yeah,
Trump did. He did.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? People need to stop pretending as if the rural vote is inevitable, right? Because look, they're all red, but look what happened. They swung to the left. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because Oz did not really make a push for them. He just assumed the Trump country was loyal to Republicans and would vote red no matter what. And, clearly that has not happened, right? And then simultaneously, he did what much of the establishment has been calling for, which is he ran a totally suburban-based campaign. He ran as this, kind of somewhat...
And yet they're going to tie him to Trump because he originally had the endorsement because he's a friend.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Did he exactly run a super Trumpian campaign? No,
Not
he ran
at
he ran a
all.
very suburbanite Republican campaign.
He ran a Romney campaign.
And he underperformed what he wanted to do in Philadelphia.
He ran a Bush campaign.
He just did horribly as compared to what he needed in the rural areas. So maybe, again, people are going to blame Trump or something. No, the lesson is that you need to stop taking Trump's base for granted. I mean, that's really what it is. What you blame Trump? Okay, well, Dr. Oz failed to appeal to Trump's base. Clearly, that's what happened. Okay, that's what happened in the rural areas. And they voted for a literally clinical retard. Okay? I know there's so many people are going to go blame Trump, oh, this and that, but look at the numbers don't lie. Okay? It's very obvious that the suburban Republican strategy didn't work. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you could say, oh, Mastriano did worse, but Mastriano didn't have any money. Okay, that's a cope. He didn't have any money. It's not comparable. And also, Mastriano was not running against a clinical retard, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It should have been very easy for Oz. And he fundamentally approached the election with a stupid strategy, clearly. But by the way, the strategy that the Republican establishment for so long has been saying, this is what we need. No more of this Trump hard right rural appeal. We need to win back the suburbs. Oz ran the most moderate campaign he could. He ran the most suburban theme Republican he could. He is something of a suburban Republican. Not only did he underperform what he needed in the suburbs, look what happened in the rural areas. Look what happens when you take that for granted, Because if those rural areas swing to the right or held, he might have won right now. He might have. But you take it for granted, and he loses an election that he should have won. So the suburban Republican strategy, the never Trump, he's not a never Trumper, but the not non-Trumpian strategy, clearly it doesn't work, especially in Pennsylvania, especially in the Midwest. The only presidential candidate to win Pennsylvania in several decades is Donald Trump.
Yep.
But people are going to say, oh, Dr. Oz losing, that's Donald Trump's fault. Really? Even in 2020, right? Which, okay. But even those margins for Trump were not terrible, right? They were pretty close still. Much closer than what past Republicans have gotten. So, you know, we can get gaslit by McConnell and all his actors all we want. But fundamentally, Oz did not lose because he was too Trumpian. He lost because he was not Trumpian enough.
Yep.
And you can argue otherwise. The data empirically proves you wrong. What happened in rural Pennsylvania? It swung left. What happened in Philadelphia? He didn't get what he needed. Okay? So cope and seethe all you want. Make up any excuse you want for no, it's because of this. It's because Donald Trump. It doesn't make any sense, dude. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. Dr. Oz lost because Trump was not on the ballot, firstly, and secondly, because he wasn't Trumpian enough. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. All right.
Let's I know Bobert has been on many of mines tonight.
Okay.
Looking at the actual, let's look at the circles, okay? Do I got the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna win.
Yeah.
She's gonna win. She needs, so as of right now, she's gonna outpace him with the remaining of the she's got 1,000 here, 9,000 here, that's 10K. Then 100 here, how many here? 1,000 here, that's Bobert's got about 13,000 votes remaining. This guy Frisch has Frisch, I guess they pronounce it. I counted it up, he's got like 3,000 or so. So she's gonna outpace him by like 10K.
Yeah. It's still closer than you'd like, but I don't know if it's redistricted or whatever, you know.
It could have been. She needs 10K. So she'll beat him by, it'll be close. It'll be over 50% though.
People blame Trump for endorsing Oz when sadly there's no other option. Exactly. Who is he going to endorse, first of all? And second of all, the same people saying that are the same people who thought Dr. Oz was a perfect candidate because Oz was the moderate, right? He's like this wishy-washy kind of suburban Republican. I thought that's what the GOP establishment said we needed. So why are they upset about that? Did they want him to endorse Kathy Barnett? I thought she was a crazy one, right? Like, I don't understand it, you know? Again, I thought Dr. Oz was what the Republican establishment always said we needed. A suburban, culturally moderate, you know, Republican who's going to appeal more to the suburbs than to the Trump base. I thought that's what we needed. I thought that's what you all said we needed. Well, clearly he failed, okay? So, you know, say what you will. But Trump did make the move to endorse. I didn't hear a lot of people criticizing it. In fact, the only people I heard criticizing it were the Trump supporters saying endorse Barnett instead. I didn't hear any of these Republican establishment types at the time criticizing Trump for endorsing Oz. In fact, they were the ones saying that the anti-Oz crowd was foolish. They were saying, you're just the radical MAGA Republicans. Oz is electable. That's what they were saying. And they liked Oz because he was the moderate, because he was the cultural moderate, the suburban Republican. And he lost. Okay? So, yeah, people can, in hindsight, say, oh, it's Trump's fault. The only people who have the right to say that are the MAGA people who were saying endorse someone else. The establishment was very happy that Oz was endorsed. That's the truth. Because Oz was the suburban Republican they thought we needed. Okay? You show me how many of these neocon types were criticizing Oz at all, right?
The only ones came in the primary. Whenever they had McCormick, who was literally like
who was to the left
Chinese
of Oz.
spy.
Yeah. And you know, ever since the general started as well, everyone said Oz is a great candidate. Well, what's happening now? You know, as I've always said, Oz was the worst candidate, and Fetterman wasn't. He was just downy. Good night, everyone. Yeah, good night, Tater Putin. Yeah. Clearly he was, you know. Clearly the suburban strategy doesn't work in Pennsylvania.
We need a southern strategy.
Yeah.
Rural strategy, I mean. What? Okay, Lake dug in a little bit. There was a little dump. Still nothing in Maricopa. but now it is no longer a 12-point lead for Hobbs. It's actually less than 160,000 votes, so the vote share went to Lake by like 6,000 in this last dump. It's now about a 12. What? About 11.6. 11.6 lead. And we went to sleep in the primary. Lake was down big, double digits, and we woke up and she had taken control.
House majority is probably going to barely matter since there are going to be a bunch of moderates who vote with the Dems.
I doubt it though. When you're that, like, there's no room. There's no like we'll have a strong enough whip. Like if they do, like it's over for them. They should get censored.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy's going to tard wrangle them.
McCarthy is an idiot, but like he's not McConnell. McCarthy is better than McConnell. Like from what I've seen, I don't think that they'll vote with the Dems on like game changers, because then like really they'll
probably do something bipartisan that'll suck.
But it'll be like
on your average vote, probably not. That's my prediction.
There'll be like one sucky thing that happens though with this small of a majority.
Yeah.
Reps are now favored in 200, still 220. Okay, yeah, we're predicted to get 225. Over half. That's 5 out of the 9 of the remaining toss-up seats.
That was just me saying hello, by the way. When will you take my coastal and lakeside comments seriously? This is true. Living by water for some, but like look at Florida. All the watery counties voted red. I don't know. But it is true to a large extent. And to reiterate my main point this evening, if we accept that the GOP elite actually want to lose because they're part of a uniparty, then the suburban moderate stuff is great. All right. This is a good example of the GOP establishment being out of touch with the Trump base. Yeah. And also out of touch with what they think they can do in the suburbs, right? They were just like, oh, if we just don't run Trump and we run this cultural moderate and Dr. Oz, we'll be fine. Well, what happened? The Trump country massively underperformed, turned out, and he didn't get what he thought he was going to get in Philadelphia. So,
Okay, here we go. Another election day vote drop in Mojave County, Arizona. 4,500 votes, 87% went to Kerry Lake. Only 84.5% still went to Blake Masters, so there was a little splitting there. 86.3% went to Mark Fincham. So Fincham actually did better than Masters in that batch, which is kind of weird. Which they're closely tied together, and they should be.
Yeah. Kerry's in good shape.
Kerry isn't good. And that's, when you're talking about America as a whole, you're thinking about 2024 prospects, that's probably the bigger race. Right now, though, we need Blake. Both, they can be argued for both,
Yeah.
Blake is revolutionary, though. Blake is a revolutionary senator. Blake is our guy. Like, Blake is 100%, like Tucker Carlson endorsed. He believes in sunning. like what? Like, this guy is our guy. I don't even know if I believe in sunning, which I've never tried it. So
there's not a lot of room to try it.
Yeah, maybe back home. Maybe maybe out in the woods. Not in Gainesville or wherever we're at.
And I'm saying that the McConnells of the party do not want to win, which is why they continue to play the same losing strategies. Yeah, I think they want to win, but they want to win in their way, which is lose. So it's true. Why are metropolitan areas so incredibly Democrat when they're hellholes for the most part? It's called democracy. Yes, there's your answer. It's
Democracy.
The great virtue of democracy. Okay.
Okay, Kelly's lead is down to 15.8. 54% of the vote in. A lot of room.
It's really going to come down to how big Kerry wins by. That's what's going to come. Pros being key governors plus JD and Blake Masters. Well, Blake Masters is not far from guaranteed right now, but JD good, key governors good. It's just a failure of the national GOP to lock down the Senate and to get what they needed in the House. At the statewide level, we did pretty good. It's just the national level. I don't know what's going on.
That's just polarization. It's like, at what point does polarization, like your tribal instincts?
Well, they also just suck. They just didn't have their act together, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the party, because it does matter, like your leadership. And like it all goes to the top.
Yeah. McConnell would hate to win. He'd have to make policy instead of pretend to have an issue for re-election.
And then somehow be like viewed as
so true. Let's see. What are you looking at there? Let's see what the final margin was in Florida. I guess we can stare at that for a little bit.
That's our hopium.
Yeah, that is our hopium.
Fueled by Florida.
It's about 16.5 for Rubio and 19.5 for Ron. Wow. Who's going up against Rick Scott in 24? Nikki Fried. Yeah, at this rate, probably. She's not going to win.
It'll be a bloodbath. Rick Scott will have a lopsided race for once.
Yeah, true.
He's always like, he's like the.
Well, let's hope he's the Senate
the
minority or majority leader by then.
No, they don't get all the support.
Yeah.
It's a strong case, by the way, that Florida's swinging so right. That's gonna, because before, would you really want to have your majority leader live in a purple state?
Yeah,
it's dangerous, you know. Now, if it's so far red, like that's just it's a worry gone for senators voting for him.
Yeah, it's a totally
nothing
safe
new
state.
out of Colorado 3, Bobert's district. Joe Kent's district hasn't changed in hours. It's been 54.
They're probably going to take several days.
Washington's just been slow. It's over for Washington tonight. Check the needle again. It's barely a toss-up. It's very left. But also for the House, it's barely leaning anymore. It's almost likely.
Do we think that boring Republicans might be the answer at the moment? No.
Who said that?
It's the exact opposite. Okay.
What
happened tonight? Trump was not on the ballot. Number one. Okay, I'll talk about the post-Trump GOP. Okay, well, he wasn't on the ballot. It's just a pure referendum on Biden. They couldn't do it. Okay, look at Florida. Right? What does Ron DeSantis have? Is he boring? Like he's not. Yeah, he's not Trump in terms of personality. I wouldn't say he's like boring, at least in comparison to a lot of the rest of the party. I'd say Dr. Oz was boring. You know, Dr. Oz was boring. Was Carrie Lake boring? No, and she's on track to win right now. Greg Abbott, even he's built something of a degree of popularity over the past year or so. Okay, he has this like following to him. All right, I think he's a little bit of a performative neocon at times, but whatever. We'll put that aside. Admittedly, he has a personality to him. At least now he does. Glenn Youngkin is not boring. Okay. Lee Zeldin, who did not win or whatever, but he did, he overperformed what everyone thought he would do or what he should have done in New York because he wasn't boring. Okay. It's the exact opposite. We need charismatic Republicans. We need charismatic Republicans with a kind of a cult of personality to them, That's why Ron DeSantis won by 20, because he's this big figure, I think the fundamental issue is not enough energy, right? That's really what happened, is not enough energy. Not enough energy on our side, because everywhere we have the energy on our side and have the energetic candidate, Virginia, Florida, even New York. Again, I know we didn't win, but I wasn't expecting to win. We did well, comparatively. Those are not boring candidates. Donald Trump, the least boring candidate in America, was not on the ballot. Look what happened.
Generational candidate.
Generational candidate, real. So
let's look at Wisconsin.
I think boring Republicans are the problem.
Yeah. Looking at Wisconsin, though, the shift is very good for Republicans, for Ron Johnson. The same can't be said in the governor's race for whatever reason. God, I don't know. But Ron Johnson is winning. He should go on to win. It's likely are right now. Reported he's up by 1.5. But if you look at these counties, especially look at Menominee County, it's 12-point shift to the right. That's a low population. But I mean, look at the biggest counties. This list right here. Is my screen on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
zoom in there.
Yeah, let's look. This is a list of basically every county, every precinct I vote. The highest votes are on top. These are all already accounted for. Dane County. This is, I believe it's Madison. Yeah. So Dane County actually went to the left by 2 points. It has 300,000 people that voted there. That's the only bad one. You go to Marathon, though, 61,000 people. R+4 shift. La Crosse County, 55,000 voters. R+3. Ozaukee County. This is Milwaukee suburb. It's the WOW counties that you ever watch Rep. He talks about that all the time.
Yeah.
52,000 votes went R+4 from 2020 to now. Again, this is Eclair is the same. Fond du Lac +4, R+4, Dodge R+3, Wood R+3, Oneida R+3, Grant +2. It's a lot of shifts. A lot of shifts. Good shifts.
Let's see here.
We got some in Nevada, some Clark County, I think. 69% of the vote in Clark County, Republicans down. Black Salt, should say, is down by 9. I can't count anymore. He's down by 7 statewide. The rurals are crushing it, doing very well. Still got a lot of these rurals untouched. Washoe is also untouched, though. Republicans could win that, though, from what I've been hearing. But I mean, well, hold on, let's see the.
I think I owe LT an apology. Well, I think what you're seeing is that Republicans only underperform the polls when Trump's on the ballot. Clearly, when Trump's not a factor, the polls go back to the way they used to be, right? That's kind of what you're seeing, in my opinion. But I still would not respect him. Okay, why? Because he got lucky, The guy is okay, hold on. We will do this. Okay, in fairness, I know this sounds like a cope. I don't think he did it by some type of miracle genius. I think he just has a left-leaning bias and then got lucky. Because even then, he said in recent weeks like, oh, Republicans are going to win or whatever. But I will just say that I would not say that I respect this individual. All right, that's all I'm going to say. Manny should ask, why does LTE have so many female friends? Like, what's going on here? He has many female friends. He's going out with none of them, it appears. What group of people tend to fit that description? Curious. But yeah. Yeah, but for the record, I don't think it's some type of genius on his part. You know. I have high hopes for Nebraska. Yeah, we'll be fine in Nebraska. I would not worry.
Hobbs is now only ahead by 153,000 votes. Really nothing from Pinal County, though. Goes Republican. Check on Coconino County. How's that going? Give me the circles. Come on.
Yeah, real.
I hate when there's no circles. I need the visual, the understanding.
Yeah, true. LTE is Let's Talk Elections. He is the left-wing equivalent to Red Eagle. I believe Rep has actually passed him in subscribers this year, which LTE was pretty big in 2020 and stuff. And he gets boosted by the algorithm. And yeah, Rep has now passed him in subs. It looks like. Yep.
Numbers from Nevada. It's now a 5-point lead for Mass over Lexall.
It doesn't matter. We're not going to know that till like Friday.
I'm updating. Just doing my job.
So basically, the candidates with a real vision that aren't a bore have the best odds. People want alternatives, not light Dems. Yeah, 100%. It's so true. So true. The one-time political analysis thought Republicans would win. He was wrong. I think all these libtards are just a curse, okay? They like whatever they pick is just wrong because they're stupid. So let's hope that in 2024 they all say the Democrats are going to win, okay? That'll be good. That'll be good to see. Truly. But let's see. Sorry for being low energy. We'll be back soon. Hey, now you know dark MAGA is inevitable. Okay, it's coming. Yeah, there's no choice. What is Trump going to run on? Saying, oh, he has credit for the GOP victory? Well, there is no GOP victory. Not that it was Trump's fault that they lost anyway. We've talked about that many times. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. But yeah, now what you can say is Kevin McCarthy sucks, McConnell sucks. I'm the guy. I'm clearly the guy. Yeah, well, at least Shrek will give us content, okay? The sociopathic content creator in me is like, oh, well, at least Mr. F will give us content. What are we getting out of Arizona now?
Pima and Pinal counties have posted 20,000 ballots. About 60-40 Curry Lake. 59.4 to 40.1. Hobbs now leads by 153,000. The Senate, Blake Masters only got 55% of those.
Yeah.
We need better from him.
Yeah. McConnell's a true genius. Yeah, real. According to the National Review, the most effective. Let's find the article if we can. This is from Charles Cook. All right. Or maybe not, because we can. Are you serious?
What?
We have hit the paywall.
How much?
I'm not giving money to these idiots.
True.
McConnell should earn a Nobel Prize for best political strategist. Yeah, so true. So true.
He's the greatest.
Yes.
Wow.
Real genius again. Most effective, Senate leader in modern history, as we all know. So, I think we could call it a night soon, honestly, because I don't think Arizona and Nevada's not going to give us anything tonight. Arizona, probably not till morning, I would expect. And then, let's look at Georgia one last time. I've never seen a more inspiring leader than McConnell. So true.
He's the great Mick. The great Mitch.
The great Mitch, who, somehow blew this.
Mr. Mitch.
Mr.
Mick.
Mr. Mitch,
Mickey.
yeah.
Mitchell McConnell. Georgia stayed the same.
Yeah, it's just, I think the runoff is guaranteed. There's no way Warnock hits 50 right now.
New results from Alaska, 51% now. Shabaka's up 47 to 41.
I'm sure that Murkowski will magically win because of the complicated voting system at this rate. We'll have to see.
Check the House in Alaska. What are we at? Probably Patola still up. 45, 28, 26. Patola is ahead of two Republicans that each have over 50%, like if combined. That's great. Lauren Boebert, no voting has been counted. Nothing in the West.
Fox has called it for Tony Evers. Wow.
It's so over.
It's pretty obvious the Midwest has nothing without Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is. That's what it comes down
Well,
to.
that's what brought him over.
Yeah.
Who brought him over? Trump. When Trump's not around, when Trump's not loud and proud and in town, there is no win.
True. If you understand this.
And you're already seeing it on Twitter. It's DeSantis 24, DeSantis 24. Matt Walsh, notable Trump hater from day one, by the way, says DeSantis blew the competition away while much of the rest of the Republican Party underperformed. What exactly is the argument against DeSantis 2024?
Look, don't get me wrong. I mean, you could. Oh, he won by like 20. Like that's an argument he can use. But the argument fundamentally right now is they're going to blame Trump, and that doesn't make any sense. We can talk about the Trump DeSantis thing in like January, whatever. But as of right, well, we'll see what happens. But yeah.
Dude, these people I'm not going to name names. There's some people on election Twitter that are going nuts right now. That like, these kids, they put their predictions out. Of course, they were wrong. Many of them said this is from some. I don't want any problem. I'm not gonna name names. They said putting my account on private. I'm an awful person who is awful at most things.
Average election Twitter person.
I'll probably block most, so they don't harass me. Come on, man. It's not that deep. You did your best. Keep your head up. Libertarian Party, by the way, they didn't exist. We probably win Pennsylvania and Georgia outright.
Yeah, screw them. Many such cases. Well, I'm real principled, voting for far left clinical retard John Fetterman, right? Yeah, we need to somehow make the Libertarian Party illegal in Georgia. Like Brian Kemp needs to do some type of like crazy tyrannical move to just make the LP illegal. I would forgive Brian Kemp for everything if he made the Libertarian Party illegal. Okay, He would at that point. He would literally become our guy.
I would respect him more than DeSantis.
Yeah, true.
I guess DeSantis doesn't need to do that, but just give me a reason.
Yeah, real.
Okay, this is from Kelly F. Ferris. McCarthy spoke for about 4 minutes. He gave a speech. He said the GOP is poised to take back the House and put Nancy Pelosi in the minority. The mood in the room was very upbeat while he was speaking, and staffers were popping bottles of champagne when it wrapped. They're happy. They did their job. Did they? I don't know if this is champagne worthy. I feel like this is whiskey worthy.
Well, see, who was in that room? Was it the Trump base? No, it was a bunch
staffers.
Of staffers and donors, probably.
Yeah.
And there's your attitude. There's your attitude of the,
we did it.
The GOP base or whatever. Trump you barely retook the House, hopefully, probably, when you were supposed to win by like 20, 30. You're about to win by like less than 10, probably.
Yep.
And that's their mentality. We won big, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That tells you a lot about the state of the GOP.
Democratic Party will never win again. There goes all those predictions.
Yeah.
Gone. And they weren't wrong predictions to make. Any sane human being votes Republican. Any mentally sane human being would vote Republican. Either mentally sane, there are two types of Democrat voters. They're either mentally ill or uninformed. And you got to wonder, like how many of those coincide? Like
they're all mentally ill.
There's no way. How could you be uninformed unless you're like a very old person? Because if you're a very young person, you're very informed. You're on the Twitterverse.
See, here we go again. F it. DeSantis 2024. He won by 20 plus. Trump ruined our entire country with this. I'm done. Once again,
get a grip, loser.
Once again, okay. I get it. DeSantis plus 20.
How is this?
Trump has the same argument tonight. He wasn't on the ballot at all. This was Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy's election. This is the post-Trump GOP. And what happened? They royally failed, okay? Because Donald Trump was not on the ballot. That's exactly what happens when Donald Trump's not on the ballot, clearly, okay? So you keep doing people keep doing this again and again. It's such a bad faith, stupid argument. It frankly is.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong. I understand saying, oh, DeSantis 20, like that's the case for whatever. But to say that Trump somehow is the cause of tonight's election, that's ridiculous. How is it Trump's fault that Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy horribly mismanaged and the national GOP, Ronna McDaniel, all these people, the literal Republican establishment horribly mismanaged their resources, money, and campaign in general? It doesn't make any sense. Was Trump on the ballot? Trump was the least involved in this election that he's been in any election over the past few years. He wasn't the president. He was not on the ballot. He barely campaigned. When you look at the amount of rallies he did, it really wasn't a lot. It was like one every few weeks. He was not super involved. He was not a factor. He was barely ever on Fox News, especially in recent months. He's barely on Fox News. He's not on Twitter. You point to me the evidence that Trump did this, okay? You know. It's not the post-Trump GOP, all the candidates Trump endorsed lost. Okay, well, where's the evidence that Mitch McConnell would have put up any different of a candidate? You know? Dr. Oz was a desperate necessity. Okay? And by the way, the establishment loved Dr. Oz because he was the suburban moderate, cultural moderate Republican that everyone said we needed.
He was
Okay?
the pro-gay marriage Republican.
Yeah.
Laxalt is down 3 points now. Where did those numbers? Looks like from the rurals. Yeah.
Thank you, Tater Putin, my strongest soldier. Thank you.
Don't think there's any I don't think any of the election day vote has happened in Clark County.
Yeah.
Nevada.
Here's a question, John. Where would the GOP be without, where would Ron DeSantis be without Donald Trump? DeSantis won the primary because of the Trump endorsement. Like, that's the only reason. It was a pretty tight debate. And people said at the time, oh, Ron DeSantis is too far right. This is a bad move by Trump. Well, clearly that's not working out, okay? You know. And by that same logic, who did Ron DeSantis campaign for in this campaign? Okay, who did he do his rallies for too? It was Mastriano in Pennsylvania, Blake and Kerry in Arizona. I believe he campaigned for Herschel and he campaigned for Lee Zeldin, right? Ron really went around campaigning for all the Trump-endorsed candidates, so I don't see the argument. I really don't see the argument. What are you talking about? You know? DeSantis won the governor because Trump endorsed him. In 2018, I mean, John. And in 2018, Ron DeSantis exists because of Donald Trump.
Blue wave year.
Okay? Yes, in a blue wave year. That's what I mean, John. Okay, apparently that had to be explained. Okay, fine. 2018, I mean, right? If I'm not mistaken, Ron was actually down in the polls. Okay, Ron was a Trump endorsement. All right. And even so, you know, in most races, Trump endorsed the establishment guy. Which, say what you will about that, but how many of the races in this cycle were really like big statements by Trump? We all came out saying we were disappointed in the Trump endorsements because most of the time he just endorsed the establishment guy. JD is an exception. Kerry is an exception. Blake is an exception. And I guess Doug is an exception, kind of. I believe Doug was winning already anyway. So where's the evidence that without Trump, a totally different slate of candidates appears? That's not true. In fact, Trump basically didn't endorse anyone until they're already leading the polls, which, say what you will about that. I have many criticisms of that policy, of that approach. But to pretend like we get any different a slate of candidates, any significant degree without Trump, you know, it's nonsense. It really is. Are you forgetting that? All of Trump's endorsements this cycle, for the most part, were the establishment pick that already had the lead in the polls. Okay? So that means without Trump, you'd see no difference. And I guarantee you Ron DeSantis would either endorse the same people or his endorsements would be worse. Okay? There is not a single piece of evidence that Ron somehow had all these based candidates ready to endorse. Okay? You know that's nonsense. We both know that's nonsense. Okay? Because your argument doesn't make any sense. Because McConnell and Trump were behind most of the same candidates. Most of them. Not all of them. Most of them. It's McConnell's job ultimately to win the Senate, not Donald Trump's. And Mitch McConnell failed. Okay? That's my point. The establishment picks is what lost the election. Okay. You seriously believe, you seriously believe in good faith that Ron DeSantis, the same guy, okay, the same guy who would not allow Matt Gaetz or Anthony Sabatini at any of his campaign events, okay, there's a little backwater knowledge of Florida politics, okay, Matt Gaetz and Anthony Sabatini, it is a specific request of the DeSantis team at any campaign event. I know this because I was loosely connected to the planning of one of them. They're literally blacklisted. They're literally, it's an explicit request from the DeSantis team, please do not bring Matt Gaetz or Anthony Sabatini to my event. Okay? That's your guy that's going to make all the anti-establishment. Get out of here. That's just ridiculous. That's nonsense. Okay? You seriously believe Ron DeSantis is going to be the the real America First endorser? Give me a break. That's just ridiculous. And you don't even believe that, John Willis. I know for a fact you don't actually believe that. You're just coping right now. You do not actually believe that.
John Lewis
Or Willis.
John.
And
civil rights leader.
Tater, I will not read your chat, but thank you for the 2. Blake would like to call in, please. Yeah, sure. Hold on.
Call it in. Oh, it's Blake. Let's go.
Let me DM you or whatever the link. Hold on.
Many rural counties in Nevada yet to be touched. Still no election day vote in Clark.
All right, I DM'd you the link on Instagram to join. What you talking about, Willis? Yes, so true. So true.
Real. So real. How's Lombardo doing? He's probably really close, actually. Not Arizona. Nevada. Yeah, it's 1.5. Lombardo's doing better than Laxalt. Who would have thought?
Wow, random libtard on Twitter was right.
Ralston was correct. I mean, he has a good record. It just makes no sense. Like, where does that come from? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Nothing about tonight makes sense. Nothing besides Alabama going red makes sense.
Yeah, real.
Like, couldn't Florida just share it a little bit? Like, please? Come on.
Brother Vince shut that simp down with a quickness. I can't stand these DeSantis stands. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Okay?
Nothing wrong with DeSantis, but just don't be an idiot about it.
True. Right, exactly.
Nothing wrong on a global scale with DeSantis.
Don't understand the Trump slander. I guess where John Doyle is right at this moment. Because they were ready to throw Trump under the bus at the first sign because that's who they always have been. And, now they see the opportunity. When, again, I'm going to reiterate for the millionth time, the argument makes no sense. Okay, because Trump wasn't on the ballot. This is Mitch McConnell's and Kevin McCarthy's election. Very favorable environment, not very hard. And the national GOP, without Trump on the ballot, screwed it up royally. The Midwest tells you all you need to know. Look at how badly we did in the Midwest, just with that. Only thing that's different, Trump not on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the fact that the environment was much better for Republicans, I should mention that. And they still fail just because there's no Trump. I'm sure Trump is the problem. The first guy to so is Blake gonna call in? We've been waiting. Can't call in. The cat ate the cheese. What?
What did he mean by this?
I think that actually happened. Well, I don't know. He does have a cat. I know that for a fact.
What cheese? Interesting.
Yeah, real.
Nothing new out of Wisconsin. Somehow Nevada has 60% of their votes and Arizona only has 55. It took them a while, but they've been pumping. Gotta respect it.
All right, let's take one last look at Arizona, and then we'll call it a night fairly soon.
Yeah. So Kelly's ahead 56.3 to 41.4. That number has gone down as more election day totals come in. Live forecast, New York Times views it as a toss-up, but they do expect it to lean.
Let me see what they're saying about the governor's race. Let's see. If I can find it.
Why does the Senate have the circles, but the governor's race doesn't have the circles?
They projected 20 minutes ago Tony Evers to win. Yeah.
Katie Hobbs now leads by 10.4. It's going down.
Real.
About 151,000 votes. There's still a lot to come from Maricopa. Probably another 100,000 from Maricopa alone for Kari Lake, and that's a gain of 100,000.
All right, well, that is what it is. Well, we'll see in the morning where we're at.
It's gonna be a long night.
Let's read some last chats though here. I'm surprised I haven't lasted this long on 35% capacity, more or less, with the Louisiana flu. I don't know. I caught a swamp virus, unironically. Very, very strange. But the Bayou flu, real. But yeah, okay. Look, final conclusions from tonight. Where we go? Before we go, I should say. All right. First of all, there's no one else to blame. The GOP has no one else to blame but themselves on a national level. Okay. Again, this was McConnell's Senate to win. Okay. You cannot blame Donald Trump for something he was not on the ballot for and was barely involved in. I thought he was the problem, by the way. Right. And what happened? Somehow in Pennsylvania, the most suburban Republican candidate we've possibly ever seen lost to a clinical retard who cannot speak. Okay. And across the Midwest, without Trump on the ballot, that's what happens. Mitch McConnell, according to the National Review and many others, is the most effective Republican leader in modern history, Senate leader in modern history. And he fumbled the ball. And this only person to blame, right? It's not Trump's fault. It's obviously not DeSantis or Youngkin's fault or whoever. It is directly the fault of Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, and Ronna McDaniel, okay? Donald Trump was barely involved with this election. He did a campaign rally every few weeks, literally. That's all he did, all right? He wasn't on Twitter. He was not on Fox ever because they've, de facto banned him from Fox. He was barely a factor in this election. He's not the president, obviously, whatever. This is the post-Trump GOP. This was their chance. They lost. Or I should say they underperformed terribly. That's number one. And then number two, I think clearly we see that without a culture war issue to run on, without a social issue to run on, which Republicans really didn't do, right? By the end of the cycle, it was all about inflation and the gas prices, and maybe this is one of those circumstances where I kind of understand the thinking, understood the approach. Clearly, we're seeing, even in the worst economy in modern history, running on the economy alone, it does not work. Okay? Real. It is the culture war that drives Republicans to victory. Glenn Youngkin's central thing was not the economy. It was there, but his central thing wasn't the economy. It was the culture war. It was social issues. Okay. Greg Abbott in Texas say, well, whatever, right? But still, you know, his big appeal isn't like the economy. It's like cultural issues, right? Florida, Ron DeSantis, obviously, right? He's a total culture warrior. Like, we get that. Okay. It's very obvious that being the party of economics alone doesn't work anymore. Maybe it worked in the 1980s and stuff, right? It doesn't work anymore. All right. The most successful candidates tonight were the culture warriors. Carrie Lake, who is looking pretty good right now, what is she? Culture warrior, right? Dr. Oz is a prime example. I think he was the biggest anti-culture warrior you possibly could have had in Pennsylvania.
He lost to a clinically retarded man. It's true.
Exactly. Time to listen to Pat Buchanan's culture war speech again. Yeah, so true. So let that be a lesson for the future. Running on the economy alone clearly ever will not work, right? At least anymore in America. Because if it doesn't work in this economy, it's not going to work in any economy. So you got to run on the culture war. Seems to be the only thing that sticks. The only successful candidates tonight were the charismatic culture warriors. And so, that's clearly what we see. Any last thoughts, Jackson?
That's it.
Yeah, real. All right, folks, remember to leave a like on the stream before we go. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll do like a reaction video and stuff. But until the next time I see you, Alpha Moves only. God bless and peace.
In leaving it, I do so with this prayer. May God's grace be with you in all the days ahead.
And it's easy to be discouraged right now, but it won't defeat God's church. Be encouraged. There are thousands of prophets who have not bowed the knee to Baal. And be encouraged. At the end of the day, the bride of Christ will be defended. She will be protected. She will be preserved. And she will be restored, redeemed, and rescued by her Savior. Amen.